I'm Liang Xiaoxia, and life, for me, feels like a long, confusing dream. Sometimes I think about fate, wondering if we all struggle just to become something more, like those rare, golden suns shining brightly, instead of just the decorations in someone else's story. I remember seeing Shaolin monks on TV, smashing bricks with a single hand, but imagining one cutting through a leather sofa seemed impossible. Sometimes, I question who I really am and why I seem trapped in this strange shack. My hands can't even reach my face to check if I have scales or something bizarre. So, I stop thinking about it, leaving the answers for time to figure out. It's always dark, and I drift between reality and dreams. In my dreams, I return to my home, where everything feels warm and familiar. I chat with my best friend, Tian, about handsome guys or new plots in her favorite stories. Then my dad's voice would ring out, cheerful, always laughing. Even when he's mad, his words give him away. My mom would nag about how I dress or stare at the computer too long, but this time, I just smile. It's comforting, seeing them all again, even Grandpa, who still has his short hair from his army days. His hands, rough but familiar, hold mine, and he reminds me, we're no fools in this family. But dreams are tricky. They feel wonderful but leave you empty, longing for more. I've spent too much time in this world of dreams, playing all kinds of roles. A queen, a swordswoman, a princess, even an old wise man. Faces blur together. Even my own becomes hard to recognize. Still, I want to wake up. I want to feel the wind, the snow, and the rain. I want to laugh, cry, and see everyone's faces clearly. The heartbeat pounding in the darkness reminds me that life is waiting for me. I'm not just any dream character. I'm Liang Xiaoxia, and I can't give up. Finally, I opened my eyes, ready to live. I woke up in complete darkness, unable to see anything. The egg-like shack I'd been trapped in was starting to shrink around me, squeezing me tighter as the mucus that had kept me nourished dried up. I knew I had to escape or suffocate. I tried everything. I punched and kicked, but the egg's heck was tough and unbreakable, pushing back against me every time. With the space closing in, it was getting hard to breathe. Panic set in, but I told myself to calm down and think. Then, I got an idea. Maybe biting it would work. I checked that I had teeth and bit down hard, tearing at the shack like a desperate animal. Finally, I managed to rip a small hole. With that opening, I tore and clawed until I made a bigger hole and forced my way out. As soon as I escaped, I tasted dirt. It was everywhere, gritty and bitter, and I realized I'd been buried alive. I was furious, but I knew I had to dig my way out. My small hands ached, scratched and cut by stones, but I kept digging. I finally broke through to fresh air, and it felt incredible, like breathing for the first time. I looked at myself, stunned. I had 5 fingers on my hands, but 6 on my feet. My skin was white and translucent, showing the veins beneath. My blood was white. I realized I might not be human. Was I an alien? At least I still looked somewhat like a person. I took a look around. I was in the hollow of a massive tree, and the light streaming in made the area feel almost magical. There were other small mounds nearby, like the one I had just escaped from, but I didn't have the strength or curiosity to check if there were others like me. In the center of the clearing was an altar with 3 statues of elf-like women, each carved with incredible detail. One was powerful and commanding, another brave and battle-ready, and the last one gentle and nurturing. They seemed like guardians of this strange place, with white blood flowing from their hands, just like mine. Instinctively, I felt that the blood was important, something I needed. I found myself in a dark place, barely able to move as the shack around me tightened. When I finally broke free, I stood up slowly, realizing I was in a small, toddler-like body, covered in mud and wounds. I felt embarrassed, but knew survival was more important than pride. I struggled to walk, wobbling and falling a few times, but soon got the hang of it. Hungry and tired, I made my way to a white altar where 3 statues of elf-like women stood, each holding bowls of fragrant, milky liquids. The closest bowl had green water, so I drank from it. It tasted grassy but healing, and my wounds began to close. After drinking enough to feel a bit better, I fell asleep. When I woke up, the hunger returned. I decided to try the other bowls. The red water tasted like sweet but spicy liquor, warming my insides, while the purple water was freezing cold, clearing my head. Each had a different effect, and I quickly learned how they worked. I returned to where I'd broken free, pulling out the remains of my egg's heck, which looked more like a bean pod. I started to tear pieces to make myself a makeshift skirt, but I noticed movement. Another small figure, like me, emerged from the dirt, a little elf girl, exhausted and hurt. I felt torn. Should I save her or leave her? My conscience wouldn't let me walk away, so I used the healing and energizing waters to help her recover. When she opened her eyes, she looked innocent and a bit clueless. I named her Mudball because she was covered in dirt, and we started to communicate. Mudball trusted me completely, and soon we were learning together. As the sun set, we shared warmth in a sleeping bag made from the bean pod. No other elves emerged from the earth that night, and I felt sad, thinking they might never come out. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of footsteps. Someone or something was coming, and there were many of them. I used to be just an ordinary student, not someone trained to sense danger from footsteps, but ever since I was reborn into this elf-like body, my long ears made me more alert. When I heard the sound of many footsteps approaching, I knew we had to hide. I shook Mudball, my little elf friend, who was drooling and half asleep, clinging to me for warmth. Frustrated, I pushed her harder and dragged her along to hide behind the altar. She was wobbly and unsteady, but I couldn't waste time. Once we were hidden, I made sure she stayed quiet. Thankfully, she trusted me enough to listen, even if she was still confused. Peeking out from behind the altar, I saw them, a large group of elves, at least 40 or 50 of them. The female elves looked graceful, with their green robes and leaf-shaped brooches. The male elves looked equally elegant, with long hair and golden accents in their braids. The whole scene felt like a dream, full of beauty and charm. The leader of the elves caught my eye. She was a striking figure with silver hair, flowing robes, and an aura of authority that felt both comforting and intimidating. Wherever she walked, flowers bloomed under her feet, and I was in awe. When she looked in my direction, my heart pounded with fear. Did she know I was there? The leader began to sing, and it was a beautiful, haunting song that made everyone emotional. Even Mudball, the little elf I'd been protecting, fell back asleep, lulled by the melody. I struggled to stay awake, pinching myself to keep my focus. The song seemed to carry the weight of something important, and soon the elves began digging at the mounds of dirt. They were searching for the young ones, including us. When two worried elf couples discovered empty mounds where their babies should have been, they ran to the leader for guidance. I felt a pang of guilt as I realized they were looking for me and Mudball. One of the elf women, with a flower crown and a round, youthful face, looked especially anxious. She had to be my mother, while the serious-looking blonde elf next to her must be my father. I knew I couldn't hide any longer. Holding the still sleeping Mudball, I stepped out from behind the altar. The round-faced elf woman, my mother, rushed over and hugged me tightly. Her embrace was warm and comforting, smelling of flowers. I felt safe, and the overwhelming relief made me burst into tears. I had parents in this life, people who cared about me. My mother, Duolon, tried to calm me down, gently holding me as I sobbed. I felt the comfort I'd missed for so long, and it broke through my defenses. Meanwhile, Mudball was safely paced into the arms of her own mother, still fast asleep. In that moment, I was filled with gratitude. Despite everything, I wasn't alone anymore. I had a family here. I used to believe that when one door closes, a window opens, but in this world, surviving means understanding the rules and making sacrifices. My name is Liang Xiaoxia, and I'm not the person I once was, a regular student. Now, as an elf, I've had to grow and adapt fast. The elf queen Haid presided over a solemn and heartbreaking ceremony. She's lived for 500 years, and even though that's young for an elf, she's seen her fair share of challenges. This year's birth ceremony was grim. Only 2 out of 34 seeds of life had survived. The other seeds lay buried, lifeless, leaving the tribe mourning in silent grief. Watching the elves dig up those small, lifeless bundles was devastating. The parents didn't cry aloud, but the pain was clear. Fathers kissed their children gently, and mothers held them close, whispering farewells. The sorrow was suffocating. I realized just how close I had come to sharing the same fate, trapped forever in the earth if I hadn't fought to break free. I felt a heavy sadness, knowing these lost lives could have been friends, playmates. It was a harsh reminder of the fragility of life. Even the elf queen, who seemed wise and powerful, looked weary as she oversaw the ceremony. Yet, when she glanced at me, she seemed intrigued, as if she saw something special in me. When it was my turn, I felt nervous and small. The queen, with her kind but piercing gaze, led me to the altar. I didn't want to be carried like a child, so I walked beside her, even though I was a bit scared. She performed the ritual, and to my surprise, all three statues reacted. Light beams of purple, red, and green wrapped around me like magical ribbons. It felt strange, almost unreal. Afterwards, I returned to my parents. My mother's round eyes shone with love, and my father looked serious but thoughtful. I didn't understand everything that had happened, but I had a feeling the magic had given me something important. As we left, I knew my life had changed forever. I was no longer just Liang Xiaoxia, the human. I had a new identity as an elf, and with that, a new journey awaited me. My past would always be a cherished memory, but now, I had to embrace this world and whatever came next. I lay lazily on top of a lookout tower built in the trees, enjoying the warmth of the sun and looking out over the endless green forest. The land around our Shijing elf tribe is lush, with towering trees and vines everywhere. It feels isolated, like a world of its own. Even the old dead volcano nearby is now covered in thick forest. As I lay there, thinking about stories my elf friend Loki had shared, I remembered how isolated we elves are from the rest of the world. Loki's stories of human society, kingdoms, and even the troubles between elves and humans made me curious. Even though these stories happened long before I was born, I listened with fascination. Life here can feel sheltered, and I've often dreamed of exploring beyond the forest to see what's out there. Our tribe has a long history of protecting elf trees, which are special to us. Cutting one down is like hurting a child, and that's why we've had conflicts with humans before. I even remember when our queen led a solemn ceremony to bury unborn elf children who hadn't survived. The sorrow was real, and the memory of those lost lives still haunts me. It's no wonder we are fiercely protective. As I was lost in thought, I heard Mudball, my childhood friend, calling for me below. Her real name is Helsha, which means little blueberry in Elvish, but I still call her Mudball. Even though 10 years have passed, she hasn't grown much and still has the same playful, innocent energy. Mudball has always been clingy, dragging me into games like playing house or making me craft little things for her. I love her, but sometimes it gets tiring. Seeing her getting ready to climb up, I knew I couldn't hide any longer. With a sigh, I threw down a smooth vine and slid down from the lookout. Mudball, as usual, looked at me with awe, cheering at how amazing I was. I greeted her with a formal elf bow, the kind reserved for close friends, and Mudball eagerly did the same. Despite my occasional frustrations, her cheerful spirit always makes me smile. Even in this isolated elf world, there's warmth and friendship to be grateful for. Mudball, my friend who's as clingy as ever, got upset when I tricked her about having dirt on her face. She compared me to Loki, a mischievous elf who loves playing jokes. Trying to change the subject, I asked her how she found me, and she said she followed my scent, making me wonder if she was more like a dog than an elf. Mudball clung to my arm, happy as ever, like a puppy wagging an invisible tail. Then she asked me to come with her to see teacher Xuanfeng. Mudball had a big crush on him. Xuanfeng is a war dancer instructor, beautiful and elegant, with long silver hair and emerald eyes. Even I, who had seen plenty of handsome guys in my past life, thought he looked like an angel. I teased Mudball, hinting that she was wearing her new dress just to impress him. She blushed and stammered that she wanted to ask him about becoming a war dancer. The annual flower festival was approaching, and it was almost time for elves our age to choose a mentor and learn combat skills. So, I agreed to go with her to see Xuanfeng. When we got to his house, he wasn't there, but Mudball insisted she could smell his scent nearby. We followed her nose and found him in the valley, talking to a female elf. He didn't look as calm as usual, and the atmosphere felt tense. We watched from behind a tree, curious but trying not to intrude. Mudball whispered, asking if the elf was confessing her love to Xuanfeng. It was strange because elves usually confess in public with everyone watching. This secretive meeting felt out of place. We saw Xuanfeng return the bouquet she gave him, and the female elf left quickly. Xuanfeng noticed us spying and approached. Mudball, excited, ran out to greet him, and I had no choice but to follow. Xuanfeng seemed a bit off, but answered Mudball's questions about the upcoming war dancer test. He smiled kindly and kept the test details a secret, as usual, but something about him still felt strange to me. It hit me later. Xuanfeng hadn't greeted us with the proper elf courtesy, which was very unusual for him. As we headed home, Mudball chattered away about Xuanfeng, but I kept thinking about his behavior. Why had he been so distracted? It wasn't like him to make such a mistake. Maybe that mysterious female elf had said something that left him unsettled. I tried to brush it off, thinking life was too peaceful to worry over such things. At home, I greeted my parents respectfully, and we ate a typical elf meal. My father, Matakini, asked me to come to his room later. I had no idea what he wanted to discuss, but I knew it was probably important. No matter how old you are, in my eyes, you are always a child. Father, I'm coming in. Every time Liang Xiaoxia saw her father, Matakini, she would unconsciously become serious and respectful, lowering her head and keeping her hands at her sides. Matakini was completely different from her father in her previous life. He was serious, silent, and calm. Even when he encountered something very happy, he would only slightly raise the corners of his mouth. Well, you're here. Matakini looked Liang Xiaoxia up and down, pushed the scroll on the desk over, and said calmly, choose a paragraph, and read it. Liang Xiaoxia took the scroll, which was covered with pictures of words, the ancient Elven language. The ancient Elven language was the language used by the Yao elves thousands of years ago, and it was composed of more than 10,000 letters and had many variations. The language used by the elves now was just a simplified version of the ancient Elven language. In the first 3 years of Liang Xiaoxia's life, she was confined to her home and was not allowed to go anywhere. She was bored and could only read books. From that time on, Matakini began to teach her Elvish in the common language of the continent. After 4 years of study, she could use both languages fluently. Matakini discovered her talent for languages and began to teach her the ancient Elvish language. However, the difficulty and complexity of the ancient Elvish language is geometrically multiple of the Elvish language. After 6 years of study, Liang Xiaoxia could only barely read the articles in the ancient Elvish language, and she read many parts with difficulty. After lunch every day, it was time for the routine homework check. Liang Xiaoxia straightened her back, took a breath, and began to read. Karasayan's eyes were cursed by Medea, and all living things he saw would turn into stone. First his wife, then his daughter, and his family members all turned into stone. The passage Liang Xiaoxia read was the biography of Karasayan, one of the 12 elders of the ancient Yao elves. The Yao elves had long been extinct, and not many documents were left to record them. Legend has it that the elf tribes scattered across the continents are all descendants of the 12 ancient Yao elves, but their direct relatives have long been extinct. Okay, that's all for today. Matakini paused with his hand, and seemed very satisfied with Liang Xiaoxia's work. I have one more thing to tell you. Matakini crossed his hands and placed them on his legs. It seemed that this was a serious matter. Elder Yuchuan is currently conducting a magic experiment and needs an assistant to help him run the laboratory. After the flower festival, you will go to his laboratory every morning to work and practice martial arts in the afternoon. Do you understand? Matakini is like this. If something happens, he won't tell you the reason, nor will he help you analyze the results. He will just assign tasks directly and arbitrarily, coldly, and without tolerance for rejection. Liang Xiaoxia will feel depressed and nervous, but she just can't hate Matakini like this. She is not a child. She knows where Matakini's love lies, and she also knows how he expresses his love. I understand, my father. I will work hard. Liang Xiaoxian bowed and said goodbye. Elder Yuchuan was one of the 12 elders of the Shijing tribe, a skinny old elf with 3 braids on his beard. He looked kind and amiable, but he was shrewd and mean, often glaring at other elves for the smallest things. But he had the largest collection of books among the elves. Liang Xiaoxia guessed that her father asked her to help Elder Yuchuan because he was planning to get those books. But Elder Yuchuan was really hard to serve, and he was definitely being teased and ridiculed, especially since he had an arrogant grandson. Whenever they met in the village, he would always look at Liang Xiaoxia and Nichia with his eyes slanted, looking down on them. Thinking of this, Liang Xiaoxia began to have a headache out of habit. There was no possibility of refusing this job, so she had to face the reality and accept it slowly. After lunch, Mudball dragged the lazy Liang Xiaoxian out again. As the flower festival approached, elves could be seen everywhere busy preparing, carrying bundles of flowers to decorate the stage or hammering and hitting things. A few years later, Liang Xiaoxia was no longer the same as before, staring blankly at the sight of a group of beautiful elves. Surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women every day, her aesthetic taste was also trained to be extremely high. Only when she saw someone as beautiful as Xuanfeng, she would be momentarily absent-minded. In her previous life, Liang Xiaoxia was not considered a beauty at all. She inherited her father's small eyes and flat nose, and wore a pair of large framed glacés for myopia. She was the kind of person who could not be found in a crowd of people. In this life, she was reborn as an elf, with big and lively eyes, chubby cheeks like her mother, and 2 dimples when she smiled. She could barely be considered a high-quality little beauty. If she had been thrown into her previous life, this appearance would have been quite popular, but among the elves in the fairy palace, her appearance was just below average. In addition, she was short, and was clearly a little lowly who had not grown up, which led to Liang Xiaoxia's low sense of existence, and she was often ignored. Liang Xiaoxia, let's go take a shower? We haven't taken a shower together for a long time. Mudball spoke softly and rubbed against Liang Xiaoxia like a puppy. This trick always works. Why haven't we washed together for a long time? We just washed yesterday. The cleanliness of the elves is almost to a pathological level. They don't want their clothes to be stained with dust, or their bodies to be stained with dirt. If your clothes are not neat and your hair is not combed neatly, you will definitely be despised by your fellow countrymen. Taking a bath every day is also a compulsory course for the elves. Bathing in the moonlight, washing away the dirt of the body and soul, is regarded by the elves as the supreme enjoyment. The largest and most luxurious building of the entire elf tribe is not the elders' meeting or the training ground, but an open-air bathhouse made of white marble strips. This open-air bathhouse is built on a spring. The previous elves also used a lot of rare materials and carved a huge water storage and heating array at the bottom of the bath to create the best bathing conditions. The bathhouses are divided into more than a dozen large and small ones according to different uses and functions, soaking various rare plants or medicinal materials, and the elves pick fresh petals every day to soak in them. After finishing a day's work, the elves will choose to come here to soak for a while, relax their spirits, or chat with friends and share their interests and hobbies. Even the bathhouse manager is the most envied job of the elves. Many elves wish to become a bathhouse manager when they grow up. After changing into a middle-length dress, Mudball dragged Liang Xiaoxia into the bath. The bath water had been added with a plant juice that was light purple. Once in the water, all the pores on her body opened up with excitement, and her delicate and white skin looked even brighter than the moon in the light purple bath water. The mist was thick, and a few white petals were floating on the water surface. Mudball swam happily in the water. Liang Xiaoxia leaned against the edge of the pool, tilted her head, and stared at the arch of the bathhouse with sparkling eyes. On the dome is an epic painting, depicting in colorful colors the story of the elven hero Shinlo, who went through untold hardships and finally, with the help of the power of the moon, destroyed the Jiaoma and protected his tribe. In the picture, Shinlo stands on a high tower, holding up the sky with his scepter, and a huge full moon is reflected behind him, like a god descending to earth. The Jiaoma turtle on the opposite side huddles under a dark mound, with a look of fear of death on its face. What Liang Xiaoxia likes is not the content of the painting, but the things in it. This huge painting is made entirely of gems. Rubies are used to make Xian Lu's dress. Sapphires are used to make the sky. The bright full moon is made entirely of overlapping opals. The eyes of the heroine Xian Lu are made of diamonds, and even the languid Jiaomo is made of black pearls. Just as the money-loving Liang Xiaoxia was drooling over the painting and thinking about how to pick off a few of them, a teasing voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Are you thinking about how to get them off?" Liang Xiaoxia was startled and looked back. Loki came to her side without her noticing. He leaned his head against the pool, tilted his head back, and also looked at the painting. In the eyes of these little elves, Loki is a capable elf who has traveled extensively and has seen a lot. His head is filled with countless interesting stories, but he does not have the arrogance of an adult elf. He is like a child king, leading a group of elves into the mountains and rivers to cause trouble in the village. Looking closely, Loki has a pair of slanted upturned peach blossom eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and a half-smiled look that always carries a sense of romanticism. There is also a hint of evil in the purity. The two contradictory temperaments blend on his face without any abrupt feeling, but rather very harmonious. Loki is shirtless, wearing only a simple pair of shorts, revealing his white jade chest, but there is a half-meter-long scar on his chest, which is hideous and ugly. This is a man with a story, Liang Xiaoxia thought. If it's removed, the painting will be ruined. What a pity. Liang Xiaoxia raised her head and continued to admire the murals on the dome, her voice faint. She didn't know that her deep tone and faint, regretful tone didn't sound like a 10-year-old elf child at all, but rather like an adult elf who had experienced many hardships. Loki looked at Liang Xiaoxia, the light in his eyes flickering. "It's useless even if you take it off. We don't need money." "Yes, money is only used in the human world. Do you want to go out and take a look?" Loki suddenly asked after a moment of silence. Just when Loki was about to fall asleep and thought Liang Xiaoxia would not answer this question, he heard a whisper in his ear. "I will go out, but now is not the right time." Liang Xiaoxia looked at the mud orb splashing in the water in the distance and continued. "At least, I don't have the ability to protect myself. When you want to go out, remember to come find me." Loki opened and closed his lips, speaking in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Then, without waiting for Liang Xiaoxia to react, he stood up and left the bathtub. Liang Xiaoxia looked at Loki's back and thought to herself, "It will probably be 100 years before I leave, and by then I will have forgotten about this." What Liang Xiaoxia could not have imagined was that in the future it was Loki who gave her the capital to survive and protect herself. The Flower Festival is the elves' favorite festival, just like the New Year for humans. Humans worship the sun, and the nobles often wear abstract sun-patterned totems or clan emblems on their clothes and carriages. The specific date of the New Year is also determined by the position of the sun. Elves worship the moon, and the elders and queens of each tribe wear moon-white clothes. In mid-April every year, when 3 moons rise at the same time, a kind of white 5-petal flower will bloom facing the moon, covering the green hillside. This flower that only blooms on this day is called the moonlight flower, and this special festival is named the Flower Festival by the elves. Every year during the Flower Festival, the elves will hold a day-long celebration and give each other flowers. Elves who have a crush on someone will also send flowers to woo them today. A large number of competitions will also be held, including dance competitions, beauty pageants, music performances, etc. The most eye-catching one is the Elf Martial Arts Competition, which is divided into 3 categories: war dance, bow hunting, and magic singing. The elves who sign up for the competition are all adult elves under 500 years old. Last year, the champions of the 3 groups were Swiftwind, Glacier, and Reno, who happened to be the instructors of the 3 primary martial arts training classes. The competition will be held in the square in front of the Tree of Life in the evening as a prelude to the blooming of the moonlight flower. In addition, elves who have reached the age of 10 will make their own martial arts career choices on this day and enter a new stage in their lives. Liang Xiaoxia carefully considered what career to choose. When asking for Madakini's opinion, he just said lightly, "Don't worry." No hint, Not knowing what the assessment before choosing martial arts was, Liang Xiaoxia had to rub a vine and wrap it around her waist, planning to use it as a whip if the exam involved fighting. Haha Xiaoer, you look so beautiful today, come. I'll give you a flower. After greeting, Fisher, who was muscular, tall and strong, and looked nothing like an elf, handed Liang Xiaoxia a huge coxcomb. Fisher was Mudball's father, and his aesthetic taste was different from that of ordinary people. He loved to grow green piranha plants. Liang Xiaoxia held the coxcomb and listened to Fisher's words of praise, feeling both amused and helpless. Thank you. This is the flower I gave you. Liang Xiaoxia handed Fisher a yellow carnation. Fisher took the flower and grumbled. I have to say, Xia, your appreciation level still has a lot of room for improvement. Along the way, Liang Xiaoxia saw many elves. She harvested a bunch of flowers of different colors and gave away many more to lighten the burden. Mudball walked beside Liang Xiaoxia with a huge cactus flower pinned on his chest. Needless to say, this was another masterpiece of Fisher. Elegant elves could be seen everywhere along the way. Several old elves sat under a big tree, drinking until their faces were red, and they kept bragging about who drank more. Several young female elves chased and played by the lake, competing to put dogtail grace on each other's heads. Many elves also set up stalls to sell their own fruit pies. In the evening, all the elves gathered in front of the Tree of Life. Liang Xiaoxia had eaten her fill, so she sat down with Mudball in the front row to watch the game. Elf Queen Haidai and the 12 elders also came, sitting on the high platform in the middle at the end, looking down. The towering Tree of Life was firmly rooted in the soil. The thick green semicircular crown was like a huge stadium roof, and the brown and black trunk looked like a thick wall from a close distance. An arc-shaped sunken square was built in the open space in front of the tree, and the elves could sit freely on the stepped seats. There were not many elves in the Shijing elf tribe. More than 3,000 residents gathered here, like a small group of ants next to an apple. Liang Xiaoxia craned her neck until her neck was sore, but she couldn't see the top of the tree. She felt so small. The first event was the bow hunting competition, with 2 young female elves taking the field. The one on the left was a short, green-haired female elf carrying a short bow, with 2 small silver earrings on her right ear indicating that she was currently at level 4. The one on the right was a slender, slightly taller elf, level 3, carrying a longbow. As soon as the game started, the 2 elves quickly got into the game, running around the field, dodging, and waiting for opportunities to shoot arrows at each other. The arrows used in the game were not equipped with arrowheads, but were just dipped in paint. Soon, the haystack obstacle in the center of the square was dyed with colorful colors. As time went by, the green-haired female elf gradually became impatient. The arrows she brought to the competition were limited. Her opponent was 1 level lower than her, and she had not been able to defeat him for such a long time. She would become more and more passive. On the other hand, the tall elf had steady steps and a steady breathing. He rolled and dodged nimbly during the arrows. The tall elf will win. Almost immediately after Liang Xiaoxia finished thinking, the tall elf leaped up, drew his bow with both hands, and shot an arrow into the air. The green-haired female elf also bent her bow to fight back, but was still a step too late. She was shot in the right shoulder by the tall elf's arrow, leaving a bright red spot on her light pink hunting suit. After the game, the elves on both sides shook hands in a friendly manner and smiled at each other. Look, sister, you won. Sister, you won. The first game was so exciting. Mudball pulled Liang Xiaoxia's sleeve and shouted nonstop. Sister Yu has only learned bow hunting for 30 years, and she is already at the 3rd level. She must be a genius. Mudball chattered like a sparrow, constantly digging out all the information about the tall elf in her mind. She is indeed very suitable to be a bow hunter. She is calm, cool, and ready to act. These are the necessary qualities for an excellent bow hunter. What she lacks now is more polishing. With time, she will be much better than now. Liang Xiaoxia thought to herself. As expected, the female elf named Yu persisted for 2 more rounds, but was finally defeated by a 5th-level middle-aged male elf due to exhaustion. The competition went on for more than a dozen rounds, and when a burly male elf with thick braids stood on the field, last year's bow hunting group champion, bow hunting instructor Renault, came on the field. Renault is a 6th level bow hunter and the leader of the younger generation of bow hunters. He wears a silver-gray hunting suit and his brown hair is tied up in a high ponytail, with only a few strands left at the temples. He has a high, hooked nose and deep eye sockets. His golden eyes are always squinting at people, like an eagle ready to take off. He carries a black ironwood bow on his back, and his left hand is pressed against his thigh, as if he is ready to shoot an arrow at any time. The two contestants saluted each other. Renault's opponent had sweat on his forehead and was obviously a little nervous. At the beginning of the game, Renault was always dodging. The male elf with thick braids kept shooting arrows at Renault, but he was always a beat slow and was easily dodged by Renault with a few rollings. More than a dozen arrows were shot, but every arrow missed the target. However, the opponent did not attack at all, as if waiting for something. The male elf became more and more flustered and uneasy, and the arrows he shot became more and more powerful. The only sound in the whole arena was the sound of his arrows whizzing. Renault had been waiting for a chance to strike a fatal blow. As a bow hunter, he carefully calculated his own and his opponent's movements, looking for flaws. Got it. Just as the male elf leaned over to take the arrow, Renault quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow flew through the air, its tail feathers buzzing, and flew straight towards the opponent. The male elf with thick braids was also a good hand. He felt something was wrong when he was taking the arrow, so he twisted his body 90 degrees to the right, moving half a body length away. Renault frowned, and the arrow seemed to have eyes, slightly deflecting. The male elf turned his waist, and before he could react, he was hit in the chest by Renault's arrow and fell to the ground. The arrowhead was soft, but even so, the male elf felt that his chest was hit hard, numb and painful. It must be swollen. Pa pa pa, the entire audience clapped loudly, cheering for this brilliant and decisive arrow. Hwarong, your son is very good. The elf queen Heidi stood on the high platform, applauding and speaking to a female elder next to her. Being able to change the direction of the arrow meant that Renault's arrow had arrow intention. Arrow intention was the watershed between the 6th and 7th levels of bow hunters. Renault was only over 300 years old this year. To be able to break through the 6th level and reach the 7th level, talent and hard work were indispensable. The audience cheered for a while, and just as Renault was about to leave the stage, another elf stepped onto the stage. He was wearing a large black hooded cloak, which was covered in mud and dust. The hem of the cloak was tattered and fluttered in the wind as he walked. His face was hidden under the hood of the cloak, so it was hard to see clearly. One could only judge from his body shape that he was a male elf. The mysterious male elf held an iron bow in his hand, which glowed a cold dark red in the setting sun. There were a few wooden arrows sparsely inserted in the quiver beside his leg, and the tail feathers were crooked, as if they had been shot. Who is this? The audience was talking about it. None of the young elves had seen him in the tribe. Only a few old elves lowered their heads in thought. The elf queen kept staring at the figure in the black cloak, thinking for a while, and sighed. Bitterthorn is back. What, Bitterthorn? Are you sure? The elders around heard the elf queen's answer and talked about it with incredible expressions on their faces. It's him. I won't make a mistake. No matter how much time passes, she can recognize Bitterthorn's figure at a glance. The first time Renault saw Bitterthorn, he tightly grasped the bow and arrow in his hand, ready to attack at any time. Bitterthorn looked at him coldly, making him feel like a bird being stared at by a poisonous snake, and he might die at any time. After the two players exchanged greetings, Renault quickly hid behind an obstacle to shield his body. Before the two sides even started fighting, he felt powerless to resist, and soon his hands holding the bow and arrow were soaked with sweat. Bitterthorn slowly walked towards Renault, step by step, like a black ghost. He drew his bow and arrow, aimed at the obstacle where Renault was hiding, crossed his legs and squatted, and the iron bow and arrow were pulled straight into a full moon. With a hum, it shot through the air. This arrow was filled with infinite arrow intent, shocking and unavoidable, and it whistled towards Renault. Liang Xiaoxia was sitting in front of the stage. When Kuji pulled the bow and arrow, she felt something was wrong. As a result, her body reacted faster than her brain, and she rushed in and blocked Renault. With a bang, Renault was knocked to the ground by Liang Xiaoxia, and Liang Xiaoxia took the arrow instead of Renault. Xiaoxia! Char! The mud ball and the surrounding elves screamed loudly when they saw Liang Xiaoxia rushing into the field. My sister is actually such a saint. This was the last thought in Liang Xiaoxia's mind before she fell into coma. Healthy people do not torture others. It is often those who have been tortured who become the torturers of others. Yung equals the moon was at its zenith, and 3 bright and clear moons hung high in the violet night sky, echoing each other from afar. The grace around the square was full of moonflowers, which were white and swayed in the wind, dancing in waves. The huge tree of life was bathed in the moonlight, with shadows and dark green shades. Fireflies flew around the tree in groups, competing with the moon for brightness. Everything was so peaceful and beautiful. Liang Xiaoxia woke up in a daze, her head was buzzing, and screams seemed to linger in her ears. The arrow shot by Ku Ji hit Liang Xiaoxia's head squarely. She touched her forehead and found a big swelling. It hurt to touch it. It turned out that she couldn't be a good person. Sitting up with her arms, she was now on the grace beside the square, surrounded by blooming moonflowers. Mudball sat next to Liang Xiaoxia, covering her eyes, her body twitching, and she looked like she was crying. Mother Dolan stood in the distance, seemingly complaining to Matakini about something, her round face covered with an expression called anger. Matakini said nothing. Her face was so gloomy that ink could drip out. Bitterthorn leaned against a big pine tree in the distance, and his black cloak almost blended into the shadow of the tree. In the distance, a large group of elves danced on the grace, joyful and happy. Wow, Liang Xiaoxia, you woke up while Mudball's big eyes were filled with tears, and tear marks hung on his fair face. While the elders said you were fine, but you didn't wake up for a long time while teacher Xuanfeng was also injured. I was so scared. Mudball said a lot of things, and at the end, he hugged Liang Xiaoxia and burst into tears. All the tears and snot were smeared on Liang Xiaoxia's clothes. Her head hurt even more. How could her coma be related to Xuanfeng again? Liang Xiaoxia endured the discomfort, broke the mud ball stuck to her body, and asked for clarification. Mudball repeated it again with a sob, and Liang Xiaoxia finally understood. It turned out that Bitterthorn didn't want to kill Renault, but just wanted to teach Renault a lesson for some reason. Unfortunately, Liang Xiaoxia misunderstood her and stepped forward to be the beauty who saved the hero. Liang Xiaoxia rushed forward and was hit by an arrow in the head and fainted. Guyu, the elder in charge of treatment in the tribe, cast a small spell on Liang Xiaoxia on the spot, telling everyone that it was not a big problem and not to move her. Liang Xiaoxia was then placed on the grace outside the square. Mudball, Dolan and Matakini stopped watching the game and came out to guard her. The next competition continued, and Bingchuan won the championship of the French singing competition with an overwhelming advantage. Including this time, she has won 3 consecutive championships, which is also expected. When it came to the war dancer competition, Mudball returned to the arena because he wanted to cheer for teacher Swiftwind. Unexpectedly, the final was between Swiftwind and Loki. Both elves were considered masters, but Swiftwind was slightly better in terms of strength. From the beginning of the game, it was in a stalemate. But after the two sides exchanged more than 50 moves, Swiftwind knocked down Loki's steel knife with a low chop, but was kicked out by Loki and fell to the ground. Swiftwind's shin bone was broken, and Loki became another dark horse after Bitterthorn. Charles, my dear, you finally woke up. Dolan, who was far away, saw Liang Xiaoxia wake up and hurried over, holding Liang Xiaoxia's face and looking left and right, as if to confirm her injuries. My dear was bullied. Don't cry. Don't cry. Just wait. I'll go and settle the score with him. Which eye of yours saw me cry? Liang Xiaoxia thought helplessly that Dolan was just an old hen protecting her chicks, but the feeling of being protected was pretty good. Dolan's face was swollen with anger, and he stood up with a bang and walked angrily towards the bitter thorn under the tree. Seeing this, Matakini, who was far away, hurriedly stopped Dolan, glanced at Liang Xiaoxia, and gave her a look of repaying later. Liang Xiaoxia felt guilty, so she turned her head and said to Nichio, "Keep talking. You haven't mentioned the martial arts assessment yet." Now the moon was high in the sky. The martial arts assessment must have ended, and and she could only wait until next year to participate again, which was a bit regretful. She just didn't know which one Nichio chose in the end, and whether he was able to pace the exam to become a disciple of Xuanfeng. I didn't participate when he said this. Mudball stuttered and muttered in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Why? Don't you want to learn the war dance from Master Xuanfeng? I don't want to be a war dancer anymore. You are injured, and Teacher Xuanfeng is also injured. I can only watch, anxious and crying, and I can't do anything. Liang Xiaoxia, I'm so scared. Mudball held his breath. His voice was soft and sticky, like a deflated glutinous rice ball. Alas, this silly child. He was timid. Seeing himself injured, he began to doubt his future path. Liang Xiaoxia adjusted her expression to make it look softer and gradually induced him. If you don't become a war dance, you won't be able to be with Teacher Xuanfeng often in the future. Besides, if you become a very powerful war dance in the future, you can also protect us, right? Teacher Xuanfeng has a leg injury and can't teach. Loki will be teaching for him this year. Also, I want to be a healer, so if Xia gets hurt in a fight in the future, I can treat you. Well, it turns out that you have already thought about it. Being a doctor? Not bad, very promising, and can keep you away from danger. Although it is not a mainstream profession of the elves, it is still quite respected. Liang Xiaoxia's mind was calculating, and she agreed with Mudball's idea almost instantly. Charles, thank you. Renaud came to Liang Xiaoxia holding a large bouquet of moonflowers, still with that sharp and somewhat fierce expression. If it weren't for his sincere tone, he would probably be thought to be here to fight. It's nothing. I didn't help much. Liang Xiaoxia was modest. She didn't have a close relationship with Renaud and had never spoken to him before. The reason she went to save him was simply because she couldn't bear to watch her people die in front of her. Unconsciously, Liang Xiaoxia had already regarded herself as an elf instead of a human. She also continued to show the characteristic of her character of protecting her children to the death. That's right, Renaud said as a matter of course. When Liang Xiaoxia heard this, she was shocked. Renaud really didn't give her any face. This is modesty. The villain in Liang Xiaoxia's heart was roaring wildly, but her face was calm, not showing it at all, and a twisted smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Anyway, I owe you a favor. After Renaud finished speaking, he stuffed the flowers into Liang Xiaoxia's arms and walked away like a big shot. When he paced under the tree, he stared at the bitter thorn for a long time. Kuji ignored Renaud's glare. After he walked away, he floated to Liang Xiaoxia like a ghost and said lightly, "Come with me." Then he turned around and walked out. What was he doing? Liang Xiaoxia was confused, but she followed him. When Duolon saw Liang Xiaoxia was about to leave with Kuji, he was anxious to stop her, but was stopped by Matakini. Matakini said nothing, but just shook his head. Bitterthorn walked slowly. Liang Xiaoxia followed at a distance of 2 meters behind him. After all, it was in the tribe's territory, so there shouldn't be any danger. The moonlight was cold, projected on the ground, stretching the shadows of the 2 elves, one big and one small. The big one was lonely, and the small one was confused. The Bitterthorn finally stopped at a riverbank. The water was gurgling and shining like fish scales in the night. Facing the moonlight, Bitterthorn took off his cloak hood, revealing his face. Liang Xiaoxia gasped in shock at a glance. His face was white and smooth, with a small chin, a broad and full forehead, bright and deep eyes, like a pool of icy water, and his lips were light pink, slightly pouted, as if inviting a kiss. This androgynous face should have been unrivaled, but it was covered with scars. There were countless wounds of different sizes, running across the cheeks. The silver-white wounds were hideous and ugly. The 2 flexible and slender ears seemed to have been chopped off, leaving only half of them, and the neat wounds trembled in the cold wind. "What's your name?" There was indifference in Kuji's eyes, and his voice was as cold as a ghost from the underworld. Char Tarumawa Sandra Seo Karna of the Shijing tribe. May the morning star guide your heart. Liang Xiaoxia solemnly reported her full name and performed a fluent and standard elf salute. A flash of disgust flashed across Kuji's eyes. I am Kuji. No surname, no clan, just a simple name. Cookies? Sweet cookies? Liang Xiaoxia's brain began to race, analyzing with great concentration how this villain could have such a cute name. She forgot that the word bitterthorn refers to a shrub of the elves, symbolizing redemption, suffering, and desperate love. Why did you save him? Kuji looked at Liang Xiaoxia, who was in a daze with the expression changing constantly, and asked the question. Bitterthorn was talking about him, which should be Renault. Liang Xiaoxia tilted her head and thought for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. He is one of my people. I can't just watch him die. She is your friend? Bitterthorn thought for a while and asked the third question. This time it was she, which should refer to Mudball. Yes, best friend. Liang Xiaoxia answered without thinking this time. If it was her, would you be willing to exchange your life for hers? Bitterthorn kept asking questions, each one more pointed than the last. Yes. Hearing this question, Liang Xiaoxia's tone dropped. She realized that the topic was gradually moving in a dangerous direction under Kuji's guidance. She could only be led by the nose. His momentum was too strong to tolerate rebuttal or deception. What if it's your self-esteem? Bitterthorn pressed forward step by step, leaving no room for breathing. Liang Xiaoxia frowned, thought for a while, and answered solemnly, willing. The corners of Kuji's mouth curved up, like pity, but also like ridicule, and the dim light in his eyes became stronger. The laughter became louder and louder, and in a moment, he laughed out loud, holding his belly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. There was no joy on his face. His face was distorted, and the uneven scars became hideous. Stupid elf in this case. Kneel down, crawl at my feet, and lick my shoes. Bitterthorn instantly regained his composure from his smile, with crazy fire burning in his eyes, and said slowly, Otherwise, I will kill her. The black cloak rustled in the wind, and a storm was about to come. There seemed to be a whirlpool in Bitterthorn's eyes, and a storm was gathering. He is serious. Liang Xiaoxia stared at Kuji, and in an instant, sweat wet her collar. His heart could not withstand the wind, frost, and rain, and had long since turned into a withered daisy. This is a complete lunatic. Liang Xiaoxia was shocked and angry. Although her life had some minor setbacks, she had never kneeled down to anyone, including her parents, in an equal modern society. Human rights awareness and self-esteem were never trampled upon in her heart. In the 10 years she had lived as an elf, she had always lived in peace and friendship with her tribesmen, and there had never been any conflict. Suddenly, she was asked to kneel in front of an extremist and lick his shoes on the ground, and she was furious. Indeed, she could sacrifice her self-esteem and life to save her friend, but not this kind of teasing and meaningless trampling. In front of the bitter thorns, she felt like a struggling and frightened mouse, unable to escape, being played with and applauded. Kuji stood opposite Liang Xiaoxia gloomily, raised his lips and said with sarcasm in his tone, "What? You don't want to? It seems that your noble friendship is nothing more than this. I might as well kill her now, and you can watch from the side." Kuji put one hand on the bow and turned to leave. "What should we do? Ask the elders for help? She will definitely not be able to outrun Bitterthorn. Besides, a thief can only steal for 1,000 days, so how can we guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Even if she can notify Her Majesty the Queen or Mudball's family and protect Mudball, Bitterthorn, as a master of bow hunting, will definitely find a chance to assassinate Mudball. Should we just kneel down and sell out our self-esteem?" In a flash, Liang Xiaoxia's thoughts changed, and she analyzed various countermeasures. How should she deal with such a madman who does whatever he wants and is radical? The anger on Liang Xiaoxia's face quickly subsided, and she even put on a gentle smile. Kuji saw Liang Xiaoxia bowing and about to kneel, stretching out one foot with mud and grace residue on his shoes, just like an emperor waiting for his servants to serve him. Liang Xiaoxia bent down and knelt, quickly pulled out the rattan whip tied around her waist, and swung the whip with her right hand. The green rattan whip wrapped around Kuji's outstretched ankle, as if trying to pull it. Bitterthorn paused for a moment, as if wondering if the little mouse would dare to resist. But he reacted quickly, shifting his center of gravity, stepping firmly on the ground with both feet, and quickly pulling out the short knife from under his cloak with his left hand, cutting off the vine whip. Liang Xiaoxia had not expected to be able to defeat Ku Ji in this move. She was just a child now, with limited strength, and it was impossible for her to solve the dilemma with just a vine whip. While the vine whip was distracting Ku Ji, Liang Xiaoxia quickly rushed to Ku Ji, pulled off his quiver, neatly placed the arrows on her legs, and broke several crooked arrows in it. Humph, do you think I can't deal with you without the arrow? Ku Ji started to get angry, grabbed Liang Xiaoxia by the collar, and threw her to the ground. With a loud bang, Liang Xiaoxia felt that her spine was about to break, and her facial features twisted in pain. Liang Xiaoxia broke the arrow of Ku Ji, hoping that Ku Ji would give up and stop chasing Mudball after losing the arrow. At the very least, it could delay him and allow others to notice the clues. Ku Ji stepped on Liang Xiaoxia with one foot and held the bow in one hand. White light seemed to condense on the fully drawn bow. In just a moment, it formed a beam of light arrow. Ku Ji shot it fiercely, and the light arrow flew out and shot to the other side of the river, even turning a corner in the air. My will is the arrow. I can kill you even without an arrow. Ku Ji's icy voice carried a hint of pride, his eyes fixed on Liang Xiaoxia, hoping to appreciate the desperate joy on her face. Liang Xiaoxia's face was ashen. She never thought that a bow hunter could reach such a level above Renault. With this, the bow and arrow he carried was simply a deceptive decoration. Admit defeat, kneel down and beg me. As long as you beg me, I will consider letting you go. Ku Ji's eyes were full of contempt and disdain. What about the Mudball? Will you let her go? Liang Xiaoxia clenched her fists, her nails digging into the flesh, and asked. Of course not. Ku Ji said wildly, without a trace of turning back. He just wanted to see Liang Xiaoxia suffer, to see Liang Xiaoxia cry in despair, to see how she would fulfill that fragile and ridiculous protection. When he first saw this ant-like existence sticking out, he was deeply disgusted. He wanted to pull Liang Xiaoxia down from the moral high platform, trample her dignity and persistence deeply into the mud. Let her sob, let her despair, let her know this ugly world. Darn it, I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. Liang Xiaoxia yelled. Her small body suddenly leaped up and threw herself at Ku Ji, grabbing his eyes with both hands, tilting her head and pretending to bite his ears. It was a desperate way to fight. Why? Why? You just want to resist. Ku Ji easily grabbed Liang Xiaoxia's neck with one hand and lifted her up in the air. Why don't you give up? Is it so difficult to beg for mercy from me? Ku Ji's hand gradually increased its strength, making it difficult for Liang Xiaoxia to breathe. She used both hands to pull hard on the shackles of Ku Ji's pliers. Bah! You lunatic. Liang Xiaoxia kept kicking with her feet in the air. If I kneel to you, I'll be sorry for myself. If I don't kneel to you, I'll be sorry for my friends. So I'm going to kill you. Liang Xiaoxia shouted loudly and bit down on Ku Ji's hand. Ku Ji was so painful that he loosened his grip and Liang Xiaoxia fell to the ground. You obviously can't beat me, so why are you fighting so hard? The madness in Ku Ji's eyes gradually faded, and his beautiful eyes were tinged with a hint of confusion. He grabbed Liang Xiaoxia and asked, I just have a clear conscience. Even if I die fighting you, it's because I'm inferior to you. I have no regrets even if I go to heck. Liang Xiaoxia had a resolute look on her face. A layer of sad beauty emerged on her usually average-looking face, like a flower blooming before the end of its life. She knew it was a dead end, but still had no regrets. Have a clear conscience? Have a clear conscience? Have a clear conscience. Ku Ji repeated Liang Xiaoxia's words over and over again, his eyes gradually clearing up. Jealousy, anger, arrogance, all kinds of crazy emotions gradually receded like the tide, retreating back to the depths of his heart. Starting tomorrow, come here to find me every midnight and let me see how long you can keep your clear conscience. Ku Ji looked at Liang Xiaoxia, who was lying on the ground with a look of resentment, and ordered condescendingly. Okay. Liang Xiaoxia agreed to Ku Ji's request without hesitation. She couldn't beat him in one day or in 1 year. She would spend her whole life learning and practicing. She was still young and had a lot of time. She would wear him out even if it took a lot of time. This anger weighed on Liang Xiaoxia's heart. Ku Ji became the first person she had ever seriously resented in her 2 lives. Liang Xiaoxia secretly swore in her heart that one day she would trample Ku Ji under her feet and avenge the humiliation she suffered today. With a bang, a white magic bullet flew over from the woods across the riverbank, dragging a long tail, like a meteor, and hit Bitterthorn's face hard. Bitterthorn was hit and turned sideways and fell heavily to the ground. In the distance, Matakini walked out of the woods calmly, still expressionless, wearing a magic robe that reached his ankles and holding a magic staff. But Liang Xiaoxia, who knew him well, knew that her father was really angry this time. His temples bulged, which showed that he was extremely angry and trying his best to endure. Matakini tapped his feet, and with a few light jumps, he jumped over from the other side of the riverbank. He glanced at Liang Xiaoxia lying on the ground and threw her a small bottle. "Eat it." Matakini gave the order and stopped paying attention to Liang Xiaoxia. He turned to look at Bitterthorn, who was beaten to the ground. He dragged his right hand in front of him, condensed the elements in his palm, and said in a gloomy and angry voice, "Char can't beat you because she is not capable. But if a child is bullied, it would be my dereliction of duty if I, as a father, don't fight back." As soon as he finished speaking, an ice arrow formed in his hand, and with a wave of his hand, the ice arrow shot towards Bitterthorn's face. Seeing the ice arrow coming, Bitterthorn supported himself on the ground with both hands and turned over nimbly to avoid the attack. The ice arrow hit the open ground, creating a small icy pit. Bitterthorn turned around and bent his bow, and another white arrow was formed, shooting at Matakini. Matakini did not retreat but advanced, running towards the arrow, holding the staff in his left hand to set up a translucent magic shield to block the flying arrow. His left hand condensed another magic bullet and shot it at Bitterthorn. Bitterthorn snorted coldly, and the arrow in the air suddenly turned, went behind Matakini, and shot at his unprotected back. "Dad, be careful," Liang Xiaoxia shouted anxiously when she saw this. Matakini quickly turned around, and the magic shield blocked the thought arrow with a boom. Both of them shattered at the same time, turning into white light and dissipating in the air. Bitterthorn drew his bow and was ready to fire another arrow to catch him off guard, but he didn't expect that the magic bullet he had already avoided could also turn and hit him hard in the belly with a bang, causing Bitterthorn to step back several steps. Although Matakini was a magic singer, he inherited the characteristics of elves' agility and swiftness. He continued to run towards Bitterthorn at high speed, and when he was beaten back, he rushed in front of Bitterthorn and hit him hard in the stomach with his staff, forcing Bitterthorn to retreat further. His right hand stopped brewing magic, and he hit Bitterthorn in the face with a fierce hook, and then kicked Bitterthorn in the neck. Bitterthorn, who was retreating, had no time to react and was kicked. He fainted with a grunt and fell straight on the river bank. While cool Liang Xiaoxia's eyes were full of stars. She had never seen Matakini take action. Her father was always stern-faced and unsmiling, making him hard to figure out. She had never expected that her father had such a bloody and violent side. His moves were neat and tidy, and his movements were linked together and extremely smooth. Matakini's punches really helped her vent her anger. Liang Xiaoxia felt sweet in her heart and couldn't help but cheer for her father. Matakini looked at the unconscious Bitterthorn and did not pursue the victory. He straightened his robe until there were no more wrinkles on it from the fight, then curled his lips and turned to walk towards Liang Xiaoxia, who had forgotten to get up from the ground. For the first time, he gently picked up Liang Xiaoxia and left the riverbank, his face still stern, and scolded her. "You are too weak now. You need to strengthen your training in the future." "Yes." Liang Xiaoxia grinned and answered loudly. "In every corner you can't see, your parents will take off the devil's whipping coat, flutter their holy wings, and turn into angels guarding you. Equals?" Matakini held Liang Xiaoxia in his arms, taking even steps, and returned along the original path between them. Liang Xiaoxia leaned in her father's arms, feeling a little nervous, and her little head leaned obediently in Matakini's arms, motionless. After drinking the medicine given by her father, she felt much better. But there were all kinds of scratches and bruises all over her body, and the place where her neck was strangled also hurt. "Come to my study every morning from now on." Matakini looked far ahead, his lips moving. Liang Xiaoxia, who was dazed from being rocked in his arms, suddenly woke up when she heard this. It seemed that her father was dissatisfied with her resistance without any ability to fight back, and planned to give her more special meals. Thinking carefully, it's not a loss. At least there will be no martial arts courses in the next year. I have half a day to digest what my father taught me, and the other half a day to work for Elder Yuchuan. It shouldn't be too busy. Liang Xiaoxia felt more or less balanced. There was also the bitter thorn. She would have to pay back the torture she suffered today twice in the future. In the distance, a figure rustled and walked towards the tribe's bathhouse in a strange posture. It was an elf, leaning on a walking stick, limping towards the moonlight bathhouse. The figure shuttled between the dark shadows of the trees, swaying unsteadily. Both Matakini and Liang Xiaoxia saw the elf, the one with silver hair and a cane. Who else could it be but Xuanfeng? Liang Xiaoxia was surprised. At this time, everyone should still be partying in front of the square of the Tree of Life, right? Xuanfeng has never been very enthusiastic about this kind of carnival. He should have stayed at home to rest with his injured leg. Why did he have the leisure to go to the bathhouse to take a bath in the middle of the night? Can a leg injury be exposed to water? Or is he really so clean that he thinks it is necessary to wash himself thoroughly after the war dance competition? Matakini shook his head at Liang Xiaoxia, who was complaining madly in her heart, and signaled not to ask any more questions. Every elf has his or her own privacy and secrets. It is best not to care too much about things that you should not be curious about. Liang Xiaoxia shut up tactfully, and the two elves arrived home without saying a word. From a distance, the white-pointed roof cottage is entangled with light green vines, with a few pots of light pink roses planted in front of the door, and the carved windows are lit with warm yellow lights, which is particularly cozy. As soon as she entered the house, Duolan came up to her and saw Liang Xiaoxia being held in her arms. Her beautiful elf costume was tattered, and there were wounds on her arms and legs, as if she had just come back from a fight. She started to speak immediately. "Char, what's going on? How did it happen? Why are you injured like this?" Her beautiful big eyes were filled with urgency and anxiety. "Is it Kuji? Did he beat you again? Wait, I'll teach him a lesson," Duolan asked angrily, wishing she could rush out and settle accounts with Kuji right now. It was so infuriating. He beat up their baby again and again. Who did he think he was? The Elf Queen? Liang Xiaoxia was speechless by her mother's machine gun-like questions, and she didn't know which question to answer. "I have taught him a lesson," said Matakini expressionlessly. Dolan lowered his head, thought for a while, then raised his head and asked, "Was it a severe blow?" "Paced out." Duolan seemed satisfied with this answer. He took Liang Xiaoxia and carefully applied the wound ointment while adding, "I will teach you a lesson in a few days. There is only one more lesson left." Liang Xiaoxia was a little worried. Duolan looked kind and friendly, with big eyes, a round nose, and small lips. When she smiled, people couldn't help wanting to get close to her. When she was angry, she looked very cute. If the mother wanted to persuade Kuji, she might have a chance of success. If she wanted to teach Kuji a lesson, it seemed that the two people's fighting power was not at the same level at all, and the chances of winning were too slim. In fact, Dolan is also very good at fighting, but she just doesn't know it. Lying on her bed, Liang Xiaoxia took out a gray bead from her pocket. It was the size of a grape. It had no other features except for a black, eye-like symbol engraved on it. From a distance, it looked like a stone. This gray bead was secretly given to her by the Elf Queen during a sacrificial ceremony when she first came to this world 10 years ago. Liang Xiaoxia once asked the Elf Queen Haid what the bead was for, but the queen just smiled innocently and said, "I don't know." She only told her that the stone bead was the last relic of an enemy. Liang Xiaoxia also tried burning it with fire, soaking it in water, and dripping her own blood, but the bead didn't change at all. She also secretly asked her father, but he didn't come to any conclusion, only saying that it might be the eye of some animal, or an undiscovered variant of gemstone. 10 years later, she would take out the bead almost every night to look at it and study it. This almost became her bedtime habit. This inconspicuous stone bead should be a good thing, but she couldn't find a use for it and was anxious. But today, at a certain moment when she was fighting with Bitterthorn, The stone bead became hot, and it was so hot in her pocket that she almost threw it out. When was it? Was it when Bitterthorn shot the arrow, or when she was being strangled? The situation was so confusing that she really couldn't remember. Liang Xiaoxia was worried all night, thinking about ways to stop Dulin's revenge and thinking about the stone beads. Her meditation was intermittent, and she was distracted. Finally, she started to dream. She seemed to dream about the bitter thorn and her father. Her thoughts were in a mess. Unlike humans, the elves use meditation instead of sleep, emptying their brains, thinking of nothing, trying to feel the breath of nature, integrating into nature, and gaining energy from it, allowing the brain to operate in a no-load state, like a variant of a false sleep. In the process of feeling nature, meditators can also receive blessings and protection from nature. The elves usually use rest instead of sleep to describe their daily sleep. This is because only when an elf dies completely and his soul returns to the tree of life can he sleep forever. So for the elves, sleep is synonymous with death. In sleep, the body returns to dust and the soul returns to nature. The next morning, Liang Xiaoxia stood obediently in front of Matakini's desk with 2 dark circles under her eyes, listening to her father's teachings. "Take it, close your eyes, and try to summon my staff." Matakini handed Liang Xiaoxia his own staff, which was made of white glazed wood, with a handle finely carved with golden magic patterns, and an emerald gem as big as a dragon eye inlaid on the top of the staff, emitting a faint green light. Liang Xiaoxia took the staff, closed her eyes as her father said, and carefully felt the staff. There was a connection between the two, and the staff seemed to have life, communicating with her coldly and indifferently. Liang Xiaoxia held Matakini's staff and felt like she was facing her father. She could ask him for help and use his power, but she was always in awe. Liang Xiaoxia, who had her eyes closed, did not see that the staff she was holding was emitting a glittering green light, which was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and was reflected in Matakini's eyes. "Okay." Matakini interrupted the communication between Liang Xiaoxia and the staff. When she opened her eyes, he analyzed in a low and magnetic voice. "Your talent for magic singing doesn't seem strong. You can barely get through the threshold. From today on, you will hold this staff and meditate every night." Matakini put away his staff, lowered his eyes, clasped his hands on the desk, and said slowly, word by word, "Singing is not just a martial art or a profession. It is an attitude, a belief, an exploration, an adventure on the edge of life and death, a persistence or stupidity. Once you step through this gate, the whole world will unfold in another color, rigorous and full of strange fantasies, attracting greedy seekers of knowledge and ignorant mediocre people. On the surface, the law refers to the condensation of natural elements and the method of formation. Singing is the unique way of guidance of our elves. Singing represents the process of every elf communicating with nature, heaven, and earth with their heart, wisdom, and soul." Having said this, Matakini slowly sat up straight and solemnly instructed. "So, I don't want you to have such a superficial understanding that it is a combat profession, because once you start, you will face this dangerous world." It was the first time that Liang Xiaoxia heard her father use the word dangerous to describe the world. The peaceful life of the past 10 years could not be associated with the word dangerous. Is there anything else she doesn't know? Is there any undercurrent? After last night, she suddenly couldn't see through her father, Ku Ji, and even Sun Feng. The spell singers have existed since the ancient elves. Their specific origins cannot be investigated because of the long time and the lack of relevant records. In the ancient elves, the proportion of spell singers was very large. From farmers to astrologers, from scholars to singers, almost every ancient elf was a spell singer. It is said that the most powerful spell singers at that time could also draw the power of the stars to attack the enemy. The vocal range of our elves is wider than that of other races such as humans or orcs, so it is easier to attract natural elements. When casting spells, the high and low tones are combined and switched, which sounds like singing. The sound frequency range of humans and orcs is not as wide as ours, so they can only achieve the purpose of guiding elements by reciting a lengthy thing called a spell or incantation. Therefore, we elves have a strong innate advantage in casting spells. In addition, The vocal range of many ancient beasts is as wide as that of us elves, and some are even wider than ours. However, most of the ancient beasts are now extinct, and it is difficult to see them again. Matakini tells the knowledge of French singing in a leisurely manner, as if she is telling a story. Speaking of which, let me ask you, what spell did I use when I fought against Bitterthorn yesterday? 2 magic bullets. Liang Xiaoxia recognized that magic bullets were the most basic elemental spells, and almost every spell singer knew them. Very good. Actually, I didn't chant when I was concentrating the magic bullet. The chanting of the first magic bullet was integrated into my conversation with Bitterthorn. The second magic bullet was cast with the silent will, which is a high-level technique of magic chanting. It can also control the direction of the magic bullet. Matakini's words were easy to understand, and Liang Xiaoxia understood them immediately. The sky was slightly bright, and the grayness made it difficult to see clearly. The birds in the forest had already woken up early, chirping non-stop. In the study, Matakini and Liang Xiaoxia were on either side of the desk, one sitting and the other standing, asking questions and answering them. The first day of the French singing tutoring was halfway over. Thinking carefully, what other spells did I use during the battle? Asked Matakiniko. The battle was very quick, and the 2 elves actually decided the winner in less than 10 moves. Liang Xiaoxia thought carefully and remembered that Matakini had fired an ice arrow at Bitterthorn, but after it was dodged, he set up a magic shield to block Bitterthorn's redirected arrow. It's ice arrow and magic shield. Both spells were slightly more complicated second-level spells, but my father didn't seem to chant when he cast them. Both of these spells are very useful, but they also have shortcomings. I'll tell you about this later. So, besides magic bullets, what else does the 0-level magic singing technique have? Matakini continued to ask. Well, there are also small fire orb, small water orb, dancing lights, eagle eyes, elementary enhancement, acceleration, minimally invasive repair, elementary traps. Liang Xiaoxia had read some books that introduced the most basic magic singing and listed dozens of them. She had also tried many of these small spells that only required 1 syllable, but none of them worked. As a result, she once thought that she had no talent for magic singing. Your narration is basically correct, but it relies on scattered memories and lacks order. You just speak whatever comes to mind. In addition, you omitted the most practical magic for us elves, the cultivation technique. Plant cultivation is a unique spell of the elves, which can slightly speed up the growth of plants. Liang Xiaoxia always thought it was a useless spell. The plants in the forest grow wildly every day. When there is enough rain, they can grow half a meter in 2 weeks. There is no need for weak catalysis. So she didn't think of it when answering her father's question. Matakini did not miss the flash of disapproval in Liang Xiaoxia's eyes and asked back, "Do you think that cultivation is useless? You forgot one thing. The most loyal friend and the most powerful enemy of us elves is time." When Matakini pointed this out, Liang Xiaoxia immediately understood. Elves have a long lifespan, and living for 700 or 800 years is absolutely no problem. Level 0 magic singing doesn't require much effort. Singing to plants once a day, accumulated over hundreds of years, is definitely an energy that cannot be underestimated. Ordinary plants may not be a big deal, but if you cultivate rare tree species or medicinal herbs, the cultivation technique is definitely useful. In addition, during the casting process, the cultivation technique can slightly change the growth state of the plant, including the growth direction, the nourishment ratio of the roots, stems, and leaves, etc. Her Majesty the Queen of our clan is a master of the cultivation technique. She has achieved the ability to silently cast high-level cultivation techniques anytime and anywhere without interruption. No wonder every time Liang Xiaoxia saw the Elf Queen, there were always blooming flowers and lush vegetation around her. Wherever she went, plants followed her, dragging a green ribbon, attracting attention. Let's continue analyzing the previous battle. Why do you think I used magic bullets to attack Bitterthorn? Matakini kept inducing Liang Xiaoxia, asking her to analyze and think about the key points herself. The preparation time is short, the chanting is simple, and it can attack from a long distance and at a fast speed. Liang Xiaoxia pondered for a moment and said everything he could think of. Then why don't I use the small water ball technique or the small fireball technique? Matakini continued to ask. Although the water ball spell is as simple as the magic bullet, it is slow and may be dodged before it reaches the enemy. It also has little attack power and can only cause a slight pain and splash water on the enemy. This spell was ruled out first. But why not use the fireball? The fireball, like the magic bullet, can attack from a distance and at a fast speed. It also has a better advantage than the magic bullet, as it can burn the enemy while attacking them. Liang Xiaoxia was confused. No matter how she calculated it, the fireball was better than the magic bullet. Liang Xiaoxia shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Matakini slowly analyzed. There are 3 reasons for choosing magic bullets. First, magic bullets have a fast firing speed and a long range, which makes them suitable for long-distance battles, especially for fighting against hunters with quick reactions and fast shooting speeds, so as to gain the upper hand in the battle. Second, where were we? It's by the riverbank. Liang Xiaoxia suddenly realized that if a fire spell was cast by the riverbank, it would be difficult for the fire element to gather, and the effect of the spell would definitely be greatly reduced. Yes, the environment at that time would affect the fireball spell. Moreover, there is a forest behind us. If he dodges the fireball spell, it is likely to cause a forest fire, with disastrous consequences. You must keep this in mind. The forest is the home of the elves, and protecting their home from being destroyed is one of the elves' principles, which overrides everything else. Matakini can teach Bitterthorn a lesson, but the consequences must be controlled within the principles. Finally, a simple magic bullet can make the opponent arrogant and underestimate the enemy. Yes, there are many magic singing spells with greater lethality than magic bullets, but a proud and crazy person like Bitterthorn would definitely underestimate his father when he saw him cast magic bullets, thinking that he was just an ordinary magic singer. Then, he would face the enemy in a loose manner, which would make it easier for him to make mistakes. In battle, the higher the level of magic singing, the better. The best magic singing spell is the one that can analyze the situation and exert the most effective power. If Matakini used a 4th-level magic singing spell like Lightning Spell right at the beginning, he would probably be killed by Bitterthorn before he could finish singing. It's amazing. Taking into account the environment, strength, and human nature, the battle between Father and Bitterthorn was only a short moment, but his brain was like a high-speed computer. He had set a trap for Bitterthorn before the battle started. At the same time, you must pay attention to the rhythm during the battle. When the opponent's rhythm is disrupted, it is the best time to attack. Father, why didn't you use magic singing in the end, but fought him in close combat? Liang Xiaoxia was very confused about this. In the end, her father could have added more magic bullets to attack him, but he chose to fight with Bitterthorn with his fists, which puzzled her, because almost all long-range strong players are weak in close combat. Of course, there are a few exceptions. Perhaps my father was one of the few exceptions. As a magic singer with a long-range advantage, he finally beat Bitterthorn badly. Liang Xiaoxia thought to herself. The second reason that Matakini didn't tell Liang Xiaoxia was that using fists was more satisfying. God knows how angry he was when he secretly followed the 2 elves and hid on the other side, watching Bitterthorn choking Charles's neck and her struggling in pain. At that time, he clenched his fists tightly, and his nails almost bled, thinking that he would never give up until he beat Bitterthorn himself. Therefore, you must learn to fight with your head, not your toes. Matakini's face flashed with embarrassment, and then he calmly changed the subject, analyzing the power of wisdom in battle and telling her that the brain is the most powerful weapon. After talking about the basics of magic singing for a while, Matakini began to assign Liang Xiaoxia homework. Liang Xiaoxia had 3 homework assignments today. Try to classify 0-level spells by yourself, study the functions of cultivation and submit a paper, and read Introduction to Magic Singing to learn related knowledge. Holding the thick book Introduction to French Singing, which is as thick as a brick, Liang Xiaoxia felt like crying but had no tears. She was only 10 years old, and had so much homework. Was she going to say goodbye to her carefree days now? Father, what is Kuji's identity? Finally, Liang Xiaoxia hesitated for a while and asked the question in her heart. I'll tell you later. Matakini frowned slightly and finally ended the first morning French singing class calmly. The fiery red sun paced over the horizon, and the warm sunlight evenly illuminated the entire forest, giving the undulating sea of trees a layer of shining golden edges. Everything indicated that today would be a good day. The woods were peaceful and serene, and there were no elves that were often active. Most of the elves had spent the whole night reveling, singing and dancing at the flower festival, and were meditating and resting. Occasionally, a hare ran through the grass, and then slid into the bushes and disappeared. On such a good day, Liang Xiaoxia was not in a good mood. At her father's request, she had to work for Elder Yuchuan from today, but now she had been standing in front of Elder Yuchuan's house for almost an hour, and no one opened the door even when she called. The grace in front of the door was almost worn out by her. This darn old man, is he still not up? Liang Xiaoxia tried hard to control her impulse to kick the door, and warned herself to be smart and self-disciplined, respect the elderly and love the young, and not to argue with him. But when she saw Mudball sneaking out of the woods, she could no longer control her emotions, and her face turned extremely dark. Holding back her anger, Liang Xiaoxia gave the Mudball a polite greeting. "May the rising sun guide the lost lambs, my ignorant friend." In the morning, Mudball's parents, Lezatina and Fisher, hurried to Liang Xiaoxia's house, and Liang Xiaoxia realized that Mudball had not returned home all night. Mudball had stayed at Liang Xiaoxia's house before, and Lezatina thought that the two friends just had too much fun during the flower festival and did not go home, so she was not too worried. In the morning, she came to pick up the children, but she did not expect that Mudball was not here at all, and no one knew where he had gone all night. Several elves were immediately worried. Lezatina and Fisher did not sit for a while, and then went to the forest to look for Mudball separately. Liang Xiaoxia was also very anxious. Mudball had always been an obedient child. Would it be dangerous if he didn't do such an annoying thing? But she didn't expect that the instigator would really become a bad kid who ran away from home and caused a group of people to run around. The more fate favors you, the more it likes to cruelly abuse you. This is its way of expressing love. May those whose orchid flowers have been picked never cry again, my friend. Mudball's little face was puffed up, and a layer of light powder was stained on his face covered with transparent and dense hair. He lowered his eyes and did not dare to look at Liang Xiaoxia, dodging her. It was always like this. When he made a mistake, he would come to her pitifully and ask her to clean up the mess. Liang Xiaoxia saw Nichio's confused expression, and her anger subsided. She also accepted that in front of Nichio, she was just a busy kindergarten teacher. Rubbing her temples with both hands, Liang Xiaoxia frowned and asked in a low voice, "Where did you go last night?" I went to Teacher Xuanfeng's house. His leg was injured, and I helped take care of him." Mudball spoke hesitantly, with worry and anxiety flashing across his face. "You took care of him all night?" Liang Xiaoxia was a little confused. If Mudball and Xuanfeng were together all night, then who was the limping person seen in the woods? Yeah, he didn't leave all night. After applying the medicine, Teacher Xuanfeng fell asleep. His house was a mess, so I helped him clean the room. When Mudball said this, a suspicious blush appeared on his face. Mudball sent Teacher Xuanfeng, who had injured his leg, home. She was shocked when she first entered the room. She had never seen such a messy room before. It didn't look like a place where elves lived. Books and sundries were still everywhere. There was a pile of plates in the kitchen sink. The leftover bowls were covered with residue and covered with a layer of green hair. The whole room was full of things, and there was almost no place to stand. The only thing that was worth looking at was a pair of two-handed swords hanging on the wall. They were spotless and looked well-maintained every day. After applying medicine to Xuanfeng, Nichio was busy cleaning the whole night. Finally, she washed Xuanfeng's underwear with a red face. She loved cleanliness and felt uncomfortable when there was a little dirt in the house. But for some reason, she couldn't get angry or hate Xuanfeng, who was so sloppy. She even felt a little happy. Xuanfeng woke up and saw that his room had changed drastically. His usually elegant and noble face seemed a little embarrassed. He stammered thank you to Nichio, grinning and looking like a honest big boy. "Okay, go back quickly and don't let your family worry anymore. Aunt Lestina and Uncle Fisher have come to look for you." Liang Xiaoxia had just finished speaking when Elder Yuchuan's door creaked open. "Hey, isn't this the bullied and useless girl?" They are chatting at the doorstep of other people's house so early in the morning, disturbing people's peace and disturbing people like flies. Standing by the door was an elf boy about the same age as Liang Xiaoxia and the others. He had short wheat-colored hair, red pupils, and was wearing a dark blue pajamas. His slightly round face showed the look of a little adult, and he spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Rabbit, what are you talking about?" Mudball wanted to rush up to argue with the boy, but Liang Xiaoxia grabbed her sleeve and gave her a look, telling her to go home quickly. Mudball opened her mouth, but in the end she said nothing and turned back into the jungle. "Oh, now I remember. Isn't this my grandpa's new servant? You came so late. My grandpa has been waiting for you for a long time. Really, you have no manners at all." Rabbit is the grandson of Elder Yuchuan. His real name is Qianhe. Because of his red eyes, other elf children named him Rabbit. He has a sharp tongue and is very arrogant. He looks like he doesn't care about anyone. Other elves of the same age in the forest would avoid him when they saw him, wishing they would never meet again. The bully probably refers to Mudball, and the useless girl is herself. After the flower festival, I didn't expect that I would get a nickname. Liang Xiaoxia shook her head in her heart, and her turbulent emotions calmed down. She didn't come here to quarrel with the little brat, which would be too embarrassing. Besides, Elder Yuchuan is the most protective of his shortcomings. If he knew that she bullied his precious grandson, she would not have a good time in the next working days. "Excuse me, can I see Elder Yuchuan now?" Liang Xiaoxia was disdainful in her heart, but did not show it on her face, and even smiled at Qianhe. Qianhe was stunned. It turned out that this person was a softy with no temper, but he didn't hit a smiling person. Seeing Liang Xiaoxia's politeness, he didn't make things difficult for her. He turned around and asked Liang Xiaoxia to come in. Anyway, Grandpa would definitely not be happy with her in a while. Elder Yuchuan's house is large, clean, and bright, with little decoration. Rows of shelves along the wall are filled with various utensils, materials, and books, neatly classified with small labels. "My grandpa is on the second floor. Go up by yourself." Qianhe didn't even look at Liang Xiaoxia. He just waved his hand and turned away. Liang Xiaoxia with pointed ears could hear him mutter country bumpkin. Liang Xiaoxia knocked on the door politely and entered the room after hearing a sharp "come in." Elder Yuchuan's study room was not as neat and clean as the living room, but rather looked like a laboratory. The huge, long wooden table was piled with various lab utensils, which contained colorful. Books were spread out on a chair on one side, and an overturned brace scale was placed in the corner, with or scattered all over the floor. The tall French window was covered by thick black velvet curtains, and only a few rays of light could be seen dimly from the gap next to it. "Why are you here so late? I'm going to deduct your wages." Elder Yuchuan had his back hunched, busy at the lab table. His long white mustache trembled with his voice, and the wrinkles on his face were tightly packed together like the bark of an old tree. It seems that this family has the problem of speaking without considering the person. As for the wages, there is nothing at all. How can they deduct something that does not exist? It is indeed mean and stingy. Liang Xiaoxia stood by the dark experimental table and kept complaining, hoping that Elder Yuchuan's experiment would fail. Almost as soon as she finished her thought, the bottle in Elder Yuchuan's hand exploded with a bang, splashing his face with black, mud-like stuff. "You idiot. Why don't you come over and help?" Elder Yuchuan was unhappy because his experiment failed. When he saw Liang Xiaoxia laughing on the side, he became even more furious and couldn't control himself. "Oh!" Liang Xiaoxia secretly stuck out her tongue, took a clean towel from the sink, and cleaned up the broken pieces, which made Elder Yuchuan's dark face look a little better. After that, Liang Xiaoxia's assistant task was also very simple, which was to paste things. 3 pieces of humble stone. Liang Xiaoxia found the bottle of humble stone according to the label, poured out 3 pieces, and handed them to Elder Yuchuan. "Grind it, idiot." After blowing up the reagent for the second time, Elder Yuchuan became more and more impatient and yelled at Liang Xiaoxia. Liang Xiaoxia gritted her teeth and pounded the stone hard, imagining that Elder Yuchuan's face was in the pestle. Well, not bad. Elder Yuchuan saw that the crude stone had been ground into fine powder and thought to himself that although this child was a little stupid, he was still very serious about his work. You idiot. Don't you even have this common sense? Flying fish should be soaked in wine, not water. I have never seen an elf as stupid as you. Even a pig would be ashamed to death. You can't even tell the difference between camel grace and camel grace. If you don't know how to do it, don't waste my materials. Look, what are you cutting? Do you have the brain of an orc? I'm almost mad at you. Why did God send you to torture a poor old man like me? You can't even hold the flamestone properly. The whole morning, Elder Yuchuan was spitting and scolding Liang Xiaoxia, saying she was worthless. He mocked her from head to toe and kept saying, I admire the magic of the Creator. How could he put together such a unique elf like you? Liang Xiaoxia felt very miserable and kept cursing Elder Yuchuan to choke to death when eating, drinking, or defecating. An ordinary morning paced by incomparably long. Liang Xiaoxia was soaked in Elder Yuchuan's venomous saliva to the point of almost bursting. She silently recited the 3-character classic and chanted respecting the elderly and loving the young are traditional virtues of the Chinese nation. Finally, at the end of the morning experiment, Elder Yuchuan threw a large volume entitled Compendium of Material Processing Methods to Liang Xiaoxia and kindly reminded her that she should eat the book to learn from it. Life is a soap opera. When you think things can't get worse, something worse immediately happens, breaking the limits of your imagination. Liang Xiaoxia was dragging her tired body, holding a big book, and walking home listlessly when she met the elf she least wanted to meet, Bitter Thorn. When Liang Xiaoxia saw Ku Ji, she was like a cat with its fur standing on end. She became alert and tense, staring at him carefully, not missing a single move he made. Bitter Thorn was still wearing a tattered black cloak and said to Liang Xiaoxia in a gloomy voice, Don't forget our agreement, hand, down, defeat, general. After saying that, he paced by her without stopping. The black cloak dragged a rotten tail and emitted a foul smell. How long have you not showered? Liang Xiaoxia looked at Kuji's back and wanted to throw the book in her hand to kill him. The greedy little girl was beaten by the insidious guy. I heard it Loki was hiding in a big tree nearby and suddenly jumped down, scaring Liang Xiaoxia. It's over. I'm in bad luck today. Everyone will know what Loki, the big mouth, knows soon. Who knows how he will make it up? Liang Xiaoxia shed 2 wide noodles tears in her heart. Loki was wearing a bright yellow suit today, with black edges crisscrossed on it, a green headband on his head, and 2 two-handed swords with green handles on his back. He looked weird no matter how you looked at him. Why are you wearing new clothes today? Liang Xiaoxia changed the subject. Well, it's the first day of class, so I have to leave a good impression on the students. Loki flipped his hair, rolled his eyes, and made a gesture that he thought was very graceful. You have a really unique taste. Liang Xiaoxia scanned her from head to toe again. This outfit made her look like a moving pineapple. Ah, thank you. This suit was specially designed for me by Brother Fisher. Loki didn't hear the sarcasm at all and showed off by dancing with his sword. How is it? Isn't it handsome? Liang Xiaoxia was dizzy by the bright Loki in front of her and thought to herself that she must check the almanac before going out next time. I wear a mask, gazing into the distance in a trance. But in fact, the corner of my eye is still on you. Tell me, how did you get beaten by Bitterthorn? Loki swayed from side to side, looking unsteady. The topic kept circling around but eventually came back to this point. I won't tell you. You're too talkative. Liang Xiaoxia was very unhappy when she heard Loki say this. She couldn't just fight over a disagreement. She almost lost her life. In the end, it was the big boss at home who came out to settle the matter. Hey, how do you know his name is Kuji? Did you know each other before? Liang Xiaoxia reacted and thought that with Kuji's ghost messenger look, it was impossible for him to say my name is Kuji to everyone he met, right? TSK, don't you see who I am? What stories in our tribe can be hidden from me? I heard that he used to be from our side, but then he went out for training and I don't know what happened. He became like that. Let me tell you. When talking about gossip, Loki's eyes flashed with excitement, and he talked non-stop in Liang Xiaoxia's ear, cleverly avoiding the question about old acquaintance. All right, I know you have a lot of information. Please be kind and let me go home. Liang Xiaoxia had a headache. Loki had already started to guess from the way Bitterthorn dressed when he took a bath, and what kind of fragrance he used to have, that fresh and unique smell. Liang Xiaoxia didn't want to stand under the tree with a pineapple and discuss the person she hated the most. She just wanted to go home and have lunch quickly and wait until the afternoon to read the book of Old Man Yuchuan. TSK, I'm kind enough to tell you such important information, but why are you not proactive at all? Gathering intelligence is very important to defeat the enemy. Loki raised his peach blossom eyes, deliberately held his heart, and acted like he was heartbroken to disgust Liang Xiaoxia. Alas, considering that you are so green and pitiful, I will reluctantly save you, a lost lamb. Come to the training ground to listen in this afternoon. I think I can still squeeze out a spot as a registered disciple. Loki had an I am a master look on his face, which made Liang Xiaoxia feel more unlucky. My great warrior Loki, are you too old to remember things? I didn't take the test yesterday. Liang Xiaoxia hated Ku Ji even more when she thought of this. It was because of him that she had to wait another year before she could learn martial arts. Oh, there's no need to call me hero. I'll feel embarrassed. As for the test, didn't you say you're a registered disciple? It's okay. Loki took it as a matter of course and said, remember to come to the training ground in the afternoon. I'll show you the true demeanor of a master. Or, do you want to hear more about the rumor that Char was beaten to a pulp by thorns? Loki twisted his waist and disappeared into the woods with a bang. Who said that Loki was funny, humorous, and handsome? Liang Xiaoxia looked at Loki's back as he jumped in the woods, and she wanted to tear his mouth apart. Elder Yuchuan's sins were too numerous to list. At noon, Liang Xiaoxia stayed at home and told her parents about the bloody history of the morning. Duolan and Liang Xiaoxia were united and supported him indignantly. Matakini only said, have you learned anything? And let Liang Xiaoxia swallow the rest of his words. Although Elder Yuchuan had a poisonous mouth, it seemed that he had also learned several methods of material processing. Forget it, just bear it. Reluctantly, Liang Xiaoxia began to prepare herself mentally. In the afternoon, Liang Xiaoxia, who was threatened, came to the training ground to sit in on the class. The Shijing elf tribe only had one training ground, which was usually reserved for war dancers, with neatly arranged wooden stakes, sand pits, balance beams, and other training facilities. While hunter training was in the forest, just like the magic singing, there was no particular fixed place, but most of the magic singing classes were held at the magic singing instructor's home, where there were more books and materials. It was still a little early when Liang Xiaoxia arrived. There were only a few elves sitting on the training ground, chatting together and guessing with great interest what Loki would teach them on the first day. Some diligent senior war dancers were practicing pile driving with two-handed swords, moving quickly and shuttling between them. Liang Xiaoxia was not interested in joining in the fun. Besides, she was not a formal student. She just found a low tree and lay down in the shade to meditate. The midday sun was still very dazzling, shining warmly on her body, and she soon got into the state. Come, gather here. We are about to start class. Students under the tree over there, come quickly. Liang Xiaoxia woke up from a daze and found that a dozen elves on the training ground had surrounded Loki, jumping for joy. Loki was still wearing the yellow pineapple outfit, which was particularly eye-catching. Liang Xiaoxia walked up to Loki despite the suspicious, sympathetic, or angry looks from other students. She felt like she was being excluded from the small circle. Seeing the abnormal looks from her classmates, Liang Xiaoxia happily accepted it all. Anyway, she came here to keep her promise, and it was none of her business if she couldn't stay. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Loki, Loki's Luo, Loki's G. Loki was putting on a show while handing out two wooden two-handed swords to each student. The elves in the circle giggled. Liang Xiaoxia felt a little annoyed, thinking that he was like a peacock now. I remember that he was not so boring before. Why did he become like this now? My classmate, since you are a registered disciple, you will not be given any teaching materials or equipment to use. When the wooden two-handed sword was handed to Liang Xiaoxia, Loki pronounced the words registered disciple clearly, as if he was deliberately looking for trouble. The elves around him all laughed in glee. But you can't come to class empty-handed, so I prepared this for you. Loki took two crooked branches from behind and stuffed them into Liang Xiaoxia's hands. The other elves saw this and laughed even more happily. "You are so cruel." Young Xiaoxia was so angry that she wanted to throw the branch away, but Loki whispered bitter thorn in her ear and put down her anger. Liang Xiaoxia was furious and angry, holding the branch, trying to calm her expression, but in her heart she ranked bitter thorn and Loki as the first and second on the list of the most annoying people. "If you don't take revenge, you are not a gentleman." Liang Xiaoxia rolled her eyes, took the branch, gestured, and hit Rocky's stomach hard. Rocky snorted and bent down. Because he was facing away from the other students, no one could see clearly what happened. "Oh teacher, what's wrong with you?" Teacher Liang Xiaoxia looked anxious and hurriedly threw down 2 branches to support Loki. "Teacher, did you have a stomachache?" Liang Xiaoxia pretended to be a real mother, supporting Loki. Secretly, she stepped on Loki's shoes and rubbed them hard. "Or teacher, you can't even beat a child?" Liang Xiaoxia whispered in Loki's ear, in a voice that only the 2 elves could hear clearly. A look of success on the face of a little fox. Loki's face was full of pain, but he was actually smiling in his heart. He straightened up, turned around and smiled at the students around him. "It's okay. The teacher may have eaten something unclean." He actually admitted generously that he had suffered a loss. "Well, teacher has thought about it. Although student Xiaoer is enrolled, it is indeed not appropriate for him to study with a tree branch in his hand," Loki said, taking out his 2-handed sword from behind and stuffing it into Liang Xiaoxia's hand without giving him a chance to refuse. At this point, the surrounding area was in an uproar. For a war dancer, a 2-handed sword is a companion that cannot be abandoned, even more important than life. They go through thick and thin together and share glory. Loki gave the sword to Liang Xiaoxia so easily, and the other elves who were watching were angry and jealous. Some of them couldn't help but yelled, "Teacher, you gave her the sword. What will you do?" "Teacher, she is just a registered disciple. Why should she use such a good sword?" Loki said modestly, "It's just borrowing." In his heart, he was still smug as he watched Liang Xiaoxia standing there in a daze, foolishly bearing the angry and jealous gaze. Of course, he couldn't give his 2-handed sword to Liang Xiaoxia so easily, but he was still happy to lend it to her during class and put her in the spotlight. Liang Xiaoxia was stunned, not thinking about Loki's counterattack. She was excited and ecstatic, because when she received Loki's sword, the stone ball in her pocket began to heat up again. This time it was not as hot as when she fought with Bitterthorn, but just warm, emitting heat peacefully. It kept her pocket warm and comfortable. She saw everyone's mouths opening and closing, and all kinds of daggers shot at her. She didn't care about the attitudes and weird atmosphere around her. She just wanted to take out the stone ball in her pocket and study it immediately. "Okay, thank you, teacher." Liang Xiaoxia suppressed her inner excitement and responded mechanically, her face sincere and not fake. Loki was a little overwhelmed. Shouldn't she be so angry that she jumped up and down? Why did she look so happy that she was a little dazed? Could a pair of temporarily borrowed 2-handed swords make her so happy? Loki's sword was very heavy, with a green handle. Looking closely, the bright blade was shining with a sharp cold light, and there were thin blood grooves along the blade. 2 small words Jinling were engraved on the back of the sword. It seemed that the sword was made by the dwarves, and Jinling was obviously a dwarf name. Liang Xiaoxia hugged a pair of swords tightly. When she reacted, Loki had already started teaching. He sat carelessly in the middle of the training ground, surrounded by elves. Every now and then, there were angry and jealous eyes shooting at him. Liang Xiaoxia smiled bitterly and also sat cross-legged on the ground, carefully feeling the movement of the stone beads while listening to Loki's lecture absent-mindedly. Seeing the gigantic black dragon about to attack, opening its bloody mouth full of acid, and biting towards his head with its sharp white fangs. Our hero Tarzan raised his 2-handed sword, took a deep breath, combined the 2 swords, and stabbed fiercely into the black dragon's open mouth. Loki was telling the legend of the ancient war dance hero Tarzan, and he was very excited when he told the story. When he heard the tense parts, the attentive little listeners would gasp nervously. How can this be called a class? It's just like a normal group chat. The person you love the most and the person you hate the most are no different in some ways. They all receive the most watched award awarded by you. The legend of Tarzan, as told by Loki, is probably the genie's sister version of Aladdin's magic lamp. The story tells of Tarzan, an ordinary ancient elf boy who accidentally obtained a pair of powerful two-handed swords during an expedition. He used the two-handed sword artifact to kill the black dragon entrenched in the cave and obtained the black dragon's treasure. At the same time, his heroic deeds spread far and wide, and the elf princess from a faraway country fell in love with him at first sight. However, the magical two-handed sword was deceived by the devil with evil intentions. In the end, the hero of the story defeated the enemy with wisdom and retrieved the two-handed sword. From then on, Tarzan and the princess lived a happy life. Loki told the story with twists and turns, and it was so fascinating that the elves around him were excited. Liang Xiaoxia still responded indifferently, thinking about an elf version of Tarzan wearing animal skins and wandering around in the forest hanging on vines, while thinking about how to take Loki's sword home to study it for a few days, preferably to contact it with the stone bead in his pocket to see if there are any changes. In the afternoon, Loki not only told the entire legend of Tarzan from beginning to end, but also told the legendary stories of several other war dancers. The teenage elf students were so excited that they wanted to pick up the wooden swords in their hands and become war dance masters. After sitting for an afternoon, the stone beads in Liang Xiaoxia's pocket kept getting hot. It was as if she had a small heater in her pocket, and her body and heart were warm. Okay, students, today's class is over. Submit your thoughts tomorrow. Loki stood up, brushed off the dirt on his clothes, and walked away. The students around him also chatted in groups of 3 or 4 and dispersed. Only Liang Xiaoxia was left sitting there in a daze, holding Loki's two-handed sword. In fact, when Loki was telling the story, he was always looking at the audience around him. And of course he did not miss the way Liang Xiaoxia was staring at his two-handed sword in a daze. Forget it. I'll be merciful once, and I'll ask for it back tomorrow. Loki had been immersed in the admiring eyes of the little audience for an afternoon, and he was in a good mood. So he turned a blind eye and tacitly gave the sword to Liang Xiaoxia. Liang Xiaoxia saw that everyone had gone far away and thought that Loki had probably forgotten his sword, so she just got it back. She happily went home holding the sword. After finishing the homework assigned by his father, he flipped through a few pages of the Compendium of Material Processing Methods. Looking at the time, the moon was already at its zenith. Liang Xiaoxia nervously walked to the river bank, waiting for the bitter thorn to appear. When Kuji appeared, his face was bruised and his hair was messy. One of his legs seemed to be injured, so he staggered when he walked. Liang Xiaoxia was very happy when she saw him. "You little brat, you have come to this day." Of course, the unlucky day ended with the most unlucky thing. That is, Kuji vented his resentment on Liang Xiaoxia, who was gloating over his misfortune. This time, he left no room for her and beat Liang Xiaoxia so hard that she had no power to fight back. She had an injured leg and was hit by countless punches. She lay on the ground gasping for breath, unable to even lift a finger. Finally, Liang Xiaoxia recovered some strength by lying down, found a branch, and slowly walked home. Before going home, she was still thinking that at least this day was not completely fruitless, and at least she had made some progress in her research on the stone beads. The moment she touched the longbow of bitter thorn, the stone beads were as hot as a branding iron. Liang Xiaoxia applied some medicine, and could not wait to get into the house to take out the stone ball, put it on the table with Loki's two-handed sword, and began to study it. When she touched Loki's sword with the stone ball, the eye-like symbol on the stone ball flashed red, and then nothing special happened. It was still as hot as before, with no space appearing, and no great god benefits. How come others have space when they travel through time and reincarnate, but I have nothing here? Liang Xiaoxia was indignant. She didn't know at that time that although there were not many space equipment in this world, they were not rare, and she would certainly have some in the future. Originally thinking that he could discover something, but there was no significant progress. Liang Xiaoxia planned to get Bitterthorn's bow and arrow someday. When she touched the two weapons, she felt different temperatures, and there was obviously a reason. After a night of deep meditation, Liang Xiaoxia seemed to dream of Loki, facing dozens of people, wielding his two-handed sword rapidly, fighting like the protagonist in the legend of Tarzan, killing anyone who stood in his way, killing anyone who stood in his way. Liang Xiaoxia laughed, and in her dream she was still confusedly thinking, if Loki was really that brave, I would carry his shoes. You can classify the zero-level magic singing into elements such as wind, water, earth, air, light, and darkness, but it is still a bit one-sided. For example, magic bullet and magic shield. These two magic singing, from the perspective of formation, are the fusion of various elements. According to your classification, they have no category or belong to any category at the same time. And some spells that directly affect the enemy's mind, such as most illusions, cannot be reflected in your classification system. The next day, Matakini started the class in the study room on time and commented on Liang Xiaoxia's homework. Liang Xiaoxia straightened her spine and humbly accepted the teaching. Her half-baked knowledge of French singing was from novels she had read before. After she really came into contact with it, she found that French singing was actually very similar to science, extremely rigorous, with very clear definitions and explanations. Now, she can probably understand why her father always had a stern face and asked her seriously. The classical school of singing theory is mainly composed of members of the Elven Elders Council 3,000 years ago. They divided the singing technique into 5 categories according to its use, namely, summoning, destruction, curse, strengthening, and protection. Summoning, as the name implies, requires creatures or objects to be summoned. From a knife, a stone, to a contracted pet, or an undead creature, all summoning spells fall into this category. What you need to note here is that the 5th level spell teleportation and the 9th level spell time space gate also belong to the summoning system. Because the essence of the summoning system is to cause the coordinates of an object to change through spells, whether it is a living creature or an inanimate object, whether it is a place or a time. Based on this definition, the summoning system can also be called the change system. The destruction system is relatively easy to understand. It gathers the power of elements to attack the enemy. This is the purpose of the destruction system. For example, ice arrows, wind blades, flaming whips, etc. In fact, most magic singing techniques that directly inflict physical damage to the enemy fall into this category. Next is the curse system, which uses magic singing to affect the enemy's mental or physical state, inflicting various effects such as weakness, coma, or depression. The illusion I mentioned earlier falls into this category. The strengthening system is the opposite of the curse system. It is to exert positive influence on oneself, including oneself and friendly forces, such as encouragement, acceleration, etc. Among them, the 4th level magic singing, healing, is also in the category of strengthening because it relies on elemental energy to treat injuries and repair the body. In addition, some creatures have strong mental power and can vaguely predict the future. This is actually also a strengthening magic singing. The prediction of the future is actually the result of sharpening the spirit. Finally, there is the protection system, which generally refers to magic singing that gathers elemental energy for defense and obstruction, such as magic shield. Beginners usually mistakenly classify the 9th level spell Earthquake as a destruction system. In fact, this is a protection system magic singing. The original intention of inventing this magic singing is to drastically change the environment to prevent the enemy from attacking or taking further actions, rather than relying on earthquake-like effects to attack the enemy. Next, I will explain the Titan School's division of magic singing. After a morning, Liang Xiaoxia learned the various classifications of magic singing techniques and how to meditate to perceive the elements around her. She received new assignments. Reanalyze the 0-level spells according to the classic classification method and practice using meditation methods to perceive the elements. The morning's work was similar to yesterday's. Elder Yuchuan had no moral integrity. He would scold Liang Xiaoxia if he saw her doing something wrong. He would even scold her if she was a little slow. Liang Xiaoxia was like a donkey being whipped by a farmer. She was tired and angry, and she kept groaning. But as long as it is a living thing, it will have weaknesses. Liang Xiaoxia might be beaten passively once, but she would not suffer losses every time. It is not the style of the Liang family to not seek revenge after suffering losses. While being yelled at by Elder Yuchuan, she was also slowly observing to see if Elder Yuchuan had any weaknesses that could be exploited. After several observations, She actually found something special. Elder Yuchuan would take a few puffs of cigarettes every half an hour. This kind of cigarette was a special tobacco produced in the forest of the elves. It had a strong vanilla flavor when burned, and it was not too choking. The elder inhaled and exhaled leisurely, and the expression on his face was also relaxed. It seemed that he must be in a good mood at this time. Elder Liang Xiaoxia looked like a flatterer, rubbing her hands as she stood in front of Elder Yuchuan. Her voice was sweet and inflected, so sweet that she even got goosebumps. "Tell me what's the matter." Elder Yuchuan puffed out smoke. His short body slumped in the chair, relaxing and enjoying himself. When Liang Xiaoxia heard Elder Yuchuan's arrogant tone, she wanted to strangle him to death, but she still smiled brightly. "Elder, what kind of tobacco is this? It smells so good. It must be very rare, right?" Speaking of tobacco, Elder Yuchuan became interested, smiling like an old tree blossoming, and talked endlessly about how to pick tobacco, how to dry it, and how to cut it into shreds. Elder Yuchuan was very excited, and Liang Xiaoxia pretended to be serious, constantly exclaiming, "Really? Awesome! It's amazing! You didn't lie to me?" With an expression of admiration and doubt, which greatly pleased the elder and made Elder Yuchuan even more proud. He talked for almost an hour and didn't do the experiment. Liang Xiaoxia thought that it was better to listen to his bragging than to be scolded by him. At this time, Elder Yuchuan had already taken out a book called Atlas of Rare Tobacco and taught Liang Xiaoxia how to recognize various types of tobacco with rare good temper. Compared with the laboratory assistant, Elder Yuchuan seemed to want to cultivate a senior smoker more. He couldn't stop talking and took out hundreds of pipes from his collection, as well as several pipes of tobacco with different origins and flavors. He patiently explained each one to Liang Xiaoxia, fearing that she would not remember, and he even repeated some of them several times. By the end of the morning experiment, Elder Yuchuan's attitude towards her had improved a lot, mainly because Liang Xiaoxia not only tried a few puffs out of respect, but also considerately borrowed the Atlas of Rare Tobacco with the intention of deepening research, and also promised to help him find some good tobacco if she had the chance. Liang Xiaoxia felt dizzy from the smoke the whole morning, with all kinds of tobacco images flashing through her mind. She didn't pay attention when she went down the stairs and bumped into Qianhe with a bang. He was knocked to the ground by Liang Xiaoxia. His rabbit-like eyes widened, wishing to burn a hole in Liang Xiaoxia who was lying on him. Just as he was about to push Liang Xiaoxia away and stand up, he smelled a strong vanilla scent on his nose, and his arms were soft. Swipe. The two crystal-clear ears were stained with a layer of red. "What's wrong with you? Are your eyes just decorations on your head?" Qianhe yelled at Liang Xiaoxia in his arms, but his hands were so awkward that he didn't know where to put them. He looked quite bluffing, and sat stiffly on the ground with a flushed face, not moving a muscle. "Oh, I'm sorry. Liang Xiaoxia staggered to her feet and didn't notice that something was wrong with Qianhe. She only knew that she had bumped into Qianhe and could only keep apologizing. Qianhe's arms felt empty, with a slight cool breeze, and her heart suddenly felt a little empty, with an indescribable strange feeling. Seeing Qianhe sitting stupidly on the ground, Liang Xiaoxia pulled him up. After all, it was her fault. Besides, the ground was too cold, and it was not good for a child to stay on it all the time. Elder Yuchuan stood on the stairs and saw clearly what was happening downstairs. His grandson blushed and turned pale. He had grown up. He stroked his mustache and said to Liang Xiaoxia with a smile, "Xiao'er, come and play more often when you have time." Liang Xiaoxia looked at Elder Yuchuan's amiable face and suddenly felt a chill behind her. She turned around and hurried out, forgetting to say goodbye. She always felt that Elder Yuchuan's wretched smile was full of ill intentions. The afternoon's war dance training was still the same. After handing in the homework, Loki continued to be his storyteller, surrounding several junior colleges and telling the story of another war dance hero. Liang Xiaoxia was panting, but she was patient and didn't leave because Loki borrowed her sword to study every day during class. As for the wooden two-handed swords used for training, they had long been thrown aside by the students. Teenagers were at the age when elves loved to play, and compared to the hard and boring training, telling stories was more interesting. Loki sat leisurely on a branch of a big tree, one leg bent and the other leg swinging back and forth in the air. In his arms, he held a stack of after-class reflections handed in by the elves. Many students only wrote a few sentences, and the most wrote less than a page. Something like Tarzan is really amazing. I hope I can find such a magical two-handed sword, or the devil is so evil that he actually cheated Tarzan of his sword. Fortunately, Tarzan defeated him in the end. Although these students are already in their teens, and some are even in their 20s, their thinking is not very mature. They are all at a level similar to that of a 4- or 5-year-old human being, and the highest level is no more than that of a 10-year-old. This is the stage of worshipping heroes and understanding the good and evil of the world. Their values are simple and direct. Those who are kind, just, and have a decent appearance are heroes and good people, while those who are ugly and sneaky are mostly bad people. Good people are the protagonists of the story, defeating the bad guys, saving the world, and getting a happy ending. Loki read Liang Xiaoxia's homework, and his lips curled up with interest. His nominal disciple handed in a 3-page paper, which was densely written. The title was on the good and evil of human nature and the generation of power. The article focused on criticizing Tarzan's various behaviors, such as killing innocent black dragons to rob treasures, and relying on non-self power to deceive the princess's feelings. So he finally bore the consequences of his own evil, lost his magical two-handed sword, and became an ordinary elf again. She wrote that history and propaganda are actually written by the winners of the story. If the devil wins at the end of the story, then Tarzan will be described as an unforgivable villain. So good and bad cannot be concluded based on superficial articles in most cases. Liang Xiaoxia also pointed out at the end of the article that if Tarzan always relies on external forces to ensure his strength, then the happy ending at the end of the story is actually the beginning of another nightmare. He will lose everything again one day, and will no longer have the good luck to find the two-handed sword back. The shadow of exam-oriented education cannot be shaken off. Liang Xiaoxia's essay is a paper, which needs to have arguments and evidence, needs to dig deep into the content, and even needs objective analysis and conspiracy. Liang Xiaoxia picked a few random points that came to her mind and wrote them to deal with it. But the essay that Loki saw was a post-class essay with clear logic, strict arguments, and advanced views, which was completely unlike something a 10-year-old elf could write. Haha, it seems that the little girl is not only greedy for money. Loki read Liang Xiaoxia's paper with interest, stretched, folded Liang Xiaoxia's paper carefully, and put it in his pocket. Looks like I need to teach you some real skills, don't you think, old friend? Loki gently touched the two-handed sword behind him and muttered to himself. The elf queen Heidi sat casually on the top of the mountain. The cold mountain wind made her outer robe rustle and stick to her body, outlining her skinny body. She was no longer kind and gentle as usual. She was a little melancholy. Her eyebrows were tightly twisted into a chan shape. Her eye sockets were sunken, and dark bags under her eyes hung on her face. She looked exhausted. Hua Rongchang stood respectfully beside the queen, slightly bent over, opened his mouth, and finally said, "Your Majesty, please take care of yourself." Heidi waved her hand casually. "I know my own body very well. Don't worry, it's all right." Elder Huarong wanted to say something else, but in the end, she just sighed secretly, hoping that the queen had listened to her. After a moment of silence, Huarong continued to speak with difficulty. "They did not agree to our request. They are just raising the price, trying to bite off a piece of meat from us." Haidai seemed to have expected this result and asked, "Has the messenger sent to Beixia returned?" "Not yet," Elder Huarong replied. "Then he probably won't come back. The messenger had been gone for 3 years, and there was no news." Haidai thought to herself that it seemed that the connection with Beixia was broken. Send a messenger to Nanwei, and keep the message unchanged. After thinking for a moment, Haidai gave the instruction. But your Majesty, Nanwei can't possibly agree to everything?" Elder Huarong looked embarrassed. At this point, this is the only way. As Haidai's voice fell, Huarong knew that this was the only way to handle the matter. What did Bitterthorn do after he came back? The elf queen closed her eyes and spoke in a somewhat casual tone, but the rising tone at the end showed that she actually cared about this issue very much. "Reporting to your Majesty, after Bitterthorn returned, he did not move into the group. Now he lives alone in a cave in the south. He has contacted Loki after he came back, but he didn't seem to reveal any information. Also, he would practice with Charles of the Karna family on the riverbank at midnight every day. And then he would be practice with Charles's parents the next day. Huarong chose his words carefully and reported cautiously. Tell me, has he really thought it through when he came back this time? Or does he have other plans? Haidai's voice was weak and low, as if she was asking Huarong, but also as if she was asking herself. Elder Huarong hurriedly defended himself. Your Majesty, you have to believe in Kuji. After all, well, Queen Heidi interrupted the elder. Go and see tonight, and you'll know what he's doing. Elder Huarong stood behind the queen, looking at the sun slowly setting in the distance, bringing with it a fiery cloud that dyed the sky red. He only felt that the top of the mountain was particularly cold tonight. Liang Xiaoxia didn't know that 2 more spectators had joined her one-sided fight with Kuji. She was now sitting on the riverbank, struggling to cut bamboo branches with a knife, splitting each branch into small bamboo thorns and inserting them into the vest she had prepared in advance. Since you like to use your fists, I'll let you use them to your heart's content. Liang Xiaoxia inserted the last bamboo thorn into his vest and started digging a big hole. He completed all the preparations until the sun went down and night fell. The moon was high in the sky, and Kuji arrived at the riverbank on time. He looked at Liang Xiaoxia, moved his ears, and a look of disgust appeared on his hideous, scarred face. Liang Xiaoxia saw Kuji coming and secretly guarded herself, holding the things she had prepared tightly in her hands. Hey, it's really boring for us to fight like this. How about we make a bet? What bet? Kuji was obviously impatient today, and seemed to want to teach Liang Xiaoxia a lesson and leave quickly. If I can hurt you, can you lend me your bow for a month? Liang Xiaoxia rolled her eyes and said loudly. No. Bitterthorn refused firmly. How about playing for half a month? Liang Xiaoxia started to ask for a sky-high price and then paid the money on the spot. No. A week? No. 3 days? Please, I'm really ceding it. No, not even for a day. Kuji was tired of standing here and wasting time talking to Liang Xiaoxia, so he reached out to hit her. That one night will be fine, right? You can't afford to lose, can you? Liang Xiaoxia looked displeased, but in her heart she was thinking, little guy, I don't believe you won't take the bait. Sure enough, after hearing this, Kuji's face changed and he said okay. Without waiting for Liang Xiaoxia to react, he wanted to grab her collar and start fighting. Liang Xiaoxia already knew that for someone like Kuji, there was absolutely no such words as sympathy or solidarity and friendship in his dictionary. It was probably full of revenge and destruction of all living things. Talking to him about fair competition was like talking to a cow. So during the conversation, she was already on guard. When she saw Kuji coming, she took out the small stone she had already held in her hand and threw it at Kuji. By the end of the morning experiment, Elder Yuchuan's attitude towards her had improved a lot, mainly because Liang Xiaoxia not only tried a few puffs out of respect, but also considerately borrowed the Atlas of Rare Tobacco with the intention of deepening research, and also promised to help him find some good tobacco if she had the chance. Liang Xiaoxia felt dizzy from the smoke the whole morning, with all kinds of tobacco images flashing through her mind. She didn't pay attention when she went down the stairs and bumped into Qianhe with a bang. He was knocked to the ground by Liang Xiaoxia. His rabbit-like eyes widened, wishing to burn a hole in Liang Xiaoxia who was lying on him. Just as he was about to push Liang Xiaoxia away and stand up, he smelled a strong vanilla scent on his nose, and his arms were soft. Swipe. The 2 crystal-clear ears were stained with a layer of red. What's wrong with you? Are your eyes just decorations on your head? Qianhe yelled at Liang Xiaoxia in his arms, but his hands were so awkward that he didn't know where to put them. He looked quite bluffing, and sat stiffly on the ground with a flushed face, not moving a muscle. Oh, I'm sorry. Liang Xiaoxia staggered to her feet and didn't notice that something was wrong with Qianhe. She only knew that she had bumped into Qianhe and could only keep apologizing. Qianhe's arms felt empty, with a slight cool breeze, and her heart suddenly felt a little empty, with an indescribable strange feeling. Seeing Qianhe sitting stupidly on the ground, Liang Xiaoxia pulled him up. After all, it was her fault. Besides, The ground was too cold, and it was not good for a child to stay on it all the time. Elder Yuchuan stood on the stairs and saw clearly what was happening downstairs. His grandson blushed and turned pale. He had grown up. He stroked his mustache and said to Liang Xiaoxia with a smile, "Xiao'er, come and play more often when you have time." Liang Xiaoxia looked at Elder Yuchuan's amiable face and suddenly felt a chill behind her. She turned around and hurried out, forgetting to say goodbye. She always felt that Elder Yuchuan's wretched smile was full of ill intentions. The afternoon's war dance training was still the same. After handing in the homework, Loki continued to be his storyteller, surrounding several junior colleges and telling the story of another war dance hero. Liang Xiaoxia was panting, but she was patient and didn't leave because Loki borrowed her sword to study every day during class. As for the wooden two-handed swords used for training, they had long been thrown aside by the students. Teenagers were at the age when elves loved to play, and compared to the hard and boring training, telling stories was more interesting. Loki sat leisurely on a branch of a big tree, one leg bent and the other leg swinging back and forth in the air. In his arms, he held a stack of after-class reflections handed in by the elves. Many students only wrote a few sentences, and the most wrote less than a page. Something like Tarzan is really amazing. I hope I can find such a magical two-handed sword, or the devil is so evil that he actually cheated Tarzan of his sword. Fortunately, Tarzan defeated him in the end. Although these students are already in their teens, and some are even in their 20s, their thinking is not very mature. They are all at a level similar to that of a 4- or 5-year-old human being, and the highest level is no more than that of a 10-year-old. This is the stage of worshipping heroes and understanding the good and evil of the world. Their values are simple and direct. Those who are kind, just, and have a decent appearance are heroes and good people, while those who are ugly and sneaky are mostly bad people. Good people are the protagonists of the story, defeating the bad guys, saving the world, and getting a happy ending. Loki read Liang Xiaoxia's homework, and his lips curled up with interest. His nominal disciple handed in a 3-page paper, which was densely written. The title was on the good and evil of human nature and the generation of power. The article focused on criticizing Tarzan's various behaviors, such as killing innocent black dragons to rob treasures, and relying on non-self power to deceive the princess's feelings. So he finally bore the consequences of his own evil, lost his magical two-handed sword, and became an ordinary elf again. She wrote that history and propaganda are actually written by the winners of the story. If the devil wins at the end of the story, then Tarzan will be described as an unforgivable villain. So good and bad cannot be concluded based on superficial articles in most cases. Liang Xiaoxia also pointed out at the end of the article that if Tarzan always relies on external forces to ensure his strength, then the happy ending at the end of the story is actually the beginning of another nightmare. He will lose everything again one day, and will no longer have the good luck to find the two-handed sword back. The shadow of exam-oriented education cannot be shaken off. Liang Xiaoxia's essay is a paper which needs to have arguments and evidence, needs to dig deep into the content, and even needs objective analysis and conspiracy. Liang Xiaoxia picked a few random points that came to her mind and wrote them to deal with it. But the essay that Loki saw was a post-class essay with clear logic, strict arguments, and advanced views, which was completely unlike something a 10-year-old elf could write. Haha. It seems that the little girl is not only greedy for money. Loki read Liang Xiaoxia's paper with interest, stretched, folded Liang Xiaoxia's paper carefully, and put it in his pocket. Looks like I need to teach you some real skills, don't you think, old friend? Loki gently touched the two-handed sword behind him and muttered to himself. The elf queen Heidi sat casually on the top of the mountain. The cold mountain wind made her outer robe rustle and stick to her body, outlining her skinny body. She was no longer kind and gentle as usual. She was a little melancholy. Her eyebrows were tightly twisted into a chan shape. Her eye sockets were sunken, and dark bags under her eyes hung on her face. She looked exhausted. Hua Rongchang stood respectfully beside the queen, slightly bent over, opened his mouth, and finally said, "Your Majesty, please take care of yourself." Heidi waved her hand casually. "I know my own body very well. Don't worry. It's all right." Elder Huarong wanted to say something else, but in the end, she just sighed secretly, hoping that the queen had listened to her. After a moment of silence, Huarong continued to speak with difficulty. They did not agree to our request. They are just raising the price, trying to bite off a piece of meat from us. Haidai seemed to have expected this result and asked, "Has the messenger sent to Beixia returned?" "Not yet," Elder Huarong replied. "Then he probably won't come back. The messenger had been gone for 3 years, and there was no news." Haidai thought to herself that it seemed that the connection with Beixia was broken. Send a messenger to Nanwei, and keep the message unchanged. After thinking for a moment, Haidai gave the instruction. But your majesty, Nanwei can't possibly agree to everything?" Elder Huarong looked embarrassed. At this point, this is the only way. As Haidai's voice fell, Huarong knew that this was the only way to handle the matter. What did Bitterthorn do after he came back? The elf queen closed her eyes and spoke in a somewhat casual tone, but the rising tone at the end showed that she actually cared about this issue very much. "Reporting to your majesty, after Bitterthorn returned, he did not move into the group. Now he lives alone in a cave in the south. He has contacted Loki after he came back, but he didn't seem to reveal any information. Also, he would practice with Charles of the Karna family on the riverbank at midnight every day. And then he would be practice with Charles's parents the next day." Huarong chose his words carefully and reported cautiously. "Tell me, has he really thought it through when he came back this time? Or does he have other plans?" Haidai's voice was weak and low, as if she was asking Huarong, but also as if she was asking herself. Elder Huarong hurriedly defended himself. "Your Majesty, you have to believe in Kuji. After all, well." Queen Heidi interrupted the elder. "Go and see tonight, and you'll know what he's doing." Elder Huarong stood behind the queen, looking at the sun slowly setting in the distance, bringing with it a fiery cloud that dyed the sky red. He only felt that the top of the mountain was particularly cold tonight. Liang Xiaoxia didn't know that 2 more spectators had joined her one-sided fight with Kuji. She was now sitting on the riverbank, struggling to cut bamboo branches with a knife, splitting each branch into small bamboo thorns and inserting them into the vest she had prepared in advance. "Since you like to use your fists, I'll let you use them to your heart's content." Liang Xiaoxia inserted the last bamboo thorn into his vest and started digging a big hole. He completed all the preparations until the sun went down and night fell. The moon was high in the sky, and Kuji arrived at the riverbank on time. He looked at Liang Xiaoxia, moved his ears, and a look of disgust appeared on his hideous, scarred face. Liang Xiaoxia saw Kuji coming and secretly guarded herself, holding the things she had prepared tightly in her hands. "Hey, it's really boring for us to fight like this. How about we make a bet?" "What bet?" Kuji was obviously impatient today and seemed to want to teach Liang Xiaoxia a lesson and leave quickly. "If I can hurt you, can you lend me your bow for a month?" Liang Xiaoxia rolled her eyes and said loudly, "No." Bitterthorn refused firmly. "How about playing for half a month?" Liang Xiaoxia started to ask for a sky-high price and then paid the money on the spot. "No." "A week?" "No." "3 days?" "Please, I'm really ceding it." "No, not even for a day." Kuji was tired of standing here and wasting time talking to Liang Xiaoxia, so he reached out to hit her. "That one night will be fine, right? You can't afford to lose, can you?" Liang Xiaoxia looked displeased, but in her heart she was thinking, "Little guy, I don't believe you won't take the bait." Sure enough, after hearing this, Kuji's face changed and he said okay. Without waiting for Liang Xiaoxia to react, he wanted to grab her collar and start fighting. Liang Xiaoxia already knew that for someone like Kuji, there was absolutely no such words as sympathy or solidarity and friendship in his dictionary. It was probably full of revenge and destruction of all living things. Talking to him about fair competition was like talking to a cow. So during the conversation, she was already on guard. When she saw Kuji coming, she took out the small stone she had already held in her hand and threw it at Kuji. After Liang Xiaoxia repeatedly tested the bow of Bitterthorn, she came to the conclusion that the stone bead was a star heater. It would heat up when it touched the weapon or directly contacted the weapon. The amount of heat generated was also very different depending on the weapon. Apart from this, there was nothing special about it. During the night meditation, Liang Xiaoxia began to dream again, and this time the protagonist of the dream was Bitterthorn. Bitterthorn kept running in the forest, and it seemed that he had been running for a long time. At this time, Bitterthorn did not wear the tattered black cloak that gave off a strange smell. He was wearing an emerald green elf hunting robe with a soft chest armor. There were no scars on his face. His deep blue eyes were like the most beautiful gems, shining with dazzling luster. He was young and beautiful, and his appearance was stunning. The beautiful face was too busy to admire itself, as Kuji was already injured. Both ears seemed to have just been cut off, and white blood was flowing continuously. There were also several large holes on the back of the robe, and it was unknown whether it was cut by a sword or whipped. The white skin inside was rotten and turned upside down, and the blood stuck to the robe, forming pieces of white scabs. Bitterthorn moved very fast, and could cover more than 10 meters in 2 or 3 leaps. Sometimes, the jump was so large that the wound on his back split open again, but he just frowned and sped forward. Liang Xiaoxier lay on Kuji's back, and after a while she understood the situation as he turned over and jumped. She now seemed to be the hunting bow that Kuji had been carrying, and even her position was the same as the bow. So, she was dreaming again? In a blink of an eye, she followed Bitterthorn into a low cave. Pushing aside the vines covering the cave entrance, Bitterthorn sat down to rest for a while, then took the bow handle and used the front end of the bow arm to dig a hole in the ground in the cave. Liang Xiaoxia looked at Kujiu with dismay as he used himself to dig a hole. He poked his body into the soil again and again, and soon dug out a nest of chubby little black mice. "I'm sorry for wronging you, Shadow." Bitterthorn's blue eyes flashed with a trace of heartache, and he carefully wiped the dirt off the bow arm with his sleeve. Liang Xiaoxia had never been treated so considerately by Bitterthorn before, and her face turned red, and she muttered softly, "You also know that this is wronged?" Putting the bow back on his back, Kuji grabbed the largest mouse in the nest. With a tug of his hands, he pulled the mouse's head off. He didn't even have time to pluck the mouse's hair. He impatiently put the mouse's body into his mouth, chewed it randomly, and swallowed it. After eating the first mouse, Bitterthorn retched twice, and took out a slightly smaller mouse from the mouse nest. This time he was not so barbaric, and after removing the mouse's head, he held the mouse in both hands and ate it in small bites. He ate it elegantly and seriously, as if what he held in his hand was not a mouse, but a delicious elf snack. Liang Xiaoxier looked at Kuji's careful way of eating the mouse and felt disgusted and pity. Unconsciously, her disgust for Kuji decreased a little, and that face did not look as disgusting as usual. Elves are all vegetarians and never touch meat, let alone heavy meat like raw rat meat. Bitterthorn seemed to see Liang Xiaoxia's doubts and gently stroked the bow with one hand, explaining softly, "Forgive me, Shadow. I just want to survive, so I have to be cruel." Woof, 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 woof. A dog barked softly in the distance, and there were many people talking noisily. "Look carefully. He must be nearby. It's time to go." Bitterthorn grabbed the bow and arrow, jumped lightly, and plunged into the jungle. "I saw him. He's over there." A large group of people, about 70 or 80 people, followed the route that Bitterthorn had taken and chased after him relentlessly. Elves are the favorites of the forest, especially bow hunters. Bitterthorn pulled out a white feathered bow and arrow from his quiver, turned around and shot it, hitting the wolfhound running in front between the eyebrows. The hound let out a wow and fell to the ground dead. "Quick, surround the dogs and protect them." The trackers also knew that they had to save the dogs' lives first. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find Bitterthorn in the forest without dogs. "Darn it, when I catch him, I'm going to smash his pretty face into pieces." The captain who led the group was a minotaur. When he saw Bitterthorn shoot his beloved hunting dog to death, he spat on the ground and cursed. Bitterthorn took the initiative and led these people around in circles in the forest. After a few moves, he found an opportunity and killed the remaining hunting dogs one by one. The forest was a cruel battlefield. Liang Xiaoxia watched as arrows shot out of her body one by one, hitting the heads of the enemies one by one, hitting the target every time. The red blood slowly seeped out of their bodies, dyeing the tender green grace red and flowing on the soil. She was terrified and scared. What disgusting things had she not seen on TV in the past? The rotting zombies in Resident Evil and the broken limbs in Saw. She had seen these too many times and had long been numb. Sometimes she would deliberately seek excitement and watch some bloody and violent movies with her friends. The reality is that her disgust comes from her guilt. Seeing the enemies falling one after another, Liang Xiaoxia felt powerless, as if she was the executioner who killed them. Now is not the time to be merciful. Liang Xiaoxia couldn't stop wanting to vomit, but she used her willpower to stop such a feeling. If the enemy didn't die, then it would be the bitter thorn that died. Being merciful to the enemy would be cruel to oneself. The bow and arrows of Bitterthorn were smooth and graceful, and his men did not hesitate or pause. Every time a white feather arrow was shot, a life was taken away. It was obvious that he had experienced such situations many times. He was once innocent and kind, and he no longer believed in the world. The law of the jungle was engraved in his heart with life and death cases. If killing people would go to heck, he would rather die in heinous sins than be captured and humiliated, and live in humiliation. The 5 arrows in the quiver were soon emptied. Bitterthorn reached out to touch the arrow again, but found nothing. He looked at the dozen or so enemies huddled together in the distance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Minotaur was furious at the death of so many teammates, and he cursed with all kinds of dirty words, trying to provoke Bitterthorn to reveal himself. Next to him, a tall swordsman in full armor with a redbud flower emblem on his chest and even his face covered, held his sword and said nothing. "Shut up." Finally, when he heard the Minotaur insulting his tribe, Bitterthorn shouted and couldn't help but jump out. He rushed forward quickly, and with a volley kick, he knocked down the person who rushed in front. The people following behind formed a circle, surrounded Bitterthorn in the middle, and pointed various weapons at him, waiting for an opportunity to attack. When the Minotaur saw Bitterthorn finally come out, his eyes lit up and he drew out a machete and attacked. "Darn it, you've been wandering in this barren forest for 3 days. If I catch you, I'll peel off your skin and use it as a sandbag. You can't hurt his life." The mysterious swordsman saw his companion's blood boiling, forgot his master's order not to hurt him, and hurried to stop him. The Minotaur didn't listen at all, and only thought about how to skin and cook the pretty boy. Bitterthorn took a short sword from the fallen man and killed a few more people, but he was obviously exhausted after a few days of running away, and his reaction was getting slower and slower. He was not good at close combat, and was simply exchanging injuries for injuries. By the end of the fight, his clothes were basically no longer intact, and his abdomen, chest, and back were cut several times, with the skin and flesh turned inside out. At this time, some were dead and some were unconscious, and soon only the Minotaur and the mysterious swordsman who did not take action were left. "Look, I'm going to take care of you." The Minotaur was muscular and rushed forward. He used brute force to aim the machete at Bitterthorn's head and chopped it down. The blade paced by, bringing up a gust of wind. The Tauren's swing was based on brute force, and his movements were clumsy and slow. "Idiot," Bitterthorn thought to himself, kneeling and jumping up, supporting himself on the machete with one hand, flipping over and clamping onto the Tauren's shoulder, pulling out the shadow bow on his back, and strangling his neck tightly. The Minotaur was caught by the neck, and he waved his hands back, struggling hard, trying to pull Bitterthorn off his back. Bitterthorn put his knees on his shoulder blades, put the bow around his neck, bent over, and pulled back hard. Shadow's sharp bowstring cut through the Minotaur's skin and trachea like cutting tofu, and sank into the Minotaur's neck. After a while of fighting, the Minotaur slowly stopped struggling and fell to the ground. His neck was cut by the bowstring with only half left. Blood kept oozing out of the wound, and he was no longer breathing. Finally, the remaining mysterious swordsman took action. He drew out the great sword he had been holding in his arms and slowly walked towards Bitterthorn. The black Bauhinia flower emblem on the chest of the silver armor was as dark red as a dried blood clot. Bitterthorn had lost too much blood and was already dizzy, and his eyes were black. He had just strangled the Minotaur and had wasted a lot of energy. Before the swordsman could get to him, he fell to the ground and fainted. Liang Xiaoxia's meditation was interrupted here. Her stomach was churning, and she vomited for a long time until she had vomited out everything in her stomach. Only then did she calm down. "This dream is too real," Liang Xiaoxia sighed. When Bitterthorn strangled the Minotaur with a bow and arrow, she was just as cruel as if she had cut his neck herself. She watched the Minotaur bleed to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. At that time, she was the Shadow. The Shadow was her, and Bitterthorn used her to kill those who were chasing him one by one, fighting to the end. Maybe this wasn't a dream at all, but a memory. In this memory, she witnessed and participated in Bitterthorn's escape. She killed someone with her own hands, and she understood the story behind Bitterthorn's scar. What should I do? I can't hate him anymore. Liang Xiaoxia didn't know what Ku Ji went through after he fainted, but looking at the scars on his face and his cold and hateful eyes, she knew that this must be a more cruel story. If you can live with dignity, you are willing to sell your soul to the devil. Is that right? Bitterthorn. Liang Xiaoxia sat in bed, looking at the shadow and the stone beads at the corner of the bed, still shining with a cold luster, and her heart could not calm down for a long time. After jumping out of the memory of the shadow, Liang Xiaoxia finally made a clear progress on the purpose of the stone ball. When Liang Xiaoxia holds the stone ball and touches the weapon, or the stone ball directly touches the weapon, the stone ball will receive the memory of the weapon. These memories are often fragmentary, vague, abstract, and incoherent, like a pieced-together ragdoll, and the original shape cannot be seen. But rarely, like tonight when I was meditating, I dreamed of the memory of the shadow. Liang Xiaoxia played with the stone ball in her hand and observed it carefully, but still found nothing special. The stone ball was gray, and if it weren't for the eye symbol carved on it, it would look no different from the stone marbles that the elves usually play with. What would happen if I ate it? Liang Xiaoxia suddenly had such an idea in her mind. Almost at the moment when this idea came into her mind, she suddenly had an irresistible urge to eat the stone ball and take it completely for herself. Eating a stone is a reaction that no normal human would have. Liang Xiaoxia only knows that chickens eat small stones to help digestion. Other rational creatures eating stones is just asking for trouble. Stones cannot be digested in the stomach and will only be excreted as lumps or remain in the body forever. This stone ball is a little different from ordinary stones. When it touches a weapon, it will randomly heat up. If it touches the wand of Madakini and there is no reaction, then it is lucky. If it encounters the shadow of the bitter thorn, then Liang Xiaoxia will eat this stone, and the burning stone will definitely dry up her gastric juice and burn a hole in her alive. Reason clearly told her that eating this stone ball was an unrealistic delusion. But there was a voice in Liang Xiaoxia's heart, constantly shouting, "Eat it and eat it." The stone ball that looked like a hard lump actually became extremely delicious in Liang Xiaoxia's eyes, and it also exuded an attractive aroma. Liang Xiaoxia was dazed by this voice, and she wanted to stuff the stone ball into her mouth and eat it. It's okay to just put it in your mouth and not swallow it, right? In the tug-of-war between the ID and the superego, the ego gave a compromise suggestion. The moment Liang Xiaoxia stuffed the stone ball into her mouth, she felt that she must have gone crazy. The stone ball entered the warm mouth. It was cool, hard, and had no special taste. Liang Xiaoxia laughed at herself and said, "You are a psychopath." At this moment, she was slightly stimulated by the cold and hard feeling, and gradually calmed down and analyzed her stupid impulse. "Liang Xiaoxia, you are so lucky. If this was poison, you would have died long ago." After licking the stone ball with her tongue, Liang Xiaoxia spit out the strange stone ball. The stone ball was stained with some of Liang Xiaoxia's saliva and lay quietly in her palm. Liang Xiaoxia felt disgusted. Even if it was her own saliva, even if the stone ball became a little smaller, it could not stop her nature as an elf with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Wait, the stone ball has become smaller? Liang Xiaoxia picked up the stone ball with 2 fingers and looked at it carefully. She looked at the stone ball over and over again, and even the texture of the material on the surface of the ball could be seen clearly. That's right, the stone ball has indeed become a little smaller. It has shrunk very slightly. If Liang Xiaoxia hadn't been studying the stone ball recently and often holding it in her hands to observe it, she would hardly have noticed that the stone ball had shrunk slightly. What is the connection between the shrinkage of the stone ball after holding it in the mouth for a while? What secret is in the stone ball? Liang Xiaoxia put the stone ball into her mouth again and licked it slowly with her tongue. The tip of her tongue could also feel the eye symbol on the stone ball. This time, what drove her to put the stone ball into her mouth was no longer the strange impulse that kept shouting in her heart, but the darn curiosity. The second time I held the stone ball in my mouth for a longer time than the first time. I took it out and observed it carefully. The stone ball had indeed become smaller. This time it was probably because of the time. The shrinkage of the stone ball was obvious and could be seen without careful analysis and comparison. When facing the unknown, most people have both curiosity and fear. Some people's fear prevails, and they stop exploring, but they are troubled by curiosity for the rest of their lives. In the countless days and nights that followed, they hypothesized, what would have happened if they had done that? Others are dominated by curiosity and are eager to know the answer. They may gain something, but they may also encounter dangers brought by the unknown. The source of fear is the unknown. Liang Xiaoxia was also an ordinary elf. She was not much smarter, better, or more talented than other elves. Everything that made Liang Xiaoxia different came from her 20 years of experience as a modern person in her previous life. She had also thought that if she continued to explore like this, the result would be that the stone ball would completely melt. As for whether it would poison her, release the devil, or undergo other changes after melting, she could not predict it. Liang Xiaoxia once again faced the struggle between reason and desire. As a rational and mature elf, the best thing to do is to keep the stone ball, search for information extensively, and take further action after figuring out what it is. But even the previous owner of this thing, the knowledgeable elf queen, didn't know what it was, so she didn't expect to find any useful information in her lifetime. Liang Xiaoxia felt like a kitten was scratching in her heart, trying to untangle the ball of wool. She was holding Pandora's box, which was full of unknowns. Now she just wanted to check the box and see what was inside. If I don't figure it out, I won't be able to meditate peacefully in the future. Liang Xiaoxia thought of this and put the stone ball into her mouth without hesitation. She held it in her mouth with trepidation until the stone ball completely melted in her mouth. The left eye of the killing memory of Mo Min. After the stone ball completely melted, Liang Xiaoxia felt a sharp pain in her left eye, as if her eye was dug out. She covered her eyes and fell to the ground, her whole head twitching with pain, and at the same time, this piece of information appeared in her mind. The left eye of Mo Min's killing memory seemed to be part of a suit. There was no introduction to the origin of this thing, or who Mo Min was. From the ancient elf text that flashed through my mind, it seemed that this thing had a history of at least 7,000 years and was definitely related to the ancient elves. There are many introductions about the use of the left eye of the killing memory. This left eye can see the memory related to anything, especially the most profound killing memory. Liang Xiaoxia's current application level is not high. It is impossible to see the memory directly by looking at each other. Physical contact is required, and the collected memory can only be checked during meditation. The memory that can be detected is also related to the mental strength and memory depth of the detected party. The deeper and more unforgettable the memory, the easier it is to detect. The deeper the memory is hidden in the heart, the more difficult it is to detect. At the same time, detecting the memory of inanimate objects is also simpler and easier than detecting the memory of intelligent creatures. It turns out that this stone ball is an eye. No wonder there is an eye symbol on it. After the pain passed, Liang Xiaoxia began to analyze the information in her mind word by word. Her current situation is that she has just opened the function of the left eye of the killing memory and is at the lowest end of the function pyramid. According to the information, when the left eye of the killing memory of Mo Min is fully opened, it can see through the history of this world at a glance. The past of any creature cannot be hidden from this eye, and secrets and private matters cannot be hidden in front of this eye. If she wanted to open her left eye to a greater extent, the method was both simple and complicated, which was to improve the fit between her body and her eyeball through killing. This was extremely difficult for Liang Xiaoxia. Elves were a peace-loving race, and they rarely killed any creatures without necessity. She was now barely an elf who could take care of herself, and she didn't have the strength to kill. Anyway, This eye has no use except to spy on other people's secrets. After the initial pain and fear, Liang Xiaoxia no longer had the initial interest in exploring the stone ball. She didn't want something that could always spy on others. It was as immoral as a memory thief. At the same time, Liang Xiaoxia was immersed in the disgusting feeling of having eaten an eyeball. I wonder what the hobbies of the creatures in the ancient elves were, and why they paced them down in such a weird way. Liang Xiaoxia complained in her heart. Liang Xiaoxia actually didn't know that the true inheritance of the Mo sect's killing memory left eye was much more bloody and cruel. It was necessary to dig out the left eye alive, stuff the stone ball into the eye socket, and slowly integrate it with the body over a month. This kind of inheritance also has an advantage that the swallowing method cannot replace. When the killing memory left eye is inherited, it will also be completely integrated with the body and all functions will be activated. To Liang Xiaoxia, this eye is actually useless. She spends all day spying on other people's killings and privacy and has nightmares when she meditates at night. She is not a spy, so why would she need this thing? She can't tell others about their secrets, so she can only keep it in her heart and digest it herself. At least, after seeing Yu Ying's memory, her feelings towards Kuji became extremely complicated. She still hated Kuji's mood swings and self-righteousness, but she couldn't simply hate him like before. Liang Xiaoxia sympathized with and pitied Kuji's experience, but couldn't accept his current extreme personality. This thing is really a Hasil. Liang Xiaoxia looked at the mirror and observed the changes in her eyes. It turned out that her beautiful emerald green eyes were stained with a hint of red, and her big watery eyes always flashed red when she blinked. If you don't look carefully, you can't notice it. But Liang Xiaoxia just doesn't like it. These eyes are a bit like Qinha's red rabbit eyes. She used to like her eyes, but now they have become neither red nor brown, which is indescribably awkward. Can I return it? Liang Xiaoxia kept mumbling in her heart, cursing the creature named Momin, whose race was unknown, while trying to cover her left eye with her bangs. After the first tobacco discussion conference ended successfully and enthusiastically, Elder Yuchuan's attitude towards Liang Xiaoxia changed 180 degrees. In order to improve her treatment with Elder Yuchuan, Liang Xiaoxia carefully read the atlas of rare tobacco that Elder Yuchuan lent her. When discussing with Elder Yuchuan, she was able to say a few words, and she did not completely understand. Seeing Liang Xiaoxia's diligence and curiosity, Elder Yuchuan was even more relieved. He stopped doing experiments and popularized tobacco knowledge to Liang Xiaoxia for several months, teaching her how to dry tobacco, cut tobacco, etc. Look, most tobacco is finished when it reaches this step. Elder Yuchuan held a handful of dried and shredded yellow tobacco and demonstrated to Liang Xiaoxia. But long-term smoking of such tobacco is harmful to the body. It is also addictive. The taste is not very good. It tastes sour and choking after taking it, and the fragrance of the tobacco itself is not much retained. After saying that, Elder Yuchuan casually threw the tobacco he had just used for demonstration into the trash can. I don't like such tobacco. Is it nicotine? Liang Xiaoxia could probably guess that the harmful substance Elder Yuchuan was referring to was the nicotine in tobacco leaves. This ingredient in tobacco can effectively stimulate nerves, but it can also make people addicted and dependent. What did you say? Elder Yuchuan didn't hear clearly and rubbed his ears. Liang Xiaoxia quickly shook her head. Nothing, nothing. She had just accidentally spoken Chinese. Elder Yuchuan certainly didn't understand what she was saying. In order to solve this problem, I developed a method to decompose this component in tobacco while retaining the original aroma of the tobacco leaves. Elder Yuchuan, as a top-level tobacco enthusiast, has been immersed in this field for hundreds of years and tried hundreds of methods before he came up with a more appropriate method. Ordinary tobacco leaves have to go through several steps, including degreening, ripening, shredding, and rolling. There are dozens of different methods for degreening alone, such as air drying, baking, air drying, chemical dehydration, etc. On the basis of the ordinary method, Elder Yuchuan added a process before degreening, namely pickling. He mixed dozens of different herbs into a certain proportion and cured them for different periods of time according to the origin and type of tobacco. Several formulas with strictly controlled proportions can decompose the nicotine in tobacco while also enhancing the taste of tobacco. Try it. This is my favorite flavor. A new batch of tobacco was made. An elder Yuchuan proudly rolled a cigarette himself and handed it to Liang Xiaoxia. Don't worry, this is harmless. You can smoke it too. Seeing Liang Xiaoxia's hesitant expression, Elder Yuchuan patted his chest and assured. Sure enough, the tobacco tanned by special techniques has a sweet and rich aroma, with a hint of sweetness in the vanilla flavor. It is more refreshing than ordinary tobacco and less pungent and rough. Liang Xiaoxia fell in love with the sweet and mellow taste at the first breath she took. In the swirling smoke, she seemed to have come to distant India, sitting in a palace with gauze curtains, singing and dancing. And her whole body was relaxed and happy. How is it? Not bad. Right, Elder Yuchuan stroked his braided white beard, as if he was showing off his most promising child, and his white wrinkled face wrinkled in a smile. It is indeed very good. Liang Xiaoxia has never smoked before. She used to avoid others when they smoked. Low-quality smoke makes people cough and is harmful to the body, so she has always been a staunch tobacco resistor. Elder Yuchuan's tobacco, just burning, has a rich and pure aroma, like burning spices, intoxicating. Smelling the smoke also becomes a kind of enjoyment. If it is such a cigarette, Liang Xiaoxia can certainly accept it. Elder Yuchuan was very satisfied with his masterpiece and took Liang Xiaoxia with him. In the following days, the two elves, one old and one young, often stayed in the study to study and discuss the methods of making various tobaccos. Liang Xiaoxia often proposed some novel ideas that made Elder Yuchuan's eyes light up. The two elves also often argued over the feasibility of some improved methods. Putting aside Elder Yuchuan's usual sarcastic and sharp face, Liang Xiaoxia actually felt that Elder Yuchuan was a very easygoing spirit after getting along with him. Elder Yuchuan would always protect those he considered his own people. He was usually arrogant and proud, but he was actually quite soft-hearted. When Liang Xiaoxia looked at him with admiring eyes, he became so ecstatic that he couldn't tell the directions. If there was anything good, he would rush to take it out and offer it as a treasure. The morning's laboratory assistant career was not as difficult as it was at the beginning. The two spirits taught each other, and soon Liang Xiaoxia mastered the tricks of making cigarettes. At the beginning, he would make some small mistakes, but now, even without the guidance of the elders, he can roast good cigarettes and blend the flavors of different tobacco leaves. 3 months later, Liang Xiaoxia had mastered Elder Yuchuan's unique skills in blending tea. During this period, she also found some raw tea leaves from Elder Yuchuan's warehouse. After finding out the location of the tea leaves, she picked some fresh tea leaves and fried them based on her memories of her past life. Although she was not a professional and the tea was a little fuzzy and raw, she could still taste the flavor of good tea. In Liang Xiaoxia's previous life, her grandfather was a master of tea ceremony. He drank tea in different ways all year round. Liang Xiaoxia sometimes followed him to drink tea. Although she could not be considered a master, she still had some common sense. Well, not bad, not bad. Elder Yuchuan smelled the tea fragrance, which mixed with the smell of tobacco, and was wonderfully soft and elegant, adding a touch of nobility to the smell of tobacco. He took another sip of tea and moistened his mouth, seeming a little dissatisfied. After waiting for a while, he said, "Next, we will improve the tea-making method." So, 3 months later, the old and the young drank the latest tea, which tasted very much like the Angie white tea that Liang Xiaoxia liked in her previous life. The buds and leaves were jade white and tender, and they were golden and green in the cup. The soup was clear, and the taste was refreshing. Before tea, the elves drank nectar drinks, or picked flowers that were dried and added with honey. Liang Xiaoxia didn't like that very much. The flower fragrance was too strong and floating, and there was no charm. After drinking such tea, Liang Xiaoxia shrank in the chair, squinting her eyes with satisfaction, and looked very enjoyable. Char, this thing you call tea is really a good thing. In the past few months, Liang Xiaoxia and the elf elders have tried countless ways to make tea. Liang Xiaoxia has a general idea, and Elder Yuchuan is responsible for perfecting the details. The two elves don't know how many cups of tea they drank before they finally tasted this satisfactory taste. Okay, it's time to have enough fun. Next, we have to get down to business. After drinking tea and smoking, Elder Yuchuan straightened up and prepared to continue the experiment that had been stalled half a year ago. Elves and humans have different concepts of time. For the long-lived Tengu race, elves have plenty of time to invest in the things they like. A few months pace, but in their eyes, it feels like a week. Therefore, elves always do things carefully, slowly, and without any rush. Elder, what kind of experiment did you do before? Liang Xiaoxia remembered the experience of being scolded harshly at the beginning, like a nightmare. She didn't want to go back to the time before liberation, so she had to take advantage of the fact that Elder Yuchuan was in a good mood and the relationship between the two elves was good, and asked questions quickly to make plans early. This is my most proud idea. Once successful, it will bring huge benefits. When Elder Yuchuan talked about the experiment, his eyes shone with dazzling light. It seems that this experiment is very important to the elder. Tobacco and tea are just his usual pastimes. This matter is his pursuit of achievement. Elder Yuchuan mysteriously took out a beaker from the cabinet, which was filled with gray-brown, sticky, and turbid liquid. Take a closer look. Liang Xiaoxia took the beaker and looked at it from left to right. She felt that there was nothing special in the beaker. It looked like the product of children and mud. Some grace residues, insect corpses, and a faint stench of manure, which made her feel sick. Look again. Look carefully. Elder Yuchuan stretched out a finger and pointed to the middle of the Liang Xiaoxia. Liang Xiaoxia then discovered that there was a seed soaked in it, and half of the surface was covered with mucus. Yes, this is my plan. Elder Yuchuan explained incessantly, and after a while, Liang Xiaoxia finally understood. The mucus that Elder Yuchuan mixed was actually a nutrient solution. To put it bluntly, his experiment was an alien version of soilless cultivation. Can you imagine it? Can you understand it? If this experiment is successful, what kind of changes will it bring about? Elder Yuchuan was shaking as he spoke excitedly, holding Liang Xiaoxia's hands. Indeed, soilless cultivation can simulate plant growth conditions to the greatest extent possible and provide all kinds of nutrients needed for plant growth. With this method, the yield of rare species can be greatly increased. The production area is no longer restricted, and almost anything you want can be simulated and planted. Moreover, Liang Xiaoxia followed Elder Yuchuan's thoughts, and her expression suddenly changed. What is the biggest difficulty for the elves? Is it time or technology? None of them. Fundamentally speaking, it is population. The 4 descendants of the ancient elves are now each a tribe. The Shijing elves where Liang Xiaoxia is located, the whole tribe, young and old, only has more than 3,000 people. In the previous life, this would definitely be an endangered species at the national level. Elves, who already have difficulty reproducing, are born from seeds of life and buried in the soil. Liang Xiaoxia is well aware of the hardships they go through from growing to breaking out of the soil. In the end, only 1 or 12 out of 10 can survive. What if we can use soilless cultivation to breed? If we can keep the entire development process of the elves under our noses and scientifically control them, the mortality rate will definitely be greatly reduced, and the low population will no longer be a problem. Liang Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled as she looked at Elder Yuchuan, the usually shriveled and mean old man. His short figure suddenly became tall. Liang Xiaoxia didn't have strong moral values. If it was human cloning technology, she might struggle a bit, thinking it was against the laws of nature and against morality. But using soilless cultivation to breed elves was similar to test tube babies. Liang Xiaoxia, who had received scientific education, never considered whether this was against the will of nature. If going against nature can increase the number of elves and make them stronger, then let nature go. Her people must become stronger, at least strong enough to protect themselves. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. She has learned enough of this iron-blooded lesson in her previous life, and she doesn't want this to happen again in this life. It is always better to prepare for a rainy day. Liang Xiaoxia thought of this and excitedly held Elder Yuchuan's hands. Her brain started to work first, and she racked her brain to think about the soilless cultivation knowledge that was thrown into the corner of middle school. She vaguely remembered nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and other things, which were not often used, but she could no longer remember the details. Since his youth, Elder Yuchuan's experiments have been criticized by his teachers at the time, who thought he was messing around. None of his family and friends understood him. Elder Yuchuan was not an elf who was good at dancing with his tribesmen, and it was common for him to be ridiculed by elves with whom he had a bad relationship. The only one who did not object to this experiment was the elf queen, but she did not give any support, but only sealed Elder Yuchuan's idle position. Even so, Elder Yuchuan was very grateful to her and still insisted on his own ideas. Matakini was one of the few elves in the tribe who had a good relationship with him. To say they had a good relationship was just that they were neither friendly nor unfamiliar. It was better than the naughty elves who made faces behind his back and the old elves who looked down on him. When Matakini proposed to let Fortress Charles come in as a laboratory assistant, Elder Yuchuan was very unhappy. Everyone knew that he just wanted his precious child to find some rare books here. It was impossible for him to really be an assistant to this old man. He didn't want to refute Matakini's face, so he just made up his mind to make things difficult for Charles from the beginning, so that she couldn't stand it and would give up. In this way, he would also agree to Matakini's request. But he didn't expect that Charles was really an interesting elf, smart and clever. Occasionally, his whimsical ideas could make people's eyes light up. He and Charles got along quite happily in the few months they were together. Seeing Liang Xiaoxia's excitement, Elder Yuchuan knew that he had found a comrade in arms and that his long persistence was finally understood. He couldn't help feeling disappointed. In the following days, the two elves were either in the laboratory or wandering around the forest, looking for some materials that might be useful. There was even one time when Elder Yuchuan took Liang Xiaoxia to sneak into the bear's den to collect a piece of fresh bear feces, and they were almost photographed by an angry bear. Carrying the stench of the bear's den, Elder Yuchuan and Liang Xiaoxia were in a mess, and despite the surprised and contemptuous eyes of the tribesmen, they laughed at each other and felt a sense of sympathy. The road of science and experimentation is always lonely. The two elves experienced pain and joy, experienced failure, repeatedly adjusted the formula, and started over again. The nutrient solution for soaking plants was improved again and again. From the sticky and disgusting beginning, like the mud in the stinking ditch, to the final purification into a transparent light yellow solution, still a little sticky, but much better. What's going on? After another failure, Liang Xiaoxia was a little frustrated. In order to collect the phosphorus needed by the plants, she also found a lot of beans, ground them into powder, and added them to the culture medium. Not to mention looking for potassium and nitrogen everywhere. For these two things, she almost read all the books in Elder Yuchuan's collection and even learned to carve a magic circle of light. Now all the elements required by the plants are available, and there is enough light and nutrients. But the experiment was still unsuccessful. Most of the plant seeds did not germinate after being buried. Some of the germinated ones died soon after they grew roots. Elder Yuchuan, who was guarding a pile of failed products, let out a long sigh, his face full of fatigue. It seemed like a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Elder, what did you just say? Liang Xiaoxia suddenly jumped up, grabbed Elder Yuchuan's arm, and shook it hard, scaring the elder. I didn't say anything? Elder Yuchuan looked at Liang Xiaoxia in confusion. You said it. You must have said something. Say it again. Liang Xiaoxia was also anxious. She felt that the thought flashing through her mind was like a slippery fish that would slip away if she didn't catch it. I really didn't say anything. I just sighed. After Elder Yuchuan finished speaking, he imitated the other person and sighed, then clapped his hands on his thighs. Yes, that's it. Liang Xiaoxia let go of Elder Yuchuan and fell back into his seat, muttering to himself while holding the failed beaker. Elder Yuchuan looked very puzzled. Liang Xiaoxia frowned and said, wrong, and then wondered, what else can I do? After a moment, he said, how can this be the same? Liang Xiaoxia was completely immersed in her own thoughts and forgot about Elder Yuchuan's existence. Her face kept changing, sometimes depressed and sometimes happy, and her pointed ears drooped down and then raised high. This kid is also possessed by a demon. Elder Yuchuan shook his head and ignored Liang Xiaoxia. He picked up his pipe and started smoking again. Yes, they overlooked an important issue at the beginning. In addition to sunlight, water, and nutrients, plant growth also requires a very important condition. air. Strictly speaking, it is oxygen and nitrogen. On Earth, the ratio of nitrogen to oxygen is about 21% and 87%. Plants absorb nitrogen from the air through their roots and leaves for their own use. During the day, the leaves face the sun, and the chlorophyll in them undergoes photosynthesis and releases oxygen. However, plants also need oxygen to breathe at night. Liang Xiaoxia didn't have a scientific measuring instrument, so she couldn't estimate the nitrogen-oxygen ratio of the air in this world. She didn't even know whether the plants in this world needed oxygen, but the principle was the same. Regardless of whether it would work or not, at least this method had to be tried. Elder Yuchuan has analyzed that plants need certain conditions to grow, and these conditions vary from plant to plant. However, if the roots of plants need to be exposed to air, even if they are soaked in culture solution, they will die due to lack of oxygen when taking root later. How to solve this problem? Liang Xiaoxia had learned this when she was in school, but after so many years, she had already forgotten everything. Burying the plants in the sand is a good method, but in this way, the roots are buried and the purpose of monitoring the growth status cannot be achieved. A new problem arises. How can we ensure that plants can absorb nutrients, come into contact with air, and not block observation and recording? Liang Xiaoxia frowned, trying to think of a solution. Elder Yuchuan, the main planner of the experiment, was very relaxed, smoking and drinking tea as usual, without any worries. Elder, can you please help me think of a solution? Liang Xiaoxia felt aggrieved. She worked so hard, but Elder Yuchuan was not worried at all. It was like the eunuchs were anxious even though the emperor was not. Well, some things can't be figured out just by thinking hard. Take your time, don't rush. Elder Yuchuan also let it go. With the help and advice of Liang Xiaoxia, the experiment has been progressing much faster. He, an old elf with half of his body buried in the loess, is very satisfied. As long as there is a successor and Xiao'er can continue this experiment after his soul returns to the Tree of Life, it won't be in vain. Here, take a break, relax, and have a smoke. Elder Yuchuan forced Liang Xiaoxia to sit down and handed her a lit jade pipe, which exuded a curling aroma. This spice tobacco was also specially selected by him. The white smoke gathered and dispersed, swirling in the air. The smell was light and long-lasting, and it also had a calming effect. Cigarette? Cigarette. Liang Xiaoxian got the pipe, jumped up excitedly, and hugged Elder Yuchuan tightly. Elder, you are really a genius, moi. Liang Xiaoxia jumped up, leaned over to Elder Yuchuan's wrinkled face and kissed him a few times, then got busy again. Elder Yuchuan blushed. This was the first time someone praised him as a genius. The strange thing was that he had no idea what he had done to receive such a high evaluation. He felt elated by the kiss and praise, and had the thought, maybe I am a genius. Liang Xiaoxia no longer had time to observe Elder Yuchuan's psychological changes. She was now fully immersed in the new method of soilless cultivation. Soaking in water is not feasible, so what about making the nutrient solution into mist? Like smoke, it mixes with air and soaks the roots of plants in it, solving so many problems at the same time. The only trouble is that the plants have to be hung up. Liang Xiaoxia briefly explained to Elder Yuchuan her failed guess and the solution. Elder Yuchuan also agreed, thinking that the key to the problem might really be here. The two elves discussed it and began to search through boxes and cabinets for information. This time they were looking for a way to vaporize the nutrient solution and continue to bless the plants. After high-pressure vaporization, it is easy to turn into. But Liang Xiaoxia was in a place without electricity or equipment, and there was no air pump for her to vaporize the nutrient solution. She had to find a method from a book. Liang Xiaoxia and Elder Yuchuan searched for several days until their eyes ached, and finally decided on a plan, which was to carve a small magic circle to maintain gasification and recycle the nutrient solution for energy supply. However, they still had to continue to study in depth how to do it. The road ahead is long and arduous, but I will continue to search for it. With a long sigh and rubbing his eyes, Liang Xiaoxia continued to bury himself in books, studying and struggling. During the time when Liang Xiaoxia was working as an assistant, Qianhe paced by Grandpa's room several times and heard the sound of debate, the clanging of kicks, and sometimes the angry roar of Grandpa. He naturally thought that Liang Xiaoxia was being scolded by Grandpa, and he couldn't help but secretly happy in his heart. I'll make you have trouble with me every day, and it would be best if you were scolded to death. Seeing Liang Xiaoxia coming out of the study room with a smile on her face, Chinha thought that she was just pretending to be strong in front of him, trying to force a smile to cover up the fact that she was scolded. So every time Chinha saw Liang Xiaoxia, she was in a very happy mood, and often asked with a smile and concern, "How was your day?" Liang Xiaoxia didn't hear the sarcasm behind Chinha's caring words, and was flattered every time. Her impression of the grandfather and grandson changed a lot. The grandfather was not a bad person, and the grandson was just a stubborn person. During Liang Xiaoxia's work as an experimental assistant, she never met Chinha's parents once. Liang Xiaoxia was very tactful and never asked about this topic. Liang Xiaoxia felt that Chinha seemed to have some kind of obsession in his heart. She almost always saw Chinha practicing swinging a two-handed sword in the backyard. Under the scorching sun, he swung a sword that was almost as tall as himself, very seriously, with sweat slowly flowing down his cheeks and dripping on the ground, forming a puddle over time. Chinha's sword practice was boring, from early morning to dusk, occasionally taking a break, and then continuing. Sometimes Liang Xiaoxia admired his perseverance at such a young age. At the beginning, whenever Chinha and Liang Xiaoxia met, they both looked arrogant. The two little elves couldn't talk to each other properly. Liang Xiaoxia was too lazy to argue with the little brat, but her indifferent attitude always made Chinha angry. Later, Chinha broke her usual habit and often showed concern for Liang Xiaoxia's assistant work, and the relationship between the two elves eased a little. Most of the time, Chinha was the one chattering, talking about some naive and ridiculous ideas and her simple dreams, while Liang Xiaoxia was him and ought to deal with it, while wandering in her mind. Sometimes, when Liang Xiaoxia was in a good mood, she would also tell Chinha two children's enlightenment stories, such as the ugly duckling and the little match girl. When they occasionally chatted, Chinha never mentioned his parents. Liang Xiaoxia saw Chinha climbing on the windowsill several times, silently looking at the scenery outside the window. There must be a pair of parents holding hands with their elf child, or holding them in their arms, riding on their heads, and laughing as they paced by. Liang Xiaoxia thought that the scene of big hands holding small hands must be painful and dazzling in Chinha's eyes. Chinha's parents are very mysterious. Once, Liang Xiaoxia couldn't help but asked Elder Yuchuan about his parents. The elder took a puff of his cigarette, blew out a smoke ring dejectedly, and said, "They will come back, but Chizuru is wronged." At this point, the topic about Chinha's parents came to an end. At least Liang Xiaoxia knew that they were not dead, but probably disappeared. On the other hand, it seemed that Chinha had had a hard time these years. Seeing Chinha, Liang Xiaoxia became more gentle, and in compliance with Elder Yuchuan's face, she occasionally brought Chinha some small gifts such as homemade honey. Liang Xiaoxia also became the only elf of the same age in the tribe who could talk to Chinha. "How many times have I told you not to touch my hair?" When Liang Xiaoxia stretched out her claws to Chinha's head again, Chinha finally exploded in anger and shook off Liang Xiaoxia's hand that was rubbing it, roaring with red eyes. "Hey, brother, don't be so stingy. Come and let your sister touch it." Chinha's hair is a mixture of dark and light yellow short hair, like ripe wheat ears in autumn. It feels soft to the touch. Spinning it in the palm of the hand, the newly grown hair is also tender and fluffy, making Liang Xiaoxia love it. "Who is your brother?" "Hateful. So annoying." When Liang Xiaoxia put her hand on Chinha's head again, Chinha did not slap her hand away roughly. She just blushed, closed her eyes, and protested weakly. Her cheeks were puffed up with anger, and she let Liang Xiaoxia's claws rub her head. It would be better if it was longer. Liang Xiaoxia grabbed Chinha's short hair and murmured to herself with dissatisfaction. Chinha blushed even more after being tossed like this. Liang Xiaoxia took advantage of the situation and held Chinha in her arms, rubbing her head like a female tyrant. "Xiar, what kind of elf are you?" Chinha looked at Liang Xiaoxia's profile. Her lines were round and soft, with the tenderness of an elf child. Her eyes were like her mother's, round and cute, but not as clear as other elves. She always had a sense of indifference and alienation. If you look closely, There seems to be a flash of red in her eyes. Is it an illusion? Chinha rubbed her eyes. When she was not familiar with Liang Xiaoxia at first, Chinha always saw Liang Xiaoxia and Mudball together in the tribe. Mudball rolled around in Liang Xiaoxia's arms and acted like a spoiled brat, and Liang Xiaoxia smiled dotingly. The two elves were obviously about the same age, but outsiders recognized Liang Xiaoxia as the elder sister at a glance, and always protected Mudball behind her like a chicken. When facing outsiders, Liang Xiaoxia behaves appropriately and sensibly, and her gestures are smooth and natural, sometimes not quite standard, but she has her own style. But her expression is always a little defensive, as if only her recognized friends and family can enter her heart and occupy a small place. After being with Liang Xiaoxia for a long time, Chinha thought she had some understanding of her personality, but when she thought she had figured out Liang Xiaoxia, she always found a side of her that she had never seen before. Liang Xiaoxia didn't care about anything about outsiders, and no matter if it was ridicule, insults, or praise, it was like the breeze pacing by. For no reason, Chinha felt like hitting cotton, feeling powerless. He envied Liang Xiaoxia for always standing by Mudball, giving in to her and protecting her. He was even a little jealous, wondering why he didn't have such a partner, such a friend. So he mocked and attacked her, making sarcastic remarks, and making trouble like a child who was making trouble when he couldn't get candy. After knowing each other for a long time, I realized that Liang Xiaoxia can laugh, get angry, be upset and sad. Her plain expression seems to be vivid and rich only in front of close people. Liang Xiaoxia can talk about everything and tell Chinha many stories that are logical but vivid and interesting. Chinha even thinks that Liang Xiaoxia's stories are more exciting than those of the story King Loki. She doesn't dance exaggeratedly, but just tells the story calmly, which makes people immersed in the story and can't stop. Now, he no longer has to envy other elves for having parents and playmates, because he also has Charles. Chinha doesn't like Liang Xiaoxia rubbing his hair, but he likes being held in Liang Xiaoxia's arms. This feeling of peace and joy makes him greedy. Chizuru even wondered if this was what a mother's embrace felt like. I have my grandfather and Charles. These are all I have, so no one can take them away. As Chizuru was thinking, this thought flashed through his mind, and it quickly took root and expanded in his mind, until this thought filled his mind and could not be shaken off. Charles, why does Hersha always call you Liang Xiaoxia? You call her Mudball? Chinha struggled out from Liang Xiaoxia's wolf claws, smoothed out her messed-up hair, and asked in a clear and loud voice, imitating the pronunciation of Chinese characters. He was also present in many of the conversations. He was sensitive to the difference in this name, as if it was a higher and more introverted circle. Liang Xiaoxia and Nichio stood inside the circle, and he stood outside the circle. This cognition made him restless, and he didn't want to fall behind Nichio. Liang Xiaoxia noticed that Chinha's expression was unnatural. From the moment he started to rub his hair, Chinha had no idea what he was thinking. He looked absent-minded and didn't have the feeling of a proud and arrogant boy who would bounce back under pressure. So that's how it was. Liang Xiaoxia felt that she was becoming more and more like a kindergarten teacher, responsible for mediating fair rewards for the children and preventing them from fighting over unfair treatment. Chinha was simply a little brat who had not grown up. Her usual mature look was all fake. Now she looked strong but aggrieved, so cute that it was unbearable. He looked at Liang Xiaoxia for a long time without saying anything, and his expression was serious and serious. He was uneasy and afraid for no reason. Did he ask something he shouldn't ask? His red eyes were half-drooped, and he was tangled in his heart. After a while, she slowly said, "You can call me Xiamo, which is my English name. From now on, I will call you Reed. Keep it a secret. This is a little code between friends." The malicious Liang Xiaoxia spoke slowly with a serious look, like a queen receiving a knight's medal. She had wanted the name Chinha for a long time, and now that she had proposed it, she could call it openly in the future. Anyway, there is no English or Chinese in this world, and it is basically impossible for others to know what she means. Okay, I'll accept it with reluctance. Red, this name is really ugly. Red in the Elven language means storm. Chizuru was obviously very satisfied with the name, and even more satisfied with the phrase little code between friends. When she was in a good mood, her arrogant look returned. She held her head high, criticized a few words with her chin pointed to the sky, and the corners of her mouth were still curled up. She couldn't help but feel good. In the past few months, Liang Xiaoxia rarely saw Nichio, and Nichio was busy. A few months after Xu Wenfeng was injured, Nichio was determined to become a healer. Strictly speaking, a healer is a branch of the strengthening system of the magic singer, specializing in healing. Among the Shijing elves, only the elders of the Guyu elves can heal. If Nichio wants to learn from her, he must first learn the preliminary knowledge of the magic singer from Bingchuan. She now follows Bingchuan during the day, and like Liang Xiaoxia, she is a registered disciple who attends classes as an auditor. Bingchuan was a famous, beautiful teacher in the tribe. Her delicate facial features were like the most beautiful works of art displayed in a museum. Her ice blue eyes, high-nose bridge, slightly upturned lips, and thin cheeks made her look like a European supermodel that Liang Xiaoxia had seen in her previous life. I don't know if it's a common practice among French singers, but they all look cold and aloof. Teacher Bingchuan is just as her name suggests. Her pretty face exudes a sense of keeping strangers away all day long, and she is also strict and merciless when it comes to her students. Nichio follows her, and even though she is a registered auditor, she does not lower her standards at all. If you can't answer a question, you have to do twice the homework. If you are distracted in class, you have to practice twice as much. When students listen to Bingchuan's class, they are trembling as if walking on thin ice, and they are very alert, for fear of being scolded or criticized. Mudball had to visit the injured teacher Xu Wenfeng at night and help him cook and clean. After Xu Wenfeng was injured, his messy home became a place full of peach blossoms, and the beautifully dressed female elves often visited him under various excuses. Mudball had to greet teacher Xu Wenfeng while greeting Xu Wenfeng's many admirers. From her tone, it was clear that she was not happy. In this way, Mudball was busy all day long. He could only see Liang Xiaoxia in a hurry at noon, and left in a hurry without saying a few words. Liang Xiaoxia felt a little empty without her well-behaved friend Mudball, and all her attention was shifted to Qianhe, the hot-tempered little guy. She would often pinch his face, rub his hair, and caress this young elf bathing in the sun. Compared to the time spent studying the subject seriously in the morning, the afternoon classes with Loki were extremely strange. After Swiftwind's leg injury healed, he naturally took over the mess left by the lazy Loki. After several months of war dance training, the elves learned nothing except a pair of wooden two-handed swords and a head full of legendary stories. Even a few older students have expressed dissatisfaction with Loki. Loki was still the same, talking nonsense all the time, without any awareness of being a teacher. He just coaxed a few elves who knew nothing to come and listen to his stories happily every day, and go home with a feeling of unsatisfied feeling. Seeing this situation, Xu Wenfeng could only smile helplessly, announced to the elves that the vacation was over, picked up the teaching stick and started to guide the group of already somewhat lazy war dancers Meow Meow again. Liang Xiaoxia had not paced the flower festival test, so she was considered a registered disciple of Loki, but she had nothing to do with Xu Wenfeng. Under the circumstances, she should have just left. Although Xu Wenfeng had asked her kindly, she could continue to sit in if she wanted. Liang Xiaoxia was also somewhat interested. Although she didn't have much idea about the war dance, she still wanted to observe the training of the war dancers. But Loki would never agree, and he dragged Liang Xiaoxia to his side and asked to teach her in person with tears in his eyes. The twisted appearance stimulated Liang Xiaoxia so much that goosebumps appeared all over her body. When Liang Xiaoxia was the only student left, Loki stopped being so careless and started teaching seriously. However, the teaching content was extremely weird. In the first month, Loki taught Liang Xiaoxia how to escape. Liang Xiaoxia had her hands tied behind her back and thrown into the river. She had her eyes blindfolded and hung upside down on a tree. She had been forced into a wolf den and raced with the wolves. Until the end, Loki personally took action, and the vast forest became a training ground for the two elves, one escaping and the other chasing, playing hide and seek with great pleasure. A tree that can only stretch but not bend will be cruelly eliminated by nature before it grows into a good tree. Loki paced, holding a sword in each hand, his ears pointed up, listening carefully to the movements in the forest, looking for Liang Xiaoxia. In terms of escape and cunning, this child has an amazing talent, as slippery as a loach and difficult to catch. Sometimes you can't catch him for a whole day, and if you are not careful, you may be defeated. If it weren't so, how could he have fallen in love with her? How brilliant would this unpolished jade, covered in dust, be when it really shines? The tribe seemed peaceful and tranquil now, but it was just the prelude to the coming storm, and it was unknown how long such a peaceful life could last. Before the storm came, if you had a little more ability to protect yourself, you would have the possibility to give it a try. Although Liang Xiaoxia cursed Loki for his mindless escape training and said that the mud must have filled his head, she didn't find it difficult to accept this strange course. Because she was an elf, a child of nature. When she was close to nature, she felt unprecedented joy and relaxation. Liang Xiaoxia ran quickly through a patch of low bushes. The wind with a slightly spicy and fresh scent of plants blew towards her face and whistled past her ears. With a flexible turn, her small figure merged into the shadow of the low tree behind her. Liang Xiaoxia slowly closed her eyes, panting slightly, calming her heartbeat after the intense exercise. She liked this feeling and liked to enjoy the chase in the forest, the fierce battle of wits between traps and counter-traps. In the face of repeated failures, she kept thinking about designing, and even 1 or 2 times out of 10, she could turn defeat into victory. In the 3rd month, Luoji stopped training with Liang Xiaoxia outdoors, and the course was moved back to indoors. Luoji found a large box of various locks from somewhere, made of iron, copper, and wood, large and small. He taught Liang Xiaoxia how to open locks, pry open doors, and break mechanisms. Is this guy trying to train me to be a thief? Liang Xiaoxia speculated with a frown on her face. Although she envied Chu Liuxiang's cool style, she didn't think of thief as an ideal career. Forget it, just learn from him. Life is so long anyway, there's nothing to do if I don't learn. More skills and more paths, maybe I'll use them in the future. Maybe it was a bonus of rebirth, but after becoming an elf, Liang Xiaoxia's memory and comprehension improved a lot. She could learn to pick the lock and pry the door after just one demonstration. She was very fast and smooth, and the lock core and the lock head broke into 2 halves and fell to the ground with a click-click. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. Did she really have a talent for thieves? If learning with her father Matakini was like an exploratory dialogue between scholars, and research with Elder Yuchuan was like scientific exploration and continuous experimentation, learning with Loki was like a miscellaneous course required for gangsters. After unlocking and prying doors, there were treasure identification and noble training courses. Liang Xiaoxia was forced to memorize a treasure atlas as thick as her palm, and had to learn the weird mainland common language to discuss weather, clothing, and entertainment with Loki. Liang Xiaoxia had every reason to believe that after the Rocky training course, she could perfectly qualify as a high-level scammer in her previous life. Not the kind of scammer who made phone calls and pretended to have won the lottery, but the kind who dressed like a venture capital fund, wore high-end shirts, and carried briefcases to charm financial tycoons in a refined and elegant manner. When night falls, the 3 pure white moons will take turns to witness the bloodiest moment of Liang Xiaoxia's day. Taking off the elegant outer garment of an elf and restraining the gentle and reserved smile, Liang Xiaoxia and Ku Ji will stage a boxing match without suspense every night. Fists against cheeks, legs against abdomen, and a pool of white blood flows on the ground, some of which is Ku Ji's, but most of which is Liang Xiaoxia's. Liang Xiaoxia learned about Kuji's experiences through Mo Min's killing left eye. When she first showed sympathy to Kuji, she was almost beaten to death by Kuji. In Kuji's eyes, there were no children or weaklings, only the difference between the living and the dead. Liang Xiaoxia's young body could not get his sympathy and mercy. The first few times Kuji attacked Liang Xiaoxia, it was because there were other elves watching in the dark that he restrained himself a little. But what was her look like? Was it pity or regret? Bitterthorn did not need anyone's pity. His self-esteem could not be understood by such a boring emotion as pity. When Kuji really wanted to kill, Liang Xiaoxia's left eye hurt slightly and blood streaked across it. Liang Xiaoxia struggled in fear, grabbed Kuji's arrow with one hand, and stabbed it into his right shoulder. Kuji covered his injured right shoulder, and blood flowed drop by drop with a silvery white luster under the moonlight. At this moment, the two sides of the fight eased a little. Fight, fight, fight. This is the entire content of the Bitterthorn course. There is no unnecessary dialogue, no action demonstration or explanation. As long as the opponent can't breathe, whether it is grabbing, biting, using weapons or traps, as long as it can deliver an effective blow, winning is the only theme. When only one is left standing, the evening training course is over. Liang Xiaoxia tried to escape. She didn't want to play with this madman anymore. Such a high-intensity crazy battle made Liang Xiaoxia feel like a beast instead of an elf. When she escaped for the first time, Liang Xiaoxia was shot through the calf by Ku Ji with a bow and arrow. She lay in bed for a month. She was not a steel superhero with a strong heart. She cried, and her face was covered with tears and snot. If a normal person saw Liang Xiaoxia's small body shaking, crying silently, and sobbing softly, he would have softened his heart long ago. But Liang Xiaoxia's tears were the catalyst for Ku Ji's violent frenzy. The harder she cried, the harder she was beaten. Later, as long as he saw Liang Xiaoxia's eyes sparkling and tears about to fall, Ku Ji would double his attacks and beat her until she could not make any sound. Get up. No one will sympathize with your tears. You don't need such useless things. Bitterthorn's voice was eerie, and the hideous scars on his face were twisted, like a demon crawling out of heck. Liang Xiaoxia stood up unsteadily. Her clothes were torn to pieces. She spat out a mouthful of blood and held the wooden stick in her hand. Her mind was blurred. She just kept telling herself, like hypnosis, "Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry." This was the only thought left in her mind. She held on for a while, but finally her eyes went dark and she fainted. It was not until 6 months later that she could stand up to the moon at its highest point in the sky. Before that, she never went home sober. She had to go into battle with her old injuries the next day. Dolan approached Bitterthorn about this several times, but was blocked by Bitterthorn's words, "Since you are my disciple, it is my job to discipline you." Loki's teacher course is full of water, but Ku Ji doesn't even have the slightest awareness of being a teacher. He fights with Liang Xiaoxia with an attitude of her life, or death has nothing to do with me. Very good. Since you can hold on now, then walk back by yourself. Liang Xiaoxia was holding on with the help of a stick, but Ku Ji didn't even care. He looked at the sky, felt that the time had come, put on a black cloak, turned around and left. Was it him who always sent me home before? Liang Xiaoxia looked at Ku Ji's back, which was stretched out by the moonlight. He was lonely and resolute, like a black lone wolf, and her heart was slightly moved. However, even if he had such a little bit of goodness, it could not reduce Liang Xiaoxia's inner hostility towards him. She stood up, was knocked down, and stood up again. The figure of Ku Ji was always like a dark mountain, stepping on her. Liang Xiaoxia had long forgotten how many times she had fallen on the riverbank, but with each fall, the desire to surpass Ku Ji and defeat Ku Ji was engraved in her heart, becoming stronger and stronger. Just standing to the end was no longer enough for Liang Xiaoxia. She wanted to fight back, not run away in embarrassment. Wherever he was strong, she would be stronger than him. He was a superior bow hunter, and she would overwhelm him with absolute advantage in bow hunting. Liang Xiaoxia needs a proof, a victory, to reverse her disadvantage. Just keep those beautiful respects in your heart. Yes, he is not a teacher, but an opponent, someone Liang Xiaoxia needs to surpass. Bow hunting is an art, the art of killing. Holding the bow and waiting, just for that moment when the blood flowers bloom. It is so beautiful that it makes people tremble with fear. After the flower festival of the new year, Liang Xiaoxia got what she wanted. After the flower festival assessment, she became Renault's apprentice and became a junior apprentice of a bow hunter. Renault and Ku Ji were both famous bow hunters in the tribe, and they had achieved extraordinary success at a young age. Especially after Renault lost to Ku Ji in the last Huaqiao martial arts competition, he practiced desperately and made a breakthrough this year, finally crossing the 6th level and breaking through to the 7th level, vaguely touching the edge of the arrow. If Bitterthorn's bow hunting is like a crocodile lurking at the bottom of a river, observing its enemies coldly underwater, waiting for the right moment to open its big mouth and deliver a fatal bite, Then Renault's bow hunting style is consistent with his appearance. He is an eagle soaring in the sky, hovering among the clouds, aiming at the prey and diving, and finally tearing the prey's defenses with his sharp claws. Renault's bow is his claw, and his arrow is his attack and his sharpness. These two bow hunters have completely different styles. One is proud, the other is vicious. One is resolute, the other is cunning. After fighting with Kuji for a month, Liang Xiaoxia has long been familiar with Kuji's bow hunting style and has a general feeling about the feeling of a bow hunter. Liang Xiaoxia watched Renault slowly wipe his love bow with a clean, soft cloth. His brown hair was not as ostentatious as usual, but gentle as if he was caressing a lover. Unconsciously, she was also immersed in this quiet mood. She felt that Renault and his bow had a deep bond. This feeling could not be inserted by outsiders, but just watching was a kind of enjoyment. Compared with the gentle and bright swift wind and the cold and icy glacier, Renault's appearance is not outstanding. Even though he is the best bow hunter in the tribe, he has not attracted many students to learn from him. The elves prefer the blood-boiling of the close combat of the war dancer, or the profound and rigorous exploration of the magic singing. In recent years, Renault has only one new student, Liang Xiaoxia, but he teaches with iron blood and seriousness, and does not let students off at all. They don't understand the feeling of bow hunting. Liang Xiaoxia likes bow hunting, although she also likes war dance and magic singing. However, she still likes bow hunting the most. After getting the right eye of Mo Min's killing memory, she touched many weapons of the elves in the tribe. Some of these weapons had no reaction, while some could bring her 1 or 2 fragments of memories. None of these memories were as profound as the one she felt when she touched Bitterthorn's shadow. Liang Xiaoxia truly felt that shadow had a soul. As Bitterthorn's companion, it accompanied him through the place of no return. If Bitterthorn still had a trace of softness and tenderness in his heart, this tenderness must have been given to Shadow without reservation. Shadow was his companion, his lover, his comrade in arms, his only one. Yes, the feeling of Renault and Bitterthorn is not understood by non-bow hunters. Most bow hunters walk alone on the road, without a partner, in the dark and deep jungle, under the leaves in the pouring rain, waiting for their targets day and night, fighting to the death, when hungry and cold, lonely and lonely. As long as there is a bow, they must persist. Liang Xiaoxia also wants to be a bow hunter, an excellent bow hunter. When she touches a good hunting bow, her soul trembles with excitement. The cold and hard bow body can bring her the enjoyment of the most high-end delicacies. The bow is calling her, humming in her soul, making her want to pick up the bow, wanting the bow to become her arm and fight side by side. When a meteor falls, some lives will return to the arms of the god of death. Liang Xiaoxia wants to be the god of death, using meteors to take away the lives of her enemies and protect the people she cares about. This is her persistence and belief. Lei Nua had his own pride, and he remembered that he owed Liang Xiaoxia a favor. Although this favor was a little unnatural, he never owed anyone anything, especially when the other party was still a half-grown child. So he had to keep his word. What do you want me to do? I want you to teach me bow hunting, the best bow hunting. Liang Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with brilliance, dazzling. Renault often saw such eyes in war dance or magic singing apprentices, but he had never seen such persistence and desire in his own students. Why do you want to be a bow hunter? Renault's golden eagle eyes were a little surprised. Xiara was really a strange elf. Female elves generally liked swift wind or glacier. They were not willing to endure hardships, running in the forest for several months, sleeping in the open air, chanting long spells in the study, reciting powerful spells one by one, killing people with ease, and being graceful. Moreover, female bow hunters are inherently inferior to male bow hunters due to physical reasons. Their arm strength, endurance, and explosive power are not as good as those of male elves. Even if they become bow hunters, most of them will have limited achievements. On the contrary, their mental strength is higher, so this method may be more suitable for singers. Now, it was Liang Xiaoxia's turn to be surprised. Don't you understand? I mean, that feeling of mutual attraction. Liang Xiaoxia, who had never touched a bow and arrow in her previous life, was fascinated by bow hunting, something she had never dealt with before in this life. It was really strange. Maybe it was the influence of the killing right eye. Or maybe she had a bow hunting talent in her nature, but she had never discovered it. Liang Xiaoxia touched the hunting bows, admiring their graceful curved shapes and straight bowstrings, just like appreciating the best works of art in the world. She felt joy and sweetness in her heart, and her heart was trembling slightly. She felt an instant electric shock, just like falling in love, and her whole body was hot, wanting to hold it tightly in her hands. She seemed to fall in love with bow hunting and was instantly in love. Renaud was also surprised. He saw a mixture of shyness, sweetness, and excitement on the face of a teenage elf. If Renaud hadn't been a bit rational, he would have thought that Liang Xiaoxia had a crush on him. But Renaud was not stupid. He and Liang Xiaoxia had never met again except for the mistaken rescue at the flower festival. So, Seal's expression was about the bow and arrow in his hand? Such a student is either a genius or a lunatic. The primary training method for bow hunting is very simple, just like how Cinderella's stepmother treated Cinderella. Mix a bunch of green beans, red beans, and yellow beans with coal ash, and then let the trainees pick them out. Since you want me to teach you the best, you must do the best. Renaud fulfilled Liang Xiaoxia's wish as a favor. During the ordinary bean picking training, she was given both hands and weights tied to her arms to train her arm strength. Without arm strength, there is no archer. An archer who cannot draw a bow is just a hen that cannot spread its wings and fly. Liang Xiaoxia was not unhappy for the first time. She just patiently picked beans. However, every few times, she would look up at the bow on Renaud's back. She just communicated with the black ironwood bow with her right eye and learned that the bow was called Black Feather and was a gift from Renaud. She had been with Renaud for at least 300 years. In addition, she also read a small memory of Renaud killing a wolf king with Black Feather. Renaud was sharpening his bow and arrows. He didn't look at Liang Xiaoxia, but just lowered his head to carefully tie the feathers on the tail of the arrow. However, he felt a little trembling in his heart because of her affectionate gaze every now and then. He always felt that Liang Xiaoxia was plotting something, either about him or his bow. I really want to touch Renaud's black feathers and have some exchanges. Liang Xiaoxia had been fighting against Bitterthorn for a year, and her physical strength and endurance were much higher than those of ordinary young elves. After a while, she finished picking the beans and divided them into 3 small piles according to different colors. It was just that her arms were a little sore from the weights. Continue. Renaud mixed the beans that Liang Xiaoxia had picked together, looked at her with his sharp eagle eyes, and then went back to his work. Liang Xiaoxia's speed was 1/3 faster than other beginners, even with the weights on. Renaud was satisfied, but not satisfied. As an excellent bow hunter, speed alone was not enough. Patience was also needed. Continue. The whole afternoon was just a monotonous bean-picking exercise, and Liang Xiaoxia didn't even touch the tail of the bow. She continued to stare at the black feather behind Renaud with a loving look, but her arms were so sore that she could hardly lift them. After the training, can I touch Heiyu? Liang Xiaoxia gritted her teeth, sweating, and slowly and laboriously raised her hand to pick up the beans, while looking up and asking Renaud pitifully, her almond eyes slightly red. Yeah, okay. Renaud agreed for some reason, then turned around and thought, no, how did she know that his bow was called Black Feather? Maybe someone told him that. He's a very caring little guy. At the end of the training, Liang Xiaoxia's arms were so sore that she couldn't even lift them. Just as she was about to take off the weights on her arms, Renaud stopped her and said, you have to wear them from now on. You are not allowed to take them off. Then can I touch your bow every day from now on? Liang Xiaoxia bargained. It all depends on your performance. Renaud found it a little funny. This elf looked like an adult, but was actually still a child. He could be happy for a long time just by touching a bow, just like an elf who got candy. Liang Xiaoxia was of course happy. Renaud's black feather bow was very heavy. It fell into Liang Xiaoxia's arms and took her down. Liang Xiaoxia held Black Feather, who was taller than her, and happily stroked the thick bow handle. In fact, she was communicating with Black Feather with her killing right eye. The will of the bow is very weak. They have no ability to think independently, only memory and experience. However, in this unique experience, they gradually form different styles. Renaud's black feathers were like the leader of a herd of beasts, always exuding a sense of calmness and pride. After a while of touching, Liang Xiaoxia was given a small memory, which was a clip of a martial arts competition where Renaud defeated his opponent. Liang Xiaoxia closed her eyes and immersed herself in the memories conveyed by Heiyu, with an expression of enjoyment and seriousness. It seems that this is really a little elf who loves bows and has good talent. Renaud squinted his golden eyes and looked at Liang Xiaoxia. He decided that since he had talent, he couldn't bury it easily. He secretly tapped his palm and started to increase the bet tomorrow. Just like that, following Renaud, Liang Xiaoxia opened the door to the bow hunter. How far she can go next depends on herself. Renaud was Liang Xiaoxia's mentor in archery and hunting. He had a feeling that this special disciple would go very far, but he did not expect that she would end up taking a path that no one had expected. Is fate accidental or inevitable? The boundary between them has always been blurred and difficult to grasp. In July, the Shijing Elf Forest ushered in the annual rainy season. The sparse rain kept falling, hitting the grass and leaves that had been somewhat dried up by the sun for the previous 3 months. The leaves that had turned yellow due to the scorching sun continued to stretch their branches, allowing the moist dew to wash away the last trace of the late summer heat. The entire forest is filled with moisture. The huge tree of life has remained unchanged for thousands of years and still stands in the center of the forest. Its leaves, washed by rain, are dark black and exude a strong breath of life. On this rainy day, Liang Xiaoxia took a rare day off and soaked in the empty bathhouse. Looking at the white mist in the water and her delicate white skin in the mist, Liang Xiaoxia felt proud and swayed to the tune of a bathing song. It's worth my hard work to train. My skin is tight and elastic. 10 years have passed. Time seems to have put a stagnation spell on Liang Xiaoxia. The little adult who was originally 4 or 5 years old has only grown to 6 or 7 years old. She poured the nutrient-rich sulfur spring water on her body without realizing it and boasted to herself. Ahem ahem? There was another elf in the bath with Liang Xiaoxia, Liang Xiaoxia's mentor Renaud, who was coughing softly to remind Liang Xiaoxia. It was the darkness before dawn, and the water was heavy with dew. In the bath, there were no other elves except Liang Xiaoxia and Renaud. As the tribe's heroic and steady bow hunter instructor, Renaud showed off his well-trained muscles, which were not exaggerated, slightly bulging, and his skin was a little yellow from the sun, which was pleasing to the eye. Pay attention to your image. Renaud was immersed in the water, staring at Liang Xiaoxia with his beautiful eagle eyes, and felt a little annoyed by her unconscious cuteness and self-praise. Liang Xiaoxia said she felt no pressure when she was in the same pool with the handsome young man Renaud. The hot spring bath of the elves is not a big bathhouse where springtime is suddenly revealed. No matter how old you are, you have to wear a bathrobe to bathe. Liang Xiaoxia has a Lolita skin, but the heart of an old lady who is nearly 40 years old, and she has no pressure at all. Her small body has no bust and no buttocks, which is really not good to look at. On the contrary, Renaud's figure, due to years of exercise, has long and slender limbs, and his healthy yellow skin is more sunny than the white-skinned elves we usually see. It would be better if you just stopped coughing so seriously. Liang Xiaoxia secretly rated Renaud's figure in her heart and used her cute appearance to smile at Renaud and stick out her tongue. They have been bathing together for several years, but they are still so serious. After 10 years of practice, Liang Xiaoxia has been able to grasp the weaknesses of every teacher very tactfully. For a falcon teacher like Renaud, as long as he can do what he asks, he will turn a blind eye to the rest and follow Liang Xiaoxia's wishes. Moreover, Renaud's weakness is actually being a spoiled brat. As long as Liang Xiaoxia imitates Mudball's unique skills and acts cute and twinkles with eyes to Renaud, he will agree to any request that is not too much. He is serious and mysterious to others, but he is so disrespectful to himself. This little fox Renaud cursed in his heart with a smile on his face. Don't forget what we are here for today. It's time to get down to business. When they were almost done washing, Renaud reminded, Liang Xiaoxia also put away her playful smile, and when it came to serious work, she had to be professional and concentrate on studying every brick and tile in the bathhouse. The story begins a few hours ago. At that time, Renaud took Liang Xiaoxia into Holin for a 6-month outdoor survival training. When the two elves finished their mission and returned covered in mud, it was already midnight. They decided to go to the bathhouse to take a bath before going home. However, they discovered something in front of the bathhouse. Liang Xiaoxia still remembers the flower festival 10 years ago, the first time she didn't attend and was beaten by Kuji that night. And when she returned home, she saw Sun Feng had a broken leg and ran to the bathhouse. Although Matakini, who was present at the end, didn't let her pursue the matter further, she didn't forget this little doubt and kept it in her heart. She and Renaud came back in the late night, almost dawn, and there was no one bathing in the bathhouse. She only saw an elf mysteriously leaving the bathhouse, looking left and right, sneaking around and not wanting to be discovered. Renaud and Liang Xiaoxia, both bow hunters, had much better eyesight than normal and spotted the sneaky man at a glance. This time it was not Swift Wind, but someone none of them had ever seen before, a human being. He did not have the long ears that were unique to elves, nor did he have the animal ears and tail that were characteristic of orcs. He wore a dark gray tights that tightly covered his head, face, and body, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. He moved nimbly and swiftly through the woods. Now, the problem is serious. A human sneaked into the tribe in the middle of the night. How did he get in? What was his plan? What was he doing in the bathhouse? A lot of questions arose instantly. When Liang Xiaoxia and Renaud saw this human, their eyes fixed and they took action without hesitation, ready to arrest this human. This human was short in stature, wearing standard thief equipment. He dodged left and right in an attempt to escape from the blockade of Liang Xiaoxia and Renaud. His movements were nimble, and he avoided several attacks. Renaud was not a good person to begin with, and Liang Xiaoxia's combat experience over the past 10 years had also improved a lot. It was easy for two bow hunters who were good at tracking and intercepting to catch a human in the forest. Renaud shot an arrow into the thief's thigh, nailing him and his body to the tree trunk behind him. She's dead. When Liang Xiaoxia rushed to the immobile thief and took off the mask, she found that the thief was actually a woman. This female thief had an ordinary face and plain features, and blood was oozing out of her mouth after biting her tongue to commit suicide. This is a dead soldier. Liang Xiaoxia and Renaud searched the thief's body from head to toe, but apart from an ordinary dagger, some dry food and water, they did not find anything that could identify her. There was no clue at all. The forest where the Shijing elves live is located on an independent land, surrounded by the sea, and in the sea live the sea people who are hostile to humans. If humans want to reach here, they must first pace through the territory of the fierce sea tribe, and must not get lost in the forest, and if they are lucky, they can explore the specific location of the tribe. These harsh conditions combined have left no trace of humans on this continent. Now, someone could sneak into the tribe without being discovered. How could Liang Xiaoxia and Lei Nuan not be surprised? Knowing the seriousness of the incident, Liang Xiaoxia and Renaud reported the whole incident to the elf queen Haid without delay. Haid also attached great importance to this issue and continued to entrust Renaud and Liang Xiaoxia to investigate. After intercepting the human thief, Renaud and Liang Xiaoxia returned to the bathhouse without stopping. They came to the bathhouse just to find out what the human was up to. The bathhouse was still the same bathhouse, no different from every time Liang Xiaoxia saw it before. The epic painting made of huge gems sparkled on the dome. The smooth mirage stone statue held a water bottle, and a constant stream of spring water poured into the hot bath. Here, the highest artistic achievement of the elves was reflected. Even the resting platform by the pool was meticulously carved with floral patterns, surrounded by pink roses and lifelike. Liang Xiaoxia and Renaud divided the work between the two ends, exploring each pool one by one, carefully feeling the edge of the pool, not missing any protrusions, and even diving into the water to observe if there was anything special on the bottom of the pool. No, nothing. Liang Xiaoxia and Renaud touched it several times, but found nothing special. How come there isn't one? If there was nothing special about it, could it be that the female thief was just visiting the elves and taking a bath after the trip? This idea was simply an insult to Liang Xiaoxia's intelligence. Even with her toes, Liang Xiaoxia could be sure that there was something special about this bath. But where is this place? It would be better if the function of the killing left eye was activated a little more. Liang Xiaoxia thought a little frustratedly. After several years of training, the application of the left eye of killing has been greatly improved. No need to meditate or dream anymore. Just looking at an object can get the memory of killing. However, other non-killing memories are still not accessible. If she could read the memory of non-killing, she would just need to touch a stone in the bathtub to see what the thief did here. Now it would be much easier to do around. Liang Xiaoxia floated on the water angrily, staring at the epic painting on the dome for a while. Could the thief be here to steal something? If he took away the vault made of gemstones, he could sell it for a lot of money. Well, the hero Xian Lu's clothes are made of gems, his eyes are made of gems, and the scepter he holds high is also made of gems. Only Xian Lu's long hair is painted with paint. Liang Xiaoxia was very keen to notice this difference. The painted hair, compared with the dazzling hair made of gems, could better reflect the smoothness and texture of her hair. However, Liang Xiaoxia had read the biography of Xian Lu in her father's study. The thing she was most proud of in her life was not defeating the inferior demon, but her long and beautiful hair. Xinlo likes crystal-clear gems of various colors. In order to commemorate her, the epic paintings on the dome are all made of gems. But why not hair? For elves who pursue perfection and art to a nitpicking level, this detail problem can never be ignored. The gems can't show the texture of her long hair. And what about the gold and silver threads? There's not even any gold inlay. It's just a painting, so suspicious. This detail is very small, and if the elf who is not greedy for money is not extremely careful, he will not notice the problem of her hair at all. It is too subtle. Liang Xiaoxia narrowed her eyes and thought that the hair part might be the key to the problem. Renaud, do you have a way for me to reach the murals up there? Liang Xiaoxia stretched out a jade-like arm. The water slowly slid down her fair skin, and her finger pointed straight at the dome. The roof was too high. Although she had excellent jumping ability, she couldn't jump to the top in one go. Moreover, the vaulted roof was bare, without beams or columns, so she couldn't stay there even if she jumped up. Renaud saw Liang Xiaoxia's slender, white arms dripping with water, with a faint pink hue. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at the mural in the direction of her finger and began to ponder. There is a way, but only you can use it. After thinking for a while, Renaud gave Liang Xiaoxian an answer. Wisdom is like climbing over a wall by standing on a small stool. The higher the stool of knowledge is, the easier it is to climb over the wall. Renaud made a return trip, and when he returned to the bathhouse, he had a pair of gloves in his hands and a few flattened wooden boards under his arms. Sitting cross-legged beside the bathtub, Renaud took out a small brown bottle from his pocket and slowly and evenly applied the liquid in the bottle to the 5 fingers of the gloves. Liang Xiaoxia was soaking in the water, with half of her head exposed. After watching for a while, she understood Renaud's plan. The unknown in the bottle is probably some kind of glue, maybe a product like Strong 502. After putting on gloves, it can stick to the vault and stay there without damaging the murals on the vault. No wonder Renaud said that only he could use this method. No matter how powerful a pair of gloves is, it can only barely bear Liang Xiaoxia's weight. If Renaud, who is so big, goes on, he will definitely fall off because he can't stick to it. Liang Xiaoxia changed her clothes, tied her wet light golden hair into a ponytail, and threw it behind her head. She put on Renaud's pair of gloves covered with glue, aimed at the murals on the vault, and bent her knees slightly. She took 2 steps to help her run, pushed off the ground hard and jumped up, flying into the air. Liang Xiaoxia jumped like a small bird, light and flexible, with her hands naturally stretched back and her legs stretched straight. Renaud had been observing her jump, and when he saw that Liang Xiaoxia was exhausted and had a tendency to fall, he threw a piece of wood out. Liang Xiaoxia's jump was almost 6 times her own height. The jumping and agility of elves are much higher than that of humans, but this jump only covered half the distance. There was nothing under his feet, and he was about to fall down involuntarily. The wooden board thrown by Renaud was chasing him. Liang Xiaoxia stepped on the wooden board with his left foot and used the force to push up a little more. After throwing the first board, Renaud kept throwing all the boards in his arms. Each board was thrown with great precision, always landing at Liang Xiaoxia's feet when she was about to fall. Tap, 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 tap. 4 steps in succession. Liang Xiaoxia threw both hands forward and stuck firmly beside the mural. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and Liang Xiaoxia and Renault's coordination was extremely precise. After years of getting along as a master and apprentice, the two elves had a tacit understanding of trust. Before the action, Liang Xiaoxia did not ask herself what to do if she missed her step and fell. She trusted Renault and believed that Renault would catch her. This trust was not a reckless joke with her life. In the training, it had long become an iron rule of long-term cooperation. If it were Renault, he would also trust her like this. Thank you for not throwing the board in my face. Liang Xiaoxia hung her hands on the ceiling, winked at Renault, turned her head, and began to study the murals. Looking at the gemstone mural up close, Liang Xiaoxia was almost dazzled by the brilliant gemstones. She was so dazed that she almost fell down. She steadied herself and managed to keep her balance in the air. Focus. Renault's eagle eyes did not blink, closely following Liang Xiaoxia's every move. He moved to the bottom of Liang Xiaoxia, stood naturally, and made the most favorable posture for saving the ball. Liang Xiaoxia focused her attention, took off her gloves, and began to feel Xian Lu's hair inch by inch. At the same time, she opened Imo Min's killing left eye wide and felt carefully to see if she could receive any clues. After closing her eyes for a moment and digesting the information in her mind, Liang Xiaoxia pressed the huge ruby on Xian Lu's scepter. Boom boom. Clatter, clatter. With a loud noise, the golden hair on the mural of Xinluo seemed to come alive, stretching out from the painting, opening a straight slide leading to a pool of water soaked with rose petals in front. Like Moses parting the Red Sea, the bathing liquid in the pool rolled and rolled back to both sides, making room for the blonde to pace through. It's done. Liang Xiaoxia's eyes lit up. She took off her gloves and held them in her hands, twisted her waist and jumped, sat on the curve, and slid down along Xian Lu's golden hair. Following Liang Xiaoxia, Renault also jumped into the bend, and the two figures jumped into the pool in a short while. Behind them, Xian Lu's golden hair that stretched out of the picture slowly dissipated into the air, turning into golden starlight. The water in the pool was no longer opened, and it returned to the pool and returned to calm, with hot steam rising. The bathhouse was quiet, as if nothing had happened. After pacing through the rose bath, Liang Xiaoxia and Renault slid for a while before they touched the ground. As soon as he landed, Renault turned around and stood up, pulling out the black feather bow behind him and holding it in front of his chest. At the same time, Liang Xiaoxia pulled out the dagger tied to her leg, held it in her hand, and looked around vigilantly. The passage was very dark, so dark that there was no light at all. Even if the elves had good eyesight, they couldn't see their hands in front of them. Renault took out a pocket elf lamp from his backpack, shook it, and it lit up, illuminating the small space in front of them. What appeared before Liang Xiaoxia and Renault was a corridor with a distinct elf style. The walls on both sides were painted with fine green paint, with elf vine patterns entwined around them, and the flowers inlaid on the walls were also made of gems. The red petals and yellow stamens were gorgeous under the weak light of the elf lamp. Statue of war gods and heroes in various poses stand on both sides of the passage. They are undoubtedly elf warriors, holding shields or bows and arrows, with solemn expressions. The hero Xian Lu is the 4th generation of the Elf Queen, and the current Elf Queen Haidai of the Liang Xiaoxia tribe is the 74th generation. 70 generations, nearly 8,000 years. It was also from the 4th generation that the originally unified elf tribe split into 4 different tribes for unknown reasons and scattered to the 4 corners of the world. And the elf queen who ruled this generation was Xian Lu? The statues on both sides should be the legendary Divine Guards. The Divine Guards are a team of 12 elves guarding directly under the command of the queen. They obey the queen's orders and are invincible. Liang Xiaoxia felt uneasy as she looked at the elf warriors who were twice her height. These statues were so realistic that even the skin texture was clearly visible, as if they were alive. Patat patat. The elf's footsteps were originally very light, but they were magnified countless times in this dead silent corridor. Liang Xiaoxia followed closely behind Renault. Renault held up the elf lamp, and his slender and tall figure in the dim light made her feel a little more secure. The statues on both sides did not look so depressing and creepy. The corridor was not long, but Liang Xiaoxia felt like she had walked for a long time. After going out, there was an underground square at the end of the corridor. Inheriting the complex and gorgeous style of the elves, a whole circle of relief paintings extended on the flat wall, from the ground to the top, surrounding the huge magic circle in the middle. After pacing through the magic circle, there were 2 stone doors opposite the square, tightly closed, and 2 statues of Xi and Lu appeared on the doors, one standing and one sitting. Liang Xiaoxia was deeply stunned by this huge underground square. In her previous life, she had been to Tiananmen Square and seen the monument to the people's heroes and the relief paintings below. At that time, she also sighed for a while at the crystallization of people's wisdom. But the huge relief paintings surrounding the entire square in front of her were much more exaggerated than what she had seen at that time. The entire project was just like carving relief paintings around a large stadium. Although the relief paintings were a little faded, the carving technique alone fully demonstrated the ultimate of elf art. Changing their pace, Liang Xiaoxia and Renault held up a small lamp and looked at the relief paintings one by one. Finally, they understood the content of the paintings. The painting on the left tells the story of the elves splitting into 4 tribes, which seem to be provoked or cursed. In the painting, a figure covered with a robe and whose figure cannot be seen clearly appears many times. He should be the reason for the split of the elves. The painting on the right side tells the method and purpose of opening the magic circle in the center of the square. To fully open this magic circle, the elf queen needs to drain all her blood, and the tree of life needs to cooperate. After calculating the location, Liang Xiaoxia found that the square they were in was dozens of meters below the tree of life. It turned out that there was this mysterious place under the tree of life. In the painting, a female elf holding a scepter has a dagger stuck in her chest, and all the blood on her body is absorbed into the magic circle, but she is resolute and heroic, and does not flinch. This is a huge teleportation array. When fully activated, it can send creatures on the array to another place. As for where it is, there is no explanation. Liang Xiaoxia walked to the end of the painting, where the elves lived happily in a paradise, without any worries. But where was this place? There was no clue in the painting. It seems that the key to solving the problem lies behind these 2 stone doors. My descendants, stand or sit, but please don't lie down. On top of the 2 stone doors, flower-shaped fairy vines entwine and form a sentence without a beginning or an end. Apart from this verse-like puzzle, the stone door has no handle and no keyhole. The 2 Shinlo statues clasp their hands together gracefully and quietly, resting them on their legs. I don't know how thick the stone door is. I pushed it, but it didn't move at all. It would be extremely difficult to break it with brute force. There must be a special way to open it, but there are no special clues or hints. What should we do now? Liang Xiaoxia touched the 2 statues thoroughly but couldn't find any clues. She turned around and asked Renault behind her. The genie lamp was running low on fuel, so they had to either keep going forward or turn back. Otherwise, the lamp would go out soon, and Liang Xiaoxia and Renault would be trapped in this bottomless secret room. Renault frowned, and a trace of melancholy appeared on his well-defined face. After a moment, he took off the black feather on his back, put the bow and the fairy lamp into Liang Xiaoxia's hands, replaced them with a dagger, and turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Wait here. A whisper came from the darkness. It was Renault's voice. He is calling for help. Being left here by a person, it would be a lie to say that I was uneasy and scared. Liang Xiaoxia hugged Heiyu tightly and communicated with him briefly through the killing left eye to distract his attention. What we fear is not the darkness, but the unknown in the darkness. The words that Matakini once said came to Liang Xiaoxia's mind. She sat on the floor, the cold and hard stone slabs exuding chill through her thin clothes. Liang Xiaoxia curled up even more. Where is Renault? Renault left Heiyu by his side, without light or bow, and returned to the original path with only a dagger, groping forward in the darkness. Thinking that Renault had left the most important lights and bows to him when the situation was unclear, Liang Xiaoxia felt the courage to return to him. I am not afraid of the darkness. I am afraid of the unknown in the darkness. That is something beyond my control. I am powerless and can only accept it. The exploration of the underground square reached a bottleneck, and Renault turned back to look for help. Liang Xiaoxia was alone, holding Heiyu and the fairy lamp, staring at the faint light in a daze. The firefly light was like a star in the dark night sky, small, weak, but persistently flickering. Descendants, stand, sit, lie down. Liang Xiaoxia kept thinking about the motto on the door, to overcome the fear of being alone in the dark. Descendants should refer to the descendants of the elves. There is no problem with that. The meanings of standing and sitting are unclear. Lying down means meditating and resting? No, it shouldn't be. The light of the genie lamp grew fainter and fainter, flickering continuously like a small boat drifting in a turbulent sea. Finally, after a few sudden flashes, the lights went out. Liang Xiaoxia was immersed in the darkness, sitting on the cold floor, hugging Heiyu. Yes, lying down means death. Liang Xiaoxia stood up slowly in the darkness, carrying the bow behind her back. She pulled out a knife and cut a hole on her left index finger. After a moment of stinging pain, silvery white blood slowly flowed out of the wound on her finger. Liang Xiaoxia couldn't see the wound, but after feeling bleeding, she wiped her bloody fingers on the two stone doors. Kata, kata, kata. If Liang Xiaoxia could see, she would find that the two streaks of blood happened to be smeared on the hands of the elf statue. The originally still Shinlo statue smiled and nodded, making way for a passage on the stone door for the visitor to enter. A gust of cold wind blew towards Liang Xiaoxia. It's open. Liang Xiaoxia's heart moved, and she grabbed Heiyu tightly and walked in through the open stone door. First, he entered the room on the right, and the moment he opened the door, the lights on the wall lit up, making Liang Xiaoxia's eyes tear up and blur. After she regained her sight, she could see the furnishings in the stone house. It seemed to be a martial arts room. The room was not big, and the walls and shelves were filled with various weapons. After the torture of time, they had long been decayed. The elf carpet on the ground had long faded, no longer green, but black and worn, with faint silver patterns visible. On the central stand in the simple room, there was a bow, and the silver bow body glowed white under the light. When Liang Xiaoxia saw this bow, her eyes widened, and she was extremely happy. Is this considered winning the lottery? Liang Xiaoxia stared at the bow, not noticing that she was drooling with saliva. Her round and cute face was filled with greed, like a greedy fox seeing a roast chicken that was roasted to a crisp and juicy state. It was a really beautiful bow, with a twisted handle and a sharp blade on the outside, shining coldly. It was a perfect semicircular arc, with a bowstring made of an unknown material stretched tight. The handle was inlaid with a circle of cherry-sized emeralds, regularly polished into a hexagon. The bow was wrapped in white vines, with silver leaves extending from the vines and entwined on them. Gorgeous, elegant, powerful. This was Liang Xiaoxia's first impression of the bow. It was more noble than the shadow of the bitter thorn and more delicate than the black feather of the rhino. Although it was exquisitely crafted and intricately carved, it was not at all vulgar or exaggerated. It was like the bright moon in the sky, noble and elegant, cold and quiet. Obsessed with its perfection and terrified by its sharpness, Liang Xiaoxia was so attracted by the bow that she could hardly move. She barely managed to maintain her remaining sanity and checked the surroundings. After confirming that there were no traps, she grabbed the bow. Instantly, a large number of memories flooded into his mind, and all kinds of bloody killing scenes were like a movie in his mind. Liang Xiaoxia felt sick and his face turned pale. The memories in his mind were like boiling water, constantly bubbling and rolling. Liang Xiaoxia gritted her teeth and relied on her willpower to hold on without fainting. Her left eye turned blood red and throbbed in her eye socket, causing unbearable pain. These memories came and went quickly. When the red memory wave receded, Liang Xiaoxia sat on the ground, panting heavily, and began to look at the bow quietly. This bow is called Shirshir, which is made of underground volcanic magma and multiple metals. Ordinary longbows are mostly made of wood, bamboo, or ox horns for toughness and bending, but Shirshir is a full iron bow. When the bow was forged, rare materials such as meteorite iron, mithril, and golden crystal steel were added, making it tough and strong. The history of Shirshir can be traced back to the ancient elves. Its birth was accompanied by blood, because Shirshir was the last step in the process of making the bow by feeding it with its own body. After it was made, Shirshir passed through the hands of countless owners, and also passed into the hands of humans and orcs, but every one of its owners died in the end. Either died suddenly or was assassinated by conspiracy. Later on, the original name of Shirchi was long forgotten, and people always called it the cursed bow. Shirshir is very powerful. It can be used as a bow when folded together, a two-handed sword when disassembled, and a staff when the two sides are put together. The most amazing thing is that the bow forged with ancient elf craftsmanship can also change the appearance and decorative patterns according to the user's wishes. If you are not satisfied, you can change the appearance of Shirshir at will. After Liang Xiaoxia sorted out her memory, she cried out in bad luck. Holding this bow, she was simply possessed by the god of bad luck, and everyone would step on her and flowers would wither when they saw her. At first, the curse of Shichi was not obvious, and the previous users died on the battlefield and passed the bow to their descendants. Later, the curse became more and more exaggerated, and the users died more and more miserably. Some were captured and cut into pieces, some were skinned and pulled out by the enemy, and some were crushed to death by huge rocks, leaving a bloody mess. Even if you are not the user, others will suffer if they just touch it. Some will die of illness for no reason, some will never wake up, and some will die if they fall down. Shirshir's previous owner was an unlucky elf. He had held it for only a few minutes when he choked to death after drinking a sip of water. Liang Xiaoxia broke out in a cold sweat after sorting out the memories in her mind. Shirchi was hidden here by the fourth-generation Queen Xian Lu. After thousands of years, he should not be so arrogant anymore, right? Liang Xiaoxian puffed her cheeks, her eyes one red and one green. Staring at Shirchi in her hand, feeling torn, jerk a two-handed sword on the wooden rack by the wall fell down and landed at Liang Xiaoxia's feet without any warning. Oh my god! Liang Xiaoxia was startled and threw Shirchi out. The beautiful bow and arrow lying quietly on the ground turned into a ball of light and sank into Liang Xiaoxia's body. This is the end. This bad luck god is like a dog shoot plaster sticking to Liang Xiaoxia, and she can't get rid of it. Liang Xiaoxia carefully feels the time in her body, and it seems to have its own emotions. It lazily demonstrates like a king, conveying to Liang Xiaoxia the idea of don't try to play tricks to get rid of me. Well, first it was the Eye of Slaughter, then the Bow of Curse. She, Liang Xiaoxia, was a peace-loving elf, but her body was almost transformed into that of a demon king of heck. Oh my lord Shirshir, please be kind and come out. I will definitely help you find a good customer who will be enough to harm you for the rest of your life. Okay? Liang Xiaoxia tried to communicate with Shirshir simply through the eye of killing. No, it's boring. Shirshir briefly expressed his attitude. Wearing the most gorgeous coat, Shirshir is like a cruel tyrant, gaining pleasure and fun through killing, which is also the way it kills time. This can explain why all those who have owned Shirshir have ended up miserably for so many years. The curse does not exist at all. Everything is just a product of Master Shirshir's entertainment. Boring? That's easy. I'll tell you a joke. Will you come out? Liang Xiaoxia discussed with Shirshir in her heart beating so fast that she was humble. There was no other way. Her life was in its hands, and she had to bow her head when she was under someone's roof. You talk first. Uncle Shirshir wanted to see the goods first. Two people fell into a well. The dead are called dead people, but what do the living people call? Liang Xiaoxia said, and then when she found that Shirshir didn't respond, she continued, the living people call help. Still no response. Could he be asleep? Liang Xiaoxia was feeling anxious when Shirshir's chuckle suddenly came into her mind. The laugh was a thought, but Liang Xiaoxia vaguely felt that Shirshir should be quite satisfied. Liang Xiaoxia's heart just settled down when Shirchi had another thought. You little elf are quite interesting. I won't kill you yet. Tell me a joke every day. It should be as funny as this one. She was shocked. If her joke just now didn't make Shirshir laugh, would she be dead now? Would she be killed by Shirshir? Liang Xiaoxia realized belatedly that she had wandered back from the gates of Heck, and cold sweat soaked her back. Fortunately, Shirshir's request was not too high, and Liang Xiaoxia could barely deal with the joke in her stomach for a while. With a twitch of the corner of her mouth, Liang Xiaoxia was really glad that she had the Mo Min's killing left eye, which allowed her to communicate with Shirshir. Otherwise, she would be another cursed person who died tragically. Renaud carefully in the dark found he would touch something that he shouldn't touch. He returned along the original route, but still couldn't find the exit. It seemed that Xian Lu's hair-raising mechanism was only one way, allowing entry but not exit. He followed the light again and found the stone door, only to discover that it had been opened. The weapons in the room were all rotten. Liang Xiaoxia was sitting on the dirty black floor in the middle, looking stupid and dazed, not knowing what he was thinking. Charles, what are you doing sitting on the ground? Liang Xiaoxia was pulled back from her thoughts and saw Renaud standing at the door. She smiled bitterly and waved her hand, resulting in a beautiful longbow. What is this? Renaud saw a beautiful elf bow suddenly appear in Liang Xiaoxia's hand. He was full of doubts and was about to take it to take a look. Don't touch it. Seeing Renaud was about to pick up the bow to look at it, Liang Xiaoxia's hand holding the bow suddenly retracted. Anyone who touches this bow will die except me. Liang Xiaoxia pouted and muttered. When Renaud heard Liang Xiaoxia say this, his pupils condensed and his expression became more serious. He was obsessed with bow hunting and had more experience than Liang Xiaoxia. He had seen the introduction of the cursed bow in a book. Combined with the appearance of this bow and Liang Xiaoxia's warning, what she had in her hand should be the infamous cursed elf bow. There are two different types of ignorance: gross ignorance which precedes knowledge, and learned ignorance which follows knowledge. Michel de Montaigne Renaud tacitly did not ask Liang Xiaoxia how she knew that this bow was a cursed bow, nor did he ask her why she took this bow without any problems. Every elf has some little secrets. You can speculate and discover them yourself, but you must give them the right to choose to tell you or not. 10 years was enough for him to see clearly what kind of core his elf apprentice was. Although his Charles was sometimes erratic and sometimes diligent, he was smart and hardworking, and would say some words that he didn't quite understand. Renaud never asked nor made malicious assumptions. The kind nature of the elves suppressed the seeds of doubt very well, not giving them any chance to take root and sprout. Ignorance is not a reason to know secrets. If Renaud wanted to know something, he could look it up in a book instead of asking rashly. Or he could wait for the right time and have Liang Xiaoxia tell him herself. Just like him, he also has his own secrets. After putting it away again, Liang Xiaoxia and Renaud turned and entered another room. After searching this martial arts room, they found nothing valuable, nor any clues that suggested they had left the underground square. The door to the room on the left had been opened, and the Queen Shinlo on the door had disappeared. Only a purple carpet stretched out to lead them in. This is a study. Although it is called a study, the room on the left is as big as a small library. Thick-backed gold-embossed books are neatly arranged and classified on the bookshelf. Genie lamps light up one by one along the path Liang Xiaoxia and Renaud came in. The whole room was bright, clean, and tidy. Liang Xiaoxia recognized that the bookshelves were engraved with dust-repelling magic circles, which preserved these ancient books as if they had just been bound. At the end of the purple printed carpet was a huge lab table. The table was empty without any instruments. The smooth black corundum surface was engraved with dozens of different nested magic arrays. Liang Xiaoxia, who had learned some magic arrays, could barely recognize 2 or 3 of them. In addition to the table of books, this lab table alone would make countless experiment enthusiasts jealous. Liang Xiaoxia casually pulled out a book called Weather Agriculture. The thick book with a light blue cover exuded a faint scent of ink. The golden-green handwriting on the book was neatly slanted. The entire book was handwritten, as if it had just been completed. The two elves explored back and forth for 2 hours. They flipped through dozens of books. This small library probably has tens of thousands of books. It covers almost everything from astronomy and geography to humanities and economics. Liang Xiaoxia also found a book called Plant Liquid Cultivation Methods, which should be of some help to the experiments she and Elder Yuchuan were doing. The only strange thing is that there is not even a single book about martial arts in this small library. There are some books about magic array research, but they are all research and theoretical. They have some reference value for magic singing and magic array researchers, but that's all. If this underground square was really built by the 4th-generation Queen Shinlo, then she really had good intentions. She left a retreat for the elves, a huge magic circle that could teleport the entire tribe, a bow that would kill you if you touched it, and a room full of books. From an individual perspective, the most useful thing is probably the bow, the famous elf bow, with great killing power. From a group perspective, the magic circle is more valuable. It leaves a way out for the entire elf race, so that when a crisis comes, the race will not be extinct. Liang Xiaoxia held her face up. She liked this room of books more. Although none of them were related to martial arts, this room of books could really cultivate a group of elves who could rule the country and lead the tribe to prosperity for thousands of years. Even based on this pile of books, a brand new elf dynasty could be created. In addition to bow hunting, Renaud likes to play an elf instrument like a horn, which has a low and sharp sound, a bit like the cry of a falcon. He put a leaf in a book of Lin Le's singing score as a bookmark and put the whole book back on the bookshelf. He turned around and planned to leave with Liang Xiaoxia. Anyway, these books don't have legs, so they can't run away. The stone door slowly closed behind Liang Xiaoxia and Renaud, and the two elven figures, carrying bows on their backs, once again sank into the darkness. Renaud held Liang Xiaoxia's hand and led her forward in the darkness. After walking back and forth twice, he had a good sense of direction and distance, so he no longer needed to stretch out his hands to clear the way. Just like being able to see in the dark, Renaud took steady steps, one step at a time and with equal distance. Liang Xiaoxia was pulled behind him. The darkness was so thick that she could not see Renaud's figure at all. She could only judge his presence by the warmth from her palms and the confident and even sound of Renaud's footsteps. The big hand wrapped around Liang Xiaoxia's small hand. Liang Xiaoxia felt some sweat on her palm, and her cheeks turned slightly red. "We're here." Renaud stopped in front. It turned out that they had crossed the square, paced the corridor, and reached the end. Liang Xiaoxia struggled slightly and got out of Renaud's hands. She stretched out her hands and slowly touched the corridor twice, hoping to touch a special place and use her killing eye to get the memory of opening the mechanism. Renaud was not in a hurry. He knelt down in the corner and waited for Charles to find something. She seemed to have some special ability to find hidden mechanisms by touch. In the darkness, the breathing sounds of the two elves were amplified several times. Renaud was holding the bow leisurely, imagining the funny look of Liang Xiaoxia checking around, and the corners of his mouth, which were usually serious, curled up. "No, nothing." Liang Xiaoxia sucked her fingers and said sullenly after checking. Just now, she accidentally cut her hand with the sharp edge of the statue while groping, leaving a small cut. Exploration without light is troublesome. "Charles, do you remember that time when there was a heavy rain and we were trapped in a cave?" Renaud asked after thinking for a moment. "Of course I remember. They were in bad luck that time. The road was washed away by a mountain torrent, and the two elves were trapped in a low cave. There was nothing to keep out the rain and make a fire. They wore wet clothes for 2 days and almost grew mushrooms. At night, they had to rely on her dancing light magic to illuminate." Liang Xiaoxia slapped her head in frustration. How could she forget that although she was not a magic singer, she at least knew the zero-level dance light technique? Liang Xiaoxia rubbed her ears and waved her hand in frustration. A small bright spot gathered on her left index finger, illuminating the small space between her and Renaud, and also illuminating Renaud's golden eyes that were shining with humor. "It seems like I've been high-scoring and low ability again." Liang Xiaoxia's magic singing theory and practice were taught by her father, Madakini. Zero-level magic does not require pronunciation. It is basically silent, and it can be effective with a wave of a hand gesture with a 100% success rate. But I always can't remember to use it. The more theoretical things you learn, the more out of touch with reality. Liang Xiaoxia, who was annoyed, had the light in her hand, and her search became much faster. Finally, she saw a ruby on the ceiling of the corridor, the same one she had pressed when she came here. "It seems that this is the mechanism." The elf queen Haid Soraya sat casually in a clearing in the woods, surrounded by small yellow flowers. Her body was wet with morning dew, and her long robe was dragging on the ground, but she didn't care. A faint smile hung on her thin face, her back was straight, and she looked very energetic. In fact, she hadn't rested for several days. Renaud stood respectfully aside and told the queen the process and results of their exploration of the bathhouse in detail. After discussing with Liang Xiaoxia, he did not hide from the queen that Liang Xiaoxia had obtained the legendary cursed bow. Liang Xiaoxia also showed the bow to confirm its existence. Seeing Liang Xiaoxia hiding behind Renaud like a little tail, revealing half of her head and looking at her nervously, the elf queen laughed. This scene was so familiar. This child sometimes acts like an adult, being smart and stubborn when serious, and sometimes acts like a child, whimsical. After giving her the stone bead, Heidi never stopped paying attention to her. She didn't know why, but she felt that this child would bring her unexpected surprises. Heidi still smiled, stood up from the grace, brushed off the dew on her robe, and patted Liang Xiaoxia's head kindly. She turned around and said to Renaud in a serious tone, "Next, I'll have to trouble you to go to the Sea Tribe. We have to find out how that human intruder found us." The elf queen handed Renaud a 3-leaf clover badge made of emeralds. "Take this to find Osiris, he will help you." Renaud took the token handed to him by the queen, bowed, and carefully put the badge in his arms. Although the elf queen's mission was for the two elves, it was obvious that Liang Xiaoxia was just a foil. Her short stature and round face didn't look like she could take on a big responsibility, and having a young face was a disadvantage. "It seems that I am just a bystander." Liang Xiaoxia was just drawing a circle in her mind when she saw the elf queen leaning down, putting her arm around Liang Xiaoxia's shoulder and saying softly, "Xiar, you are very good. You are better than most children in the tribe. However, I hope you remember 2 things. First, be careful with that bow. Second, quality is more important than quantity in martial arts." Liang Xiaoxia was slightly stunned. It turned out that the queen was giving her some advice. Liang Xiaoxia felt warm in her heart and almost couldn't help telling the queen that she had eaten the stone ball and had the left eye of killing, so she could resist the curse of Shur for a while. She opened her mouth, but finally didn't say anything. The caution and suspicion of human nature could not let her trust the queen without reservation, although she respected the queen. As for martial arts, she should really think about it. Liang Xiaoxia is now learning to sing with Matakini, but she can't even remember to use the dance light technique. Other teachers have also taught her a lot, and she has absorbed a lot of knowledge in a miscellaneous way, making her a jack of all trades, master of none. Liang Xiaoxia, who was a good student in her previous life, felt a little ashamed when she thought of this. She didn't expect that she would make the same mistake again after living a new life. She was like Yang Guo, the hero of the Condor Heroes. She had learned a lot of moves, but they were all mediocre and sloppy. Haidai's advice hit the nail on the head. Liang Xiaoxia's cheeks turned red, and she lowered her little head and nodded vigorously, accepting the advice with an open mind. Too much time makes us obsessed with things. If we don't stick to things, how can we justify too much time? When Liang Xiaoxia dragged her tired body back to her warm nest, the sun had already risen. She was so excited to go to the Sea Tribe in 2 days. It was a rare opportunity to go hiking. Sister really wants to touch the legendary mermaid lying on the bed. Liang Xiaoxia smiled slyly, holding her head with both hands in a carefree mood. This was her first time to go on a long journey. Although she was not crossing the ocean to adventure in human society, the sea creatures were not something that ordinary elves of her age could see. In the story of my previous life, mermaids were just Andersen fairy tales with human bodies, fish tails, and long hair, and they fell in love with the prince and turned into bubbles. At that time, the most similar mermaid in reality was the dugong. Liang Xiaoxia had seen photos of the dugong, and it really didn't look good to the audience. How could it be as beautiful as the legend said? In this world, mermaids are real creatures, with more females than males. They are completely omnivorous, eating everything from small fish and shrimp to humans, and they don't need to cook over a fire, and they love eating them as sashimi. Liang Xiaoxia calculated and felt a little depressed. Relying on the unique egg-laying reproduction method, The number of mermaids added up to much more than the elves. In the eyes of mermaids, the elves were truly rare. Compared to the long lifespan of elves, human life is like a short journey, withering after a week or two. Mermaids have an even shorter lifespan, like a flying mayfly, dancing a gorgeous waltz on a midsummer night, and dying at dawn after just a few hours of dancing. The shortest-lived mermaid can only live for 3 to 4 years, and then quickly age and die. The longest-lived mermaid can only live for about 100 years, which is barely on par with humans. Therefore, most mermaids are imaginative improvisationists who love to sing, dive, and swim. A unique dance of mermaids are hospitable and can easily turn their faces and be ruthless. When they are happy, they want to give you the best things in the world, but when they are disgusted, they can trample you into the dust. The heart of a mermaid is like the face of the sea, it changes at any time. This is the unanimous evaluation of mermaids in various books when describing their unpredictable personalities. After Liang Xiaoxia reported the Elf Queen's mission to her parents, Dolan was excited. She packed a lot of things and wished she could go there in person. "I'll only be gone for a month or two, Mother. It's not like I won't come again. You've prepared too many things." All kinds of clothes were piled up like a mountain. Liang Xiaoxia sat half on the edge of the bed and almost slipped off. "I used to go out often and train in the forest with Renault. Sometimes I didn't come back for several months, but I never saw her preparing so enthusiastically. Is this a secret moving operation? What are you thinking about, my little darling? Of course Mommy has to go with you. We are going to the Sea Tribe. I will go with you, my little darling, to take care of you, and I can also meet old friends by the way." Seeing her elf holding her chin with one hand, her big almond eyes were filled with confusion. She was so excited that she hugged Liang Xiaoxia in her arms. Oh, how could her baby be so cute? She couldn't hold her enough. The round little face was really like her when she was young, but Liang Xiaoxia was much more obedient, thoughtful, smart, and clever. Matakini stood by the door and watched his wife, Dolan, help the child pack up. Her usually cold heart was also soft and tender. Ahem, when Matakini heard Dolan's words meeting an old friend, his face quickly darkened, and he dragged Dolan away reluctantly. "Oh my God, there is an affair." Liang Xiaoxia looked at the little actions between her parents and guessed the identity of the mysterious old friend in a very unkind way. The elves are world famous for their loyalty and dedication to love, so she was not worried about any jerks in her parents' relationship. However, Liang Xiaoxia never understood why her lively and frivolous mother could fall in love with someone like her father, and why her strict and self-disciplined father could tolerate her mother's chaotic, dominant gene. Dolan was eventually dragged away by Matakini, but before leaving, he gave Liang Xiaoxia a large bag of elf candy and asked her to help bring it to her old friend Lollapalooza. In the mermaid language, it means an extraordinary mermaid. Liang Xiaoxia took the bag of gummy candies as big as her head with a frown on her face, put it on her back, and got ready to go. By the way, this time, 2 more guests, Chizuru and Mudball, joined the original 2-person sea creature reconnaissance trip. 10 years later, Qianhe has only grown a little taller and is shorter than Liang Xiaoxia. His half-long hair is tied into a small tail at the back of his head. His chin is still slightly tilted, and his red rabbit eyes are full of disdain and arrogance. Qianhe is leaning against a big tree, carrying a 2-handed sword that is almost as tall as himself. This farewell scene is long-winded and trivial. He kicked the pebbles at his feet impatiently. Mudball, however, came from behind and gradually lost her childish round face to a pointed oval face like an elf. Her ivory-white skin matched her flaxen hair, which was braided into 2 buns with a white headband that indicated her identity as a therapist. She looked like a holy little beauty. After several years of learning and treatment, Nichio has completely mastered the gentle and calm aura of her teacher, Elder Guyu. She stood aside quietly and considerately, with an upright posture, wearing a white robe and remaining silent. But his eyes would always glance at Liang Xiaoxia from time to time, and his eyes were full of affection and could tie Liang Xiaoxia to death. If Liang Xiaoxia looked back at her, she would feel happy. If Liang Xiaoxia didn't look at her or looked at Qianhe, Nichio would feel a little sad and hang her head to let the wind blow. "I really don't want to be the leader of a children's group. Liang Xiaoxia started to have her usual headache again. These two little guys, one is arrogant and the other is clingy, but they are always at odds with each other, staring at each other, and quarreling is commonplace. When Shinha sees Mudball, she becomes a venomous nozzle, constantly mocking and sarcastically mocking. Mudball looks like a little bullied, whining with grievance, and keeps getting into Liang Xiaoxia's arms. This time, no one knew what happened, but when the two enemies heard that Liang Xiaoxia was going to the Sea Tribe, they reached a consensus and insisted on going with her. The villain in Liang Xiaoxia's heart shed tears and drew circles. With these two little elves, she would never have a moment of peace. Sure enough, just as Liang Xiaoxia had expected, the two little ones were restless along the way. One was crying and the other was angry. Renaud was walking in front, carrying his beloved Heiyu on his back, playing the tune he had just learned from the books in the library in the square, and was completely out of control. Liang Xiaoxia tried to persuade them, but they didn't listen at all. Qianhe closed her eyes and raised her little face, refusing to admit her mistakes, while Nichia was about to cry and wrinkled the corners of her skirt. In the end, Liang Xiaoxia also got annoyed and went to hug Master Shirshir to exchange feelings. Although Master Shirshir would kill people for fun when he was unhappy, he had low requirements. No matter what kind of jokes Liang Xiaoxia told, he would laugh happily and occasionally react slowly and take a long time to understand. The most harmonious time of the day was probably mealtime. The elves all followed the good upbringing of not talking while eating, and Liang Xiaoxia used all her skills to continuously cook various vegetable feasts, just hoping that everyone would eat longer. This made Renaud look at him in confusion, wondering why Charles was not so active in cooking when he was training alone with him. The forest continent where the Shijing elves lived was very large. With the elves' fast pace, it took them nearly a month to reach the desert by the sea. Due to the special geographical relationship and ocean currents, the eastern coast of the continent has almost no vegetation and it rains only a few times a year, forming a large coastal desert that needs to be crossed. There are a few dry yellow-gray seas growing sparsely on the surface of the desert. Looking around, the sky is full of flying yellow sand. A drop of sweat is immediately evaporated by the fierce sun. It is such a desert, but it is rich in minerals and gems. There lives a black dwarf tribe of about 300 people who make a living by forging iron and selling tools. Although the black dwarves here live in a desert with a lack of water and food, they have always lived a comfortable life. Thanks to the friendly relationship with the elves and the sea people, the black dwarf tribe sells tools, weapons, and some fuel to both sides in exchange for the necessities of life at a high price. The dwarves have superb skills. If they make a good knife, they can exchange it for a year's food and water from the elves, and from the sea people, they can exchange it for better seabed steel, rare fish bones, and countless seafood. Renaud held a bow and walked in front against the yellow sand and strong wind, while the three elves followed behind him one by one. It seems that they are heading towards the golden city of the black dwarfs. Renaud touched his quiver. He could make wooden arrows by himself, but he didn't have many iron arrows. He could replenish them this time. He hoped that the wine he brought would be enough to exchange for a few more arrows. Liang Xiaoxia had her whole face wrapped in cloth, and her head was tightly protected by a hood. After just one day, her skin was sunburned and jerked, and her lips began to peel and dehydrate. Holding the mud ball in one hand and Qianhe in the other, Liang Xiaoxia, who was suffering from the pain, felt a little excited. The golden city of the black dwarfs was not big. It was just a small black dot when viewed from afar in the desert. The air was twisted and flowing due to the evaporation. Liang Xiaoxia rubbed her eyes, thinking that she saw a mirage. "Oh, my thunder, Emperor Gaga," she exclaimed. "Is this an illusion?" The white blazing light illuminated the distance, and a rough-style fortress stood in the middle of the yellow sand. It had a round roof and thick columns, and the thick walls were golden white. Two huge golden statues of black dwarves rose straight into the sky, holding axes and shields, guarding the castle like door gods. Wow, this is really a big deal. The four sharp-eyed elves had already discovered that this small-scale bunker was actually made of gold. In addition to the tip of the bunker's round arch dotted with some black iron ore, even the fence outside the city gate was luxuriously plated with a layer of gold. The money-obsessed Liang Xiaoxia stared with her eyes wide open, and her mind quickly calculated how much money she would get if so much gold was converted into money. Mudball rubbed his eyes hard, as if there was sand in his eyes. Even Shinha, who was always arrogant, opened her mouth slightly when she saw the elf city. Renaud turned his head and looked at the little ones behind him and smiled in his heart. No one can avoid losing their composure when seeing the Golden City for the first time. Wasn't he the same back then? Happiness came so quickly and so suddenly that I began to doubt myself deeply. Was this just like the past days and nights, and was I just deceiving myself with my own wishful thinking? The black dwarf patrolling on the city wall also saw Liang Xiaoxia and his group. He let out a strange cry, ran away in a hurry and disappeared. When the 4 elves, 1 big and 3 small, arrived at the gate of the Golden City, a black dwarf was already waiting outside the gate. He had dark skin, was not tall, and his long, unkempt hair and beard covered his face, leaving only 2 small black beetle-like eyes to look at people. He was wearing a well-made, but primitive light armor. The black dwarf held a spear, walked cautiously in front of the 4 elves, and began to dance. Kukumum, Allah, who the black dwarf was dancing with strange movements and muttering something in his mouth. What should we do? Should we clap our hands and revel together? Could it be that you are Jie Chao's descendant from another world? This is too dynamic. Liang Xiaoxia's face was stiff, watching the dwarf humming and dancing non-stop, completely immersed in it. Qianhe and Nichio also stood there at a loss, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Renaud did not raise the bow and arrow. He put Black Feather behind him, carefully put his hands together on his chest, and stared at the black dwarf's movements calmly with eagle eyes, afraid of missing a single detail. Finally, after a loud shout of woo-woo, the black dwarf placed a fist-sized piece of gold and a piece of silver of the same size on the ground in front of him, looked at them, and slowly backed away. Multiple choice? Can I take both pieces at once? This is gold. Gold as big as a sandbag. Liang Xiaoxia saw a piece of gold and a piece of silver on the ground, and her eyes lit up with greed. Such valuable things are treated like garbage by the black dwarves, who throw them away whenever they want. Can she pick them up and make use of them? Renaud slowly walked forward 3 steps, looked at the black dwarf, bent down to pick up the gold on the ground, and threw it to Liang Xiaoxia without even looking at it. The black dwarf seemed to be relieved when he saw Renaud doing this, and spoke in a twisted and strange mainland common language. The delivery time hasn't arrived yet. Why is it so early this year? It seems that he mistook Liang Xiaoxia and his gang for the elves who came to trade once a year. Liang Xiaoxia held the big piece of gold. Although it had not been purified and the quality was average, it was just a big piece of raw gold. However, she kept touching and looking at it and loved it so much. This is gold. I have never seen such a large piece of gold in my life. Liang Xiaoxia wanted to stick her eyes to the gold. Her expression made Qianhe cover her eyes. Now, this greedy elf has brought shame to the black dwarf. The black dwarves are proud of gold. They love gold and like everything made of gold. To show friendship, after dancing, they will take out a piece of gold and a piece of silver and let the guests choose. Those who choose gold are friends, and those who choose silver are enemies. Because the black dwarves are the same clan and mortal enemies, the white dwarves like silver. After the ceremony, the elves who came to trade wisely chose gold as a symbol of friendship, but they did not show much appreciation. They threw the gold aside as soon as the matter was over, discarding it like a piece of trash. This made many black dwarves unhappy. If it were not for the fruit wine produced by the elves, they would not want to deal with these slender tall fools, who were as effeminate as those stupid white dwarves. The black dwarves who came to greet her were more fond of Liang Xiaoxia when they saw her like this. Although they had maintained trade relations with the elves for a long time, they looked down on the elves' arrogant and picky temperament. Their movements were reserved and polite, not straightforward and free and easy at all. Liang Xiaoxia's expression of love for gold did not seem fake at first glance, and she inadvertently won the admiration of the black dwarf who also loved gold. "Hey, friend. My name is Jinmu. What's your name?" The black dwarf turned his head to signal to open the city gate, turned around and walked to Liang Xiaoxia, generously took out a slightly larger gold nugget and stuffed it into Liang Xiaoxia's arms. "This black dwarf is simply a cash cow. It would be a shame if I didn't make more of this great opportunity." Liang Xiaoxia took the black dwarf's gold into her arms, relaxed for a moment, and smiled sweetly, her big eyes flickering as she flirted with the black dwarf. Her cherry-pink lips opened and closed, fully bringing out her little talent as a Lolita to the extreme. "My name is Xia Er. Nice to meet you." Jinmu looked at Liang Xiaoxia's cute appearance. Her dark face was red, but it was covered by her big beard and hair, so it didn't show much. He usually hated elves, because their names were smelly and long, and their etiquette and rules were as many as the beard of a dwarf, which made him feel uncomfortable at all. Liang Xiaoxia's sweet and sticky voice swept over his heart like a little feather, tickling him. Looking at Liang Xiaoxia, who was almost as tall as him, Jinmu secretly calculated that since he already had a wife, he could marry 2 more. If he tried to persuade the tribe, he might be able to marry Xiaoer back. However, there was no precedent of dwarves marrying elves in the Golden City, which made him feel troubled again. If Liang Xiaoxia, who was holding the gold with shining eyes, knew that the friend in front of her who she had just met for a few minutes had such long-term plans and wanted her to be his mistress, Liang Xiaoxia would have thrown the gold in her hand to death. The dwarves are different from the monogamous elves. They are a society dominated by male dwarves. Male dwarves work, mainly forging and ironwork, a small number of mining and exploration, to support their families, while their wives' tasks are to cook at home and give birth to more children. Each male dwarf can marry up to 3 wives. Whoever is stronger and has better ironwork skills can get the favor of more black dwarf girls and be sought after. The elves followed Jinmu and entered the Golden City through the manpower-lifted city gate. The grandiose construction of the Golden City made Zhang Yimou's curse of the Golden Flower a reality. However, the careless dwarves did not have the skills to carve it meticulously. The doorways and city gates were all embodied in the most primitive geometric shapes, and the most exquisite ones were just some patterns of swords, guns, sticks, and clubs carved on the walls. The doorway was not high, so the 3 elves had no problem pacing through, but Renaud often had to lower his head to avoid bumps. Along the way, the black dwarves, both men and women, were busy while curiously looking at the strange visitors led by Jinmu. Doesn't this old guy Kaneki usually hate elves the most? Why is he so enthusiastic today? Some black dwarves who knew Kaneki thought secretly. Jinmu had already left Renaud and the other 2 elves aside, and followed Liang Xiaoxia to talk about the customs and people of Golden City. His strange accent and occasional word errors made Liang Xiaoxia smile. He admired Liang Xiaoxia's finely crafted features and round face, and he was more and more satisfied. He racked his brains to talk about some topics to attract her attention. This dwarf is really good at talking. If he were in his previous life, he would have been a talk show master. Liang Xiaoxia couldn't tell what Jinmu was thinking except for his hairy face. She just thought that this black dwarf was crazy hospitable. His mouth opened and closed, spitting non-stop. She was not very annoyed, especially every once in a while. Jinmu took out a small piece of gold from his arms and put it in Liang Xiaoxia's hand, expressing his great friendship of black and furry. Liang Xiaoxia smiled and accepted the gold, her eyes shining, wishing to Jinmu and take all the gold into her arms. Renaud was ignored, but he was not surprised. He just squinted his eagle eyes and carefully looked for a blacksmith shop on the roadside to make some arrows for himself. Chizuru was full of resentment. She glared at Kaneki's back fiercely, not caring that the person he was talking to was the mud ball that she hated the most. She used Elvish to taunt and ridicule. "Look at that black dwarf. He's covered in long hair. He's so dirty. I don't know how long he hasn't taken a bath. Why does he talk so much nonsense? He keeps talking to Xiamo. This is all garbage. There is no beauty at all." Mudball walked obediently beside Qianhe. She didn't hear what Qianhe said at all. She just stared at Liang Xiaoxia's back. She didn't care about the scenery on both sides and the dwarves pacing by. She hoped that Liang Xiaoxia would turn around and look at her from time to time and say a few more words to her. Knowing Liang Xiaoxia's preference for gold, Jinmu smiled bitterly. He didn't have much gold on him anymore, and all the gold he had went into Liang Xiaoxia's pocket. Jinmu's black eyes rolled, and he patted his chest, praising her without asking for money. "Seal, you are so cute, much better than those murderous humans from a few months ago." "What?" Liang Xiaoxia grasped the key words in Jinmu's words, and there was a long beep in her head. I say you are the most beautiful elf I have ever seen. Your skin is whiter than dry land. Your long hair is like flowing yellow sand, and the sound of your voice is like the most beautiful sound of iron hammering. Jinmu kept flattering and was about to start singing. Wait, wait. Liang Xiaoxia stopped and looked at Jinmu seriously. Did humans come here a few months ago? This is important news. I originally thought that this time humans went deep into the inland for a secret operation and would not enter the Golden City. There would be clues only when we reached the Sea Tribe, but I didn't expect to find it here. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Liang Xiaoxia looked at the gold in her arms distressedly, picked out the smallest piece from the middle, and stuffed it back into Jinmu's arms. For the sake of our golden friendship, let's talk about human affairs. Liang Xiaoxia's eyes were watery and flashing with excitement. This is an unlucky thing to say. I was the one who received those humans. Kaneki touched his nose and sneezed. About 3 months ago, your tribe had just finished the transaction and left when that group of humans came. There were 3 men and 1 woman, all wrapped tightly in black clothes, carrying weapons, hiding their heads and showing their tails. It was obvious that they were not good people. Those people happened to be received by Jinmu. He just said, what's more infuriating is that they actually chose silver. Silver. Their taste is as bad as those white dwarfs. At this point, Jinmu blew his beard and glared, then patted his chest and said, if they choose silver, they are the enemies of us black dwarves. Of course I didn't let them in. Then what? Liang Xiaoxia continued to ask. And then? And then they left. Kaneki said proudly that he stood firm and did not let a single human hair into the city. Liang Xiaoxia asked several people about their attire, weapons, and heights. She did not stop talking until Jinmu could not say anything new and began to repeat himself. She and Rainer only intercepted a human female in the evening. But what about the remaining 3 males? Where did they go? If this issue is not clarified, the elves will always feel like a thorn in their throats and unable to sleep peacefully. Liang Xiaoxia frowned and relayed the matter to his companions. You can criticize us elves for being arrogant, high-profile, and pretentious without scruples, because your sarcasm and ridicule are like a gentle breeze, bringing nothing and taking nothing away. Jinmu took Liang Xiaoxia and his party to the best blacksmith shop in Golden City, the City Lord's shop. As the name suggests, the manager of the City Lord shop is the City Lord of Golden City, King Kong, an old blacksmith who has no common features with the gorilla in the movie King Kong except that he is as black as him. The City Lord's shop was filled with heat, just like a small ironworks. 20 or so black dwarves were busy forging iron, and some young black dwarf apprentices were pushing or carts to transport or back and forth. King Kong, with strong muscles with a beard, were sweating under the hot iron furnace, and the ends of his hair and beard, which were shining black in the firelight, were burnt black. He had one hand on his waist and the other hand commanding, shouting loudly at the other black dwarves, and he looked like a bold and straightforward person. Isn't this city lord too different? Liang Xiaoxia was almost choked by the choking smell and hot air in the city lord's shop. Shouldn't the city lord sit in the sunny office to handle official documents? Why did this city lord go into battle in person? Jinmu looked at the city lord Congo with admiration. Their city lord was indeed still as skilled as ever. His iron-making power was so clever and tenacious. His technique was exquisite and skillful, and even his twisted eyebrows and serious eyes were deep and special. It's called a shop, but there's not even a waiter. I don't know if this is the only shop like this in the Golden City, or if every shop is like this. For elves and a black dwarf stood at the door for a long time, but no one paid any attention to them. The black dwarves in the shop were busy and didn't even look at them. Jinmu was completely immersed in the elegant figure of the city lord King Kong, and his little black eyes were fascinated. Liang Xiaoxia couldn't stand the heat in the blacksmith shop anymore, so she pushed Jinmu and asked him with her eyes, "What should we do?" Kaneki came back from his daze and slapped his head. It was obvious that these people were here for the first time, and they definitely didn't know the rules. In the spirit of loving the house and loving the dog, Kaneki rarely had a good temper and asked Reno about his specific requirements for the iron arrows. These white sweet potatoes require 100 iron arrows with tails made of thin copper. Jinmu took a deep breath, opened his mouth and roared into the inside. Jinmu realized something was wrong after he finished shouting. He was used to saying this, but this time he forgot that the real owner was right next to him. Isn't this embarrassing? Jinmu's face turned red, but he forgot that he was shouting this in the Black Dwarf language, and Liang Xiaoxia and the others couldn't understand it. The dwarves working as blacksmiths inside laughed. Liang Xiaoxia instinctively felt that Jinmu might not have said something nice. The dwarves' hearty but somewhat teasing smiles made her feel uncomfortable. Since you made me uncomfortable, I will let you vomit as well. It is fair to give and take. Being mocked by the black dwarves, Liang Xiaoxia showed no anger at all. She maliciously sacrificed the cursed Bao Shizhi, and while slowly stroking the smooth and graceful Bao, she smiled sweetly and asked Jinmu beside her, "What kind of arrows do you think should be matched with my Bao?" The cursed Bao appeared in Liang Xiaoxia's hand, with a faint silver glow on the Bao. The graceful Bao was like a hand strangling the throat, cutting off the laughter of the black dwarves. The ding-dong-dong blacksmith shop suddenly fell into a dead silence. The dwarves showed expressions of fear, panic, worry, and some envy. For a long time, the cursed Bao has been a legendary existence. No one has ever seen this Bao, and its infamous curse was once considered a wandering legend and fantasy. If it weren't for the fact that many documents have detailed records of the Bao's appearance, the dwarves really couldn't believe that this Bao actually existed, and this elf was desperate to get it. Jinmu's small black eyes widened. He didn't expect that this little elf beauty beside him had such a lethal weapon. Liang Xiaoxia's small body held a bow and arrow that was almost as tall as her. Her expression was gentle and sweet, with a hint of nonchalance. In Jinmu's eyes, she suddenly turned into a deadly beauty snake, beautiful but deadly. Kaneki stared at the cursed Bao. The legendary Bao was right in front of him. He couldn't control his hands and wanted to touch it. When he stretched out his hands and was about to touch it, Kaneki suddenly retracted his hands, as if he had been burned. Yes, this is the cursed Bao. At least tens of thousands of people have died from it. This Bao represents the highest level of elven weapons, perfectly integrating the aesthetics of the elves and the superb forging technology of the weapon itself. How can the black dwarves who admire force and forging not be moved and jealous? The only bad thing is that this Bao kills indiscriminately, and anyone who comes into contact with it will die, especially its user, whose fate is even more miserable. King Kong looked at Liang Xiaoxia with a complicated expression. He envied her for having such a good Bao that others dreamed of, but he also felt sorry for her. Looking at the age of this little elf, she was clearly just growing up, like a flower bud. But she will die miserably in the future, and it is unknown whether she can leave a complete body. Thinking of this, King Kong envied her, but also felt sympathy. This Bao does not need arrows. As long as you can control it, the arrow will automatically form when you pull it open. King Kong frowned and said, "Of course, I can also touch my opponent with my Bao, and I think he will die faster." Liang Xiaoxia responded humorously, with a relaxed expression, as if she didn't take the curse to heart at all. After that, no black dwarf laughed at them anymore, and they changed their conversation to the common language of the mainland respectfully. However, the black dwarfs in the city lord's shop consciously kept a distance from Liang Xiaoxia. Several black dwarves also kept secretly looking at Liang Xiaoxia and her group with the eyes of a dying person, and Qianhe and Nietzsche were all looked at so hard that they felt uncomfortable. Even Jinmu was not very enthusiastic anymore, and there was obviously a veil between him and Liang Xiaoxia. He unconsciously became more respectful in his words, and no longer spoke as casually as before. King Kong ordered a black dwarf apprentice to take out 120 fine iron arrows from the warehouse and handed them to Renaud. With a complicated expression, he gave Renaud a cheap price. "If you allow me, I would like to take you to meet my grandfather." After the transaction was completed, Liang Xiaoxia and his party were about to leave, but were stopped by King Kong. "Your grandpa?" Liang Xiaoxia looked at King Kong in confusion. This uncle looked old. If it weren't for his strong muscles, he could be called Grandpa. His grandpa? How old would he be? Could he still be alive in this world? Liang Xiaoxia was not worried at all that these black dwarves would set their sights on Shishir, unless they wanted to kill everyone in the city and turn the Golden City into a desert ruin. She was also quite interested in the city lord's grandfather and wanted to meet the fossilized figure in the Golden City. King Kong strode quickly across the lush-paved street and led Liang Xiaoxia and her group into a golden courtyard. In the courtyard of the other courtyard, a skinny old man who looked about the same age as King Kong was sitting under the eaves basking in the sun. King Kong walked over and patted the old man's shoulder with his big hand, causing the skinny old man to stagger. "Grandpa, I brought you a guest you never expected. It turns out it was just a misunderstanding due to generational differences. I thought he was an old dwarf in his 70s or 80s, with no teeth and a cane." Liang Xiaoxia walked behind Renault and secretly looked at the grandfather mentioned by King Kong. "What's so good about these white-skinned sweet potatoes?" The skinny old man with dark skin glanced at the elves standing in the yard, speaking in a low-pitched black dwarf language, as if blaming King Kong for bothering him with such trivial matters. But when he saw the bow on Liang Xiaoxia's back, he stood there speechless. "You? Why aren't you dead yet?" After staring at Liang Xiaoxia's back for a while, the thin old man suddenly said something out of the blue. "What are you talking about? Do you really want me to die? You are cursing me like that." Liang Xiaoxia's face immediately darkened when she heard this. "Humph, how can you talk like that, old man?" When the elves heard this, their faces turned ugly. Chinha couldn't help but yelled with her eyes wide open. Mudball leaned against Liang Xiaoxia with worry in his eyes. Oh, what I mean is, why didn't you die from the curse? Isn't it normal that you will die as long as you encounter the right time?" The thin old man changed the topic and continued to ask. "This old man has a background. Don't underestimate him. All the black dwarves could recognize the cursed bow the first time they saw it. But no dwarf knew that the bow was called Shirshir. Now this skinny old man with an unremarkable appearance could call out its name, so he must know something about this bow." Liang Xiaoxia thought about it. Since this question involved the Eye of Slaughter, it was hard to answer. She could only say, "I don't know either. I just tell it jokes every day." "Joke? Joke." All the elves and dwarves present were stunned. This irrelevant answer sounded more like a joke. The way to break the curse was to tell a joke? Or was she not telling the truth at all? But looking at Liang Xiaoxia's serious and innocent face, it didn't seem like a joke at all. The thin old man chose to believe what Liang Xiaoxia said again. Suddenly, the thin old man was overwhelmed with sorrow, and he sighed with a wry smile. "What a joke, what a joke. I didn't expect it to be just a joke. Jinling, did you see that? Our lives, the dreams we worked so hard for, are not worth a joke." Liang Xiaoxia knew Jinling Loki's two-handed swords were made by Jinling. But neither Jinling nor the thin old man in front of him should have seen Shirshir, right? Killing Left Eye clearly pointed out to Liang Xiaoxia that the last user of Shirshir was thousands of years ago, during the era of Queen Xian Lu, and he was not from the same era as these black dwarves. What kind of intersection story is this that must be told? Seeing the thin old man staring at Shirshir, his expression changed several times, and it was obvious that he had something to say. Liang Xiaoxia listened attentively. Having the opportunity to listen to the old dwarf's story about the past, Liang Xiaoxia's heart was burning with gossip. "We once fought and struggled like a true black dwarf. Now, you are old, and I am old too. We are all old. Our era has passed, and we can only look for the glory of the past and the memories of the years. But how can life be perfect without regrets?" The thin and dark dwarf old man is called Jinji. The Jinling he mentioned is Jinji's lifelong best friend. Like other dwarves in the Golden City, Jinji and Jinling aspired to become excellent warriors and blacksmiths since they were teenagers. But Jinji was weak and frail since he was young, and couldn't even lift a hammer. The dream of being a blacksmith was just a hopeless and cruel fantasy for him. Other dwarves in the city looked down on him, and his life was very difficult. During those dark and painful years, only Jinling accompanied him, encouraged him, and gave him the only reason to stick to his dream. Compared to Jinji, Jinling was much luckier. He had a strong and sturdy body that the black dwarves envied, and he could swing a hammer to forge iron effortlessly. When Jinling was very young, he was already a famous blacksmith in the Golden City. Many black dwarves thought that Jinling was very likely to become the next generation of the Golden City Lord. The rise of the grassroots boy Jin Ling came to an abrupt end when he was 300 years old. It was because a weapon he made had a master-devouring phenomenon. It was a trident commonly used by the Sea Tribe. Several mermaids died in an accident. The relationship between the Sea Tribe and the Golden City also reached a freezing point in that era. Since then, the persistent Jin Ling began to study the cursed weapon, hoping to find out the reason why the weapon was against its master and how to resolve it. In the end, in order to break the curse of the weapon, he had to travel far away with his luggage. 300 years, another 300 years. How many 300 years do we dwarves have in our lives to squander? Is it right or wrong to persist like that? Jin Ji's eyes welled up with tears when he spoke of this. He had long lost contact with Jin Ling and did not know whether she was alive or dead. Even if Jin Ling was still alive, she would be like him, with half of her body buried in the yellow sand, and she wouldn't be able to recover for many years. Jin Ji looked back on his life. He studied various weapon casting methods and techniques, wrote books, and won the respect of the dwarves in the Golden City. But in the end, he was still bound by this body and could not pick up the hammer of his dreams. To put it bluntly, he was just a dreamer who talked about it on paper. He never realized his dream in his life, but he was luckier than Jin Ling. At least he could die in this golden land that he loved. But Jin Ling was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no news of him again. The audience fell into deep thought. Although Liang Xiaoxia didn't like this old man, it didn't stop her from respecting this venerable old dwarf in her heart. Although she didn't know much about blacksmithing, she knew many modern methods that could replace the body and forge the best weapons. But what's the use? If the method she said couldn't be implemented, it would only add to her regrets. Jinji didn't remain depressed for long. After recovering, he took out a gold arm ring from the house and handed it to Liang Xiaoxia. No matter what, the fact that you were able to obtain Shirshir and survive shows that we are destined to be together. This space armband was given to me by Jin Ling before she left. I am giving it to you now. I only ask that if you can see Jin Ling, please tell her that his old friend is still waiting for him in Golden City. After Jin Ji finished speaking, he stood up and went into the house. His skinny back revealed his old age, as if he was reminiscing about the carefree days of his youth. Liang Xiaoxia held the armband in her hand, feeling both happy and sad. What does it matter if you live longer? Immortality is just a dream. In any case, getting space equipment is an extra surprise. Although there are many space equipment in the continent of Pucacia, they are not as common as cabbages on the streets. The armband made by Jin Ling obviously combines two completely different artistic styles, the elves and the dwarves. The hollow golden pattern is engraved with roses and thorns, which is delicate yet generous. Liang Xiaoxia probed inward with her mind. There was about 100 cubic meters of space, half of which was filled with various ores and refined iron, and there was also an ice blue trident with twisted black flowers inside. It seemed that this was the cursed trident. After putting on the armband and about to leave, Liang Xiaoxia and her group were stopped by the city lord King Kong. Elf friends, I wonder if you can help me? King Kong's voice was so rough and loud that it made the floor rumble, and in 2 or 3 sentences he made his request clear. In the southeast of the desert, a group of red sand snakes recently appeared in the mine where the black dwarves mined gold. They injured several dwarf miners in succession. They also organized 2 clearing operations, but the cunning red sand snakes escaped each time. There is no way. Dwarves are born to be melee maniacs and ranged rookies. Facing these treacherous desert enemies, they are always powerless because they can't find their figures or hit their legs. Seeing that Renault and Liang Xiaoxia were both bow hunters and had the legendary cursed bow to cheer them up, King Kong thought of recruiting external aid and promised that after the matter was accomplished, he would provide Liang Xiaoxia and the others with another 200 iron feather arrows for free and would give them a 20% discount when they came to order weapons from the city lord's shop in the future. The red sand snake was not difficult to kill, but it took some effort. Renault and the 3 children discussed it and happily agreed to this quite cost-effective deal. They turned out of the Golden City and headed towards the mine in the southeast. It was still Kaneki who acted as the guide and took them to the destination. Kaneki said sorry to Liang Xiaoxia with a red face, turned around and ran away, leaving the elves confused. What a good and honest kid. Liang Xiaoxia sighed heartily as she looked at Jin Mu's back, which seemed to be running away. Going down the tunnel for about 100 meters, Liang Xiaoxia and Qinhe were on guard in front. Mudball was sandwiched in the middle with his staff performing dancing light, and Renault was behind to finish. The mine was dark and gloomy, and the elves pricked up their ears, not missing any movement. When he heard the first hiss, Liang Xiaoxia was quick-witted and shot as a red shadow flashed in front of him. With a bang, a red sand snake was hit in the middle, pierced through and nailed to the uneven ground in the tunnel. It is indeed a good bow. This was the first time Liang Xiaoxia and Shi officially fought side by side. She had used Black Feather and Phantom before, but because of her lack of strength and inflexible wrist, she had difficulty using both Black Feather and Phantom. When she pulled the Shi, she felt full of strength, and the whole movement was smooth and full, without any unfamiliar feeling. Shi was also very considerate and formed the bow and arrow the moment she pulled the bow. Although this kid is a bit cocky, if used well, he can become an endless human turret. It is not limited by materials or mental strength, and you can have as many arrows as you want. This quasi-artifact level weapon, which can cause bloodshed in the outside world, is like a fish in water in Liang Xiaoxia's hands under the guise of a curse. There were more and more hissing and sha-sha sounds, as if after killing one, a group of people came to seek revenge. Liang Xiaoxia received the excitement from the time, clenched the bow and arrow, and shot several red sand snakes in succession. The other members of the team also started to move. The good eyesight and agility of the elves took advantage in this narrow mine. Qinhe raised her knife and killed several snakes in a short time. Renault was guarding in the middle, protecting the snakes from getting too close to the mudball. The mudball, as a healer, was a human-shaped beacon. The warm white light was held in her hand and never let go. The elves did not kill for the sake of killing, but they had a deep understanding of the law of survival of the fittest in nature. After a short while, more than 30 pieces of red sand snake corpses were scattered on the ground. Although Qinhe was always inexplicably dissatisfied with Mudball, she still stood in front of her dutifully and killed several red sand snakes that were waiting for an opportunity to attack. No, these snakes are really too smart. Liang Xiaoxia frowned cutely on her round face. At the beginning, it was a disorganized attack, and in the middle, most of the attacks were directed at the Mudball with little defense. Later, seeing that Chizuru had a strong attack power, they actually planned to retreat slowly. There must be a commander among these snakes, because their attacks are so methodical. Renault also narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he also found something wrong. Qinhe behind Liang Xiaoxia was more radical, holding a two-handed sword and chasing after the snake along its retreat. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. But Qinhe was really too aggressive. Liang Xiaoxia chased after Qinhe and shouted, but Qinhe never stopped. The mine was complicated, and when she found that she had lost Qinhe, Liang Xiaoxia had already lost her way. They got separated. Mudball should be with Renault. Liang Xiaoxia was not too worried. She was more worried about the impulsive Qinhe. In a mine 100 meters deep without food or water, Qinhe would be defeated by herself without the red sand snake. Being too smart will only leave loopholes. Sitting and waiting for death has never been the style of the fox Liang Xiaoxia. She vaguely felt that there were surveillance eyes nearby. It seems that the mind of the red sand snake is just as she expected. It wants to disperse several elves and defeat them one by one. It is effortless to trap them in the mine. Liang Xiaoxia took out a common antidote from her space armband and took it in a disguised manner. After estimating that the time was about right, she extinguished the dancing light technique in her hand and fainted on the ground in the mine. Red sand snakes like to eat red rock iron. Before entering the mine, the unscrupulous Liang Xiaoxia tied a large bag of red rock iron around her waist, which was scattered all over the ground as she fainted. Maybe the leaders of these snakes are a little smart, but it's hard to say about their subordinates. Sure enough, within a quarter of an hour, the snakes could no longer bear it. After the first snake bit Liang Xiaoxia and saw that she did not react, the red sand snakes behind her rushed forward one after another, ready to compete for the bag of red rock iron. Liang Xiaoxia endured the pain in her legs and tried hard to suppress the venom in her body. Her pointed ears moved slightly, and she heard a cold and wet hissing sound. "Get out of here." A huge snake man with a snake tail and a human body and covered with scales slithered out from behind the mine, spitting out a forked snake tongue. The red sand snakes on both sides retreated when they saw their leader coming. The snake man had no interest in red rock iron. He leaned over to look at Liang Xiaoxia and puffed on Liang Xiaoxia's face with a slightly damp and foul breath. He picked up Liang Xiaoxia and held her under his arm, then turned and left. This free shuttle bus is really uncomfortable. The snake man's body was also covered with scales, which made Liang Xiaoxia feel uncomfortable and had several cuts. Being dangled under his arm, Liang Xiaoxia, who was already slightly poisoned, turned pale and wanted to vomit. I really wanted to shoot him with an arrow when I was about to sacrifice him. Liang Xiaoxia was carried away by the snake men in a bumpy way. The road became more and more complicated and rugged after many twists and turns. There were no traces of the dwarves digging on the roads on both sides. Instead, they looked like they were dug out by these snakes. After a few bumps and bruises, the snake man turned and took Liang Xiaoxia to a square corridor, threw her into a room at the end of the corridor, bumped heads with a red sand snake, exchanged a hiss, and left again. This snake man was not very smart and did not even leave a guard. He directly regarded Liang Xiaoxia as a dead reserve food and threw her into his storage. "It seems that it is unlikely to expect him to take me away." Liang Xiaoxia sat up from the ground, rubbed the bruises on his body, drank another bottle of antidote, cast a dancing light spell, and began to look around. Maybe she had a special affinity with secret rooms and bunkers. Now she was thrown into the bottomless underground again. It was obvious that she was in a tomb. And this tomb was definitely an ancient elf tomb. From the peeling walls, totem-carved beams, and neatly printed stone slabs, it was once luxurious to the extreme. But now it exuded a foul smell, and some unidentifiable animal bones were piled up in the corner like a small mountain, rotting and crawling with ants. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back. Liang Xiaoxia shivered and rubbed her back vigorously with her hands. "But since I'm here, it would be a pity to go back empty-handed." Liang Xiaoxia walked forward along the room, and there were traps all the way. After dismantling several traps, Liang Xiaoxia successfully stood in front of an inscription teleportation array. It turns out that the real test is here. Liang Xiaoxia looked at the not-so-big teleportation array and felt a little hesitant. Bow hunters are good at removing traps, and Liang Xiaoxia, who loves to be imaginative, is even more creative. 10 years of training have trained her to be able to see the purpose of traps at a glance. But she knows nothing about ancient inscriptions. There is an essential difference between the ancient inscription array and the magic array. After the magic array is carved, it must be filled and triggered by the corresponding power to start, just like a fairy lamp, which can only be used after adding fuel. The ancient inscription array that has long been lost uses words to move the power of heaven and earth to operate. The user only needs to trigger it with his mind, just like a candle that will burn automatically when it is ignited. However, the requirements for using such a power-saving inscription array are extremely strict. The array cannot be missing or damaged in the slightest, otherwise failure is a minor matter, but causing any strange changes will cause great trouble. This ancient elf formation has been abandoned for at least 7,000 years. Who knows if it is missing a corner or something? Liang Xiaoxia doesn't want to get nothing but end up with a broken head. However, this formation itself is a treasure. She took out a pen and paper and slowly copied it beside the formation, intending to make a copy to study. The formation will never be activated before it is triggered by the spirit. Liang Xiaoxia was about to copy it when she suddenly felt a pain in the left eye of the killing and disappeared. When the left eye of killing was stimulated, the inscription array was automatically activated, teleporting Liang Xiaoxia to another stone chamber. Corruption, smoke, and dust fell to the ground. Liang Xiaoxia coughed because of the dust. This side quest has a hidden plot. Are you playing Grave Robbers Chronicles? Liang Xiaoxia, who felt extremely unlucky, had just come to her senses when she was stunned by the huge coffin in the middle of the stone chamber. It was completely different from the customs of her previous life. The coffin of this ancient elf was in the shape of a shuttle, with pointed ends and a round middle. The surface of the coffin, carved from a whole piece of dark blue gem, glowed with light, like bright stars in the eternal night sky, deep and mysterious. The entire coffin was dragged by a base, standing upright on the ground, and it was so gorgeous that it was astonishing. Liang Xiaoxia was small, and when she stood in front of the coffin, she felt her scalp tingling. How could she always encounter such a thing? She was directly teleported to the place where the owner rests. I hope she won't be blamed. The empty stone chamber was still quiet. After her fear subsided, Liang Xiaoxia stepped forward with courage and carefully touched the coffin. It was icy and cold, which made her shiver again. The ancient elves have long been extinct, and only a few elf documents can find traces of them. The legendary ancient elves are powerful, beautiful, and have outstanding abilities, depriving themselves of all the favors of nature. That was an ancient elf known as the Son of God. Curious, Liang Xiaoxia really wanted to see what the ancient elf looked like. A wealthy ancient elf should have a lot of burial objects, right? At this moment, greed overcame fear of death. Looking at the huge jewel coffin, Liang Xiaoxia seemed to have seen all kinds of jewels waving at her. I'm just passing by, please don't blame me, please don't blame me. Liang Xiaoxia pulled out the dagger and small needle she carried with her, and while muttering about various gods and Buddhas, she pried open the coffin lid. Although the lock of the ancient elves was complicated, its essence remained the same. After destroying the last magic circle in the lock, the coffin lid made a creaking sound and slowly slid down. After just one look, Liang Xiaoxia was so scared that she sat on the ground, and her round little face changed several colors in an instant. She thought that after 1,000 years, the owner of the coffin would have turned into a mummy, black, rotten, and smelly. She also considered that the coffin might be empty and there was nothing in it. But she never thought that the coffin contained such a beautiful ancient elf. The important thing is, this elf is still here. Here. The ancient elf closed his eyes, his eyelashes drooped, but they were not thick. Each eyelash was distinct and perfectly outlined the shape of his eyes. His facial features were deep and restrained. His eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, his lips were thin, his nose was straight, and he was handsome beyond compare. He was slender, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his skin was delicate and tight. Unlike Liang Xiaoxia and the others, his skin was not frighteningly white, but pink in color. His collarbone was slightly visible, his muscles were slightly bulging, and he was as perfect as the best plaster work. Her long, soft, black hair was scattered. Her strong arms were wrapped around her chest, and she looked so quiet as if she was asleep. The two pairs of iconic ears of the ancient elves were neither pierced nor had any symbolic earrings, and were stretched out in a relaxed manner. If you see something you shouldn't see, you'll get sty. Liang Xiaoxia's face suddenly turned red, especially when she saw the symbol of male spirit below his tight abdomen and between his straight legs. Liang Xiaoxia was not a little girl who knew nothing, but for the first time, she was so embarrassed that she was at a loss. She kept telling herself to close her eyes, close her eyes. Her body was like a demon, unable to move, as if under a spell, staring at that body, fascinated. Liang Xiaoxia had never seen a male dong, but she was sure that the one in front of her was the most perfect one in the world. No doubt about it. Such a body can make people fall in love with it and admire it, but it does not give rise to any evil thoughts. Slowly stretching out his hand, it seemed like 10,000 years had passed. Liang Xiaoxia's soft and tender fingers touched his skin. Smooth, clean, and not greasy. Liang Xiaoxia's killing left eye was contrary to its normal state. It did not feel hot, but instead sent a hint of coolness into her brain. Is this really a dead ancient elf? It was like touching jade, with no warmth coming from my fingertips. But the elastic skin didn't look like it had been dead for thousands of years. But he was really handsome, strong yet gentle, without any coquettishness. His beauty was not stunning, but it was pleasing to the eye. Liang Xiaoxia slowly got over her initial embarrassment and became intoxicated and comfortable with his appreciation. Suddenly, the ancient elf opened his eyes. Ghost facing a pair of eyes that suddenly opened, deep and lightless like sapphires. Liang Xiaoxia was extremely cold, unable to control the fear in her heart and she clenched her hands on the ancient elf and screamed. The ancient elf frowned with his eyes open, as if he was not satisfied with his ears being immersed in the sharp voice of a child. He grabbed the collar of Liang Xiaoxia, who was about to run away, and gently covered Liang Xiaoxia's mouth with a slender hand, signaling her not to shout anymore. After waking up, the ancient elf's temperament had changed radically. When he was asleep, he was comfortable and quiet, but when he opened his eyes, he was calm and indifferent, with a faint sense of alienation on his expressionless face. What era is it now? The ancient elf's voice was low and clear, like a chanting cello, echoing in the empty stone chamber. Liang Xiaoxia didn't hear what he said at all. She was grabbed by the collar and panicked. Zombies, dumplings, and vampires flashed through her mind. She turned around and pulled away, shooting him with an arrow at close range. The sharp arrow sank into his chest with a puff sound, and after a moment, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. But the ancient elf showed no expression except that he was shocked by the arrow. The wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and not a drop of blood flowed out. What era is it now? Regardless of Liang Xiaoxia's surprised look as if she had seen a ghost, the ancient elf asked again. Why does he always ask what era it is? If his language wasn't ancient elven, Liang Xiaoxia would have really thought he had met a fellow traveler. Are you alive or dead? The other party was so close to him, and he had just been hit by an arrow from him, but he was still calm. However, his skin was cold, and he had no breath at all. His heart was not beating, and his chest was not moving at all. The ancient elf's eyes lingered on Shiji for a moment, then he slowly walked out of the coffin and gracefully gave Liang Xiaoxia an elf salute. As you can see, of course I'm dead. He spoke so frankly, admitting without hesitation that he was a corpse. Liang Xiaoxia's tense heart relaxed, but then she felt extremely embarrassed. She had never been courted by an elf handsome guy, and he looked at her without any shyness, which made Liang Xiaoxia feel as if she was the one without clothes. Liang Xiaoxia turned her head away embarrassedly, her little face flushed, and took out her emerald green cloak from her arm ring and handed it to the ancient elf. The ancient elf took the cloak, wrapped it around himself generously and naturally, and asked for the third time. What era is it now? Liang Xiaoxia's ancient elvish language was taught by her father, so although it was still a little awkward, she still had no problem with basic conversations. It is now the year 8429 of the Elven Post-Era calendar. The ancient elf fell silent after hearing this. His expression was somewhat lonely. After a long while, he spoke softly with a sigh. Trying to reach the heights of the stars, using civilization and force to carry the immortal soul. In the end, did it fail? Liang Xiaoxia didn't quite understand what he meant. After all, there was a gap of nearly 10,000 years between the two elves, and the generation gap was huge. I'm Jinghua Capricorn Potusis Isian, the 24th generation of a Isian elf, a descendant of the glory of God. Thank you for waking me up from death. The ancient elf's voice was low and flat, like singing softly. When he said his last name, he was proud but not arrogant. He introduced himself to Liang Xiaoxia very formally. This is a living fossil. Hold an exhibition, and you'll definitely make a lot of money. Liang Xiaoxia looked at the handsome and elegant ancient elf, as if she saw countless gold, silver, and jewels waving at her. Char Tarimawa Sandra Seo Karna. It is my honor to have the opportunity to wake you up. Determined to please this future financial sponsor, Liang Xiaoxia tried to be as gentle and polite as possible when she saluted Jinghua. In fact, she was very proud of herself in her heart. Hee. My name is one section longer than yours. If Liang Xiaoxia knew that among the 12 pure bloodlines of the ancient elves, 2 of them were included in the suffix of mirror moonlight, she would definitely be devastated. Jinghua did not look down on Liang Xiaoxia just because she was an elf child. She sat on the floor without any disdain, her eyes level with Liang Xiaoxia's, her deep blue pupils staring at her emerald green eyes. Let's make a deal. Jinghua handed over 2 things Liang Xiaoxia couldn't refuse as bargaining chips: a stone ball that was exactly the same as Imo Min's killing left eye, and his knowledge and ability. He asked Liang Xiaoxia to do 2 things. Allow him to follow without revealing his existence, and find the land of oblivion. Jingyue seemed very sure that the stone ball would be useful to Liang Xiaoxia, but looking at his expression, he did not seem to know that Liang Xiaoxia possessed the killing left eye. Liang Xiaoxia was not sure what the second stone ball was used for. There was a long golden ear carved on it. Liang Xiaoxia held the stone ball in her mouth in the same way until it melted, and her right ear felt extremely painful and itchy. Glack's lucky right ear. Apart from this short sentence, there was no other explanation in my mind. Regarding its origin, application, and ability, it was all blank. Under Liang Xiaoxia's right ear, she could faintly see golden blood flowing slowly. Having adapted to the pain, her right ear felt itchy, making her want to scratch it all the time. What is the Forgotten Land? Liang Xiaoxia asked innocently with round eyes, scratching her right ear like a little animal, not realizing how cute her action was. Have no idea. Jingyue was relaxed and elegant. There was a thought in his mind that vaguely suggested to him that the Forgotten Land was very important. Apart from that, there was no other relevant information. This memory seemed to have been erased and lost by human beings. It turns out that I am incapable of communicating with the ancient elves. How could she find it without any clues? Take your time. Jingyue didn't set a time limit anyway. Liang Xiaoxia couldn't tell whether Jingyue was alive or dead, and it was a bit irrelevant to say that she was a walking corpse. Jingyue's thoughts and emotions were obviously normal, but she had no signs of life. In order to hide his existence, he turned into a blue-purple velvet headband, shining with starlight, just like the coffin that wrapped him when Liang Xiaoxia first saw him. This headband is in line with Liang Xiaoxia's taste. It is exquisite and low-key, but not too plain. It also matches Liang Xiaoxia's light golden hair color. She is very satisfied with the shape of the headband, but even so, she was still not used to tying a talking ancient elf on her head. She didn't know how Jingyue had changed. Pulling the hairband, Liang Xiaoxia stopped communicating with Jingyue, put his coffin into the armband, and left the dull and moldy stone room. As soon as she walked out of the inscription formation, Liang Xiaoxia was hugged by a soft body. Liang Xiaoxia, you are so bad. You always leave me alone. A faint floral scent came from the side of her neck. Liang Xiaoxia knew it was the mud ball. She complained in a crying voice and wrapped her arms around her, strangling her until she could hardly breathe. Xiaomo, you are still the same, ugly and lame. Qianhe curled her lips and raised her chin high. If Liang Xiaoxia hadn't seen the bloody snake man figure and tattered clothes under his feet, she would have definitely hit him on the head. Renaud said nothing, but breathed a sigh of relief. He walked up to her and ruffled her hair, smiling gently. The brown-gray hair ends hung in front of her face, making Liang Xiaoxia's nose itchy, and she wanted to sneeze. This feeling is not bad. Now you've found her. You promised me. Let me go. The tacit and beautiful atmosphere was suddenly broken by a cold and smooth voice that sounded like a plea for mercy. The snake man was beaten badly. One of his eyes was swollen. Many scales fell off his body, and blood clotted. He lay on the ground and begged for mercy in a low voice, in great pain. However, when he glanced at the elf in front of him, a sinister light flashed in his eyes. Okay, go ahead. Renaud waved his hand without even looking at the snake man. Qianhe also loosened his foot and finally kicked the snake man, signaling him to leave quickly. With a whoosh sound and a gust of wind in his ears, the snake man was shot in the heart and fell to the ground. Before he died, his eyes were filled with resentment, as if he was accusing these elves of breaking their promises. They agreed to let you go, but I didn't agree. Liang Xiaoxia raised the arrow and shot the injured snake man who was trying to escape to death with one arrow. The elves are too kind and non-competitive by nature, and the snake people are the most vengeful and vengeful. If we don't kill him, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause in the future. Although Liang Xiaoxia was not a ruthless person, she knew that she had to nip the buds that threatened the safety of her relatives and friends in the bud. So she was the one who played the bad guy. Deliberately ignoring the somewhat dull atmosphere, Liang Xiaoxia asked, "How did you find me?" "I found it by smelling it." The mud ball gradually moved towards the graceful girl, but he still had a childish heart. He rubbed against Liang Xiaoxia's chest hard, trying to please her. Renaud felt a little uncomfortable. Liang Xiaoxia's arrow had a hint of Ku Ji's style, ruthless and decisive. Thinking of Ku Ji, Renault's good mood after finding Liang Xiaoxia just now turned sour. Xiamo is great. It turns out that the thing on your neck is not just for breathing. It can last for a while after leaving us. Qianhe raised the corners of his mouth sarcastically and sprayed venom. Can't this bad-mouthed kid say something nice? Liang Xiaoxia knew that this was Qianhe's disguised way of asking what happened after she left. Holding back the sneer on her face, Liang Xiaoxia took out Jingyue's empty coffin from her arm ring and briefly described the process, of course omitting the part with Jingyue. Qianhe was originally in a good mood, and spraying venom was just a habit. But when she saw Liang Xiaoxia recounting her story naturally and fluently, without any stumbling, her heart gradually sank. He was arrogant and rude, but sensitive and meticulous. Liang Xiaoxia's decisive arrow and the new headband tied on her hair might only be noticed by a soft-hearted person like Mudball whose head was filled with grace. Still holding back? Still unable to trust? Qianhe still put on a smile to Liang Xiaoxia who was talking, but she felt a dull pain in her heart. But what does this matter? Standing behind Liang Xiaoxia, Qianhe looked at her intently, watching her hold the mud ball in her arms and coax it with soft words. As long as you are still my friend, as long as you are still by my side. In the name of love, we hurt others. In the name of need, we imprison others. In the name of saving, we control others. The name is just a cover to influence you. They successfully completed their mission for the Golden City Black Dwarfs, received 220 iron arrows, and replenished some food and fresh water. Before leaving, Jinmu gave Liang Xiaoxia a golden leaf with some embarrassment, waved goodbye to them, but said nothing more. After bidding farewell to the Black Dwarfs, Liang Xiaoxia and her group continued to move towards the sea tribe. The sea is vast and turbulent, with rolling waves. We pay the highest respect to the sea, but the sea always wants to swallow us up. The weather was not very good, with dark clouds over the sky and a cold sea breeze that wrapped around her and stripped away the heat from her body layer by layer. Liang Xiaoxia wrapped herself tightly in her cloak, shivering as she looked at the endless dark sea. Is this the sea? I'm a little scared. Mudball, who was also shivering from the cold and with her hair blown into a mess, was a little scared. It was the first time she really saw the sea, and it was completely different from the clear blue picture she had imagined. Well, this is the sea. Liang Xiaoxia opened her cloak and wrapped herself up along with the mudball. Renault rummaged through the package, pulled out a conch horn, and blew it. The sound of the horn was sobbing that it was indistinguishable from the sea breeze. After a while, a small whirlpool appeared in the sea, and a mermaid was lifted by the waves and slowly rose to the surface. She had short, dark algae green hair, a full forehead, slightly protruding eyes with a smile, thick purple lips, and an androgynous face that looked kind and gentle. The mermaid's ears were two black fins, and her lower body had a long black fish tail, and fish scales were neatly arranged on her body. The mermaid seemed very excited to see the visitor. When she saw the elves on the beach, who were a little messy due to the wind, she opened her mouth and chattered like a machine gun. Oh, a bunch of elves, vegetarian guys. Let me think, the last time I saw an elf, I was still a child. Well, too thin and too white, but similar to my memory, so they should not be fake. What should we eat in the evening? The food stored at home seems to be not enough. Fish is still the most raw and fresh. Add some seasheck meat. TSK. That taste, I wonder if the elves are delicious? It must not be delicious. There is no freshness at all. La. This tune is not bad. The mermaid in front of me seemed a little neurotic, her thoughts jumping around illogically, and in the end she even started singing. I think you should take medicine instead of eating sashimi. Liang Xiaoxia sweat-dropped a drop of cold sweat. This sea creature's brain was probably filled with seaweed, just like the outside of it. The sea creature kept mumbling, and except for a glance at Liang Xiaoxia and the others at the beginning, he never looked at them seriously again. After talking to himself for a while, he patted his tail and prepared to leave. Who of you sings better? Renault stood beside Liang Xiaoxia, put one hand casually on her shoulder, and asked the members of the team. Chizuru and Nichio both shook their heads. Neither of them liked singing. Nichio liked playing musical instruments, while Chizuru had no interest in music at all. Well, how about I do it? At this point, Liang Xiaoxia had no choice but to bite the bullet. It was useless to shout and scream to attract the mermaids' absolute attention. They were enthusiastic singers, and only beautiful and melodious singing could keep the mermaids from moving forward. Liang Xiaoxia didn't know many songs, so she could only rely on her memory and her clear childish voice to get by. On the beach where the waves roared, with her feet soaked in the cold sea water, Liang Xiaoxia felt cold to the bones and sang Sarah Brightman's memory in a trembling voice. The wind was low and whistling. Liang Xiaoxia's high and shrill childish voice was strangely not drowned by the wind and waves. Like a reef in the middle of the ocean, it always stood out. The melody spiraled up and up, getting higher and higher. Although a little immature, it was soft and soothing. It was as if I saw the sea surface was calm and peaceful, and the bright full moon slowly rose from the sea, dispersing the fog and waves, and the silver moonlight was evenly scattered on the sea surface with sparkling white light. Liang Xiaoxia practiced this song for a long time in order to participate in a singing competition. Because it was in English, none of the audience around her could understand it, but it did not hinder understanding. It was filled with the sorrow of memories, sad but not desperate. The gloomy sky slowly cleared up, the raging black waves were no longer surging, and the sea water gradually faded into a deep dark blue. The black-tailed mermaid swam to the shore, leaned on the reef, held her chin with one hand, and listened to Liang Xiaoxia singing intently. When Liang Xiaoxia sang the repetitive part at the end, the black-tailed mermaid also sang along with her tone, word for word, with a high and gorgeous voice, which was more flavorful than Liang Xiaoxia's singing. This kind of talent is too terrifying. Stars, great gods, please don't be so careless as to accept my worship and admiration. Liang Xiaoxia knew how long she had practiced to sing this song well, especially the high notes at the end, which required a lot of lung capacity and could not be interrupted at all. This mermaid didn't even listen to the whole song once, but she could sing it completely, even better than the original version. Liang Xiaoxia was very depressed that she didn't bring a phonograph or something. What a rare opportunity. The mermaid's last sound dissipated in the waves and was carried away by the wind. The sky miraculously began to clear up, and a few rays of sunlight penetrated the dark clouds, shining obliquely on the sea, creating patches of blue water. I have decided to be a beautiful female mermaid. Such beautiful and sad emotions are so touching and wonderful. The black-tailed mermaid seemed to have made up her mind and looked at the sky with longing. Before the outbreak, mermaids were genderless. As the most amazing, intelligent creatures in nature, mermaids can choose on their own. For some reason, most mermaids choose to be female. It seems that this black-tailed mermaid is also planning to join the army of beautiful mermaids. I'm so sorry for being so rude just now. I'm Floradro from the Deep Blue Tribe. I'm really happy to meet you. The black-tailed mermaid lifted up the algae-colored hair by her ear and tucked it behind her ear. With a sincere tone and a feminine gentleness, she greeted Liang Xiaoxia and her group. When you look closer, you will find that the upper body of the mermaid is not like the elves, with smooth skin, but many tiny flesh-pink scales covering the body, like a natural diving suit. Could this mermaid be schizophrenic? She was like two different people before and after singing. One was crazy and disorderly, the other was rational and gentle. Looking at the graceful mermaid in front of her, Liang Xiaoxia felt that this world was really wonderful. The black-tailed mermaid half sat on the reef and stretched out her dripping hand to gently shake hands with Renaud. Who was singing just now? Who was singing just now? As soon as the clasped hands were put down, a few more mermaids' heads appeared on the sea behind them, looking around curiously. She sang the first part, and I sang the second part. Liang Xiaoxia was stared at by a group of mermaids with scorching eyes. She always felt like fish sashimi on a chopping board and felt uncomfortable all over. Suddenly, one of the mermaids with a blue tail jumped onto the shore from the sea, hugged Liang Xiaoxia, and threw her onto the beach. Its long tail slapped Liang Xiaoxia, almost breaking her bones. Dolan, I see you again. You don't know how much I miss you. I have been waiting for you to come back and marry me. I love you so much that I am willing to take out the most delicious fish maw in exchange for your love. But why don't you agree to me? Why? The mermaid rubbed against Liang Xiaoxia's body, and the too plump and soft bust pressed her so hard that she couldn't breathe. The blue-tailed mermaid was like an abandoned young wife, with tears in her eyes, and kept complaining about Duolan's ruthlessness. Too enthusiastic. Oh, why isn't he a handsome guy? I can't handle him anymore. This person is probably the good friend mentioned by Mother Doran. I don't know what happened between them, but a female mermaid actually wanted to marry her. The blue-tailed mermaid is charming and graceful, with long blue hair as peaceful as the sky, and a smooth forehead like other mermaids, but her temperament is as fiery as a flame, intense and fiery. Using both hands and feet to struggle out of the mermaid's arms, Liang Xiaoxia looked at the mermaid lying on the beach awkwardly. I am Charles, Dolan is my mother. What? Dolan is married? How could she do this to me? She is so cruel. Shock, surprise, sadness, despair. All kinds of expressions flashed across the mermaid's face in a short moment and finally settled on cruelty. She actually dared to deceive my feelings for Lollapalooza. I will make her pay the price. Liang Xiaoxia looked at the mermaid in horror. She turned hostile immediately, flexing and stretching her hands, and her sharp nails slowly grew out until they were longer than half of her palm. If Liang Xiaoxia still doesn't understand the situation, she is stupid. Crawling back a few steps on the beach, Liang Xiaoxia hurriedly explained. How could that be? You are Mom's best friend. She thinks about you all the time. Look, she even brought you a big bag of elf gummy candies. Liar, liar, you liar. You will have to pay the price for deceiving the mermaid's feelings. The blue-tailed mermaid waved her hands ferociously, wanting to tear Liang Xiaoxia, who was keeping her distance, into pieces to vent her hatred. Her mother didn't know what she said, which made the mermaid misunderstand. No wonder Matakini refused to let her go. This was simply an unexpected disaster. Liang Xiaoxia kept saying nice things, and her mouth was dry at the end. The mermaid didn't listen at all, but just struggled madly on the beach, flapping her tail, splashing sand, and even the sky began to darken. The mermaids gathered around. None of them came forward. All of them looked like they were watching a show. Liang Xiaoxia had no choice but to hug the blue-tailed mermaid and hum the song Memory that she had just sung in her ear. The mermaid waved her hands and tore the back of Liang Xiaoxia's clothes to pieces, leaving several blood marks. There was no other way. The son would bear the mother's debt. Liang Xiaoxia endured the pain and continued to sing the song, hoping that everything would work. Wow, woo, what should I do? What should I do with you? Gradually, the mermaid stopped making a fuss and fell down with her hands held, crying softly. Thanks to Grandma Qiangyao, melodramas really work. The crying heroine always calms down after being hugged like this. Liang Xiaoxia felt uncomfortable looking at the crying mermaid. It can be seen that she really loves deeply and emotionally, transcending race, gender, and age. This mermaid has waited for her mother for so many years, and her heartless mother may not know her feelings at all. Such a love is ridiculous. It's sigh-worthy again. The blue-tailed mermaid choked up and hugged Liang Xiaoxia. You sang so beautifully. I, Lollapalooza, forgive you. But it is impossible to forgive Dolan. Why are all the sea creatures psychopaths? Why am I so unlucky to be surrounded by psychopaths? Then how can you forgive my mother? Liang Xiaoxia was already soaked, cold, and had a headache after all this trouble. She simply gave up thinking about it and kicked the ball back. I don't care. I want my Lollapalooza to forgive her. Unless she compensates me with a lover. The blue-tailed mermaid pouted angrily and started to act unreasonably like a child. Is the brain capacity of mermaids smaller than their eyeorb? Use your head filled with seaweed before speaking, and don't stare with dead fish eyes like a mentally retarded person with incomplete thinking. Qianhe, who had been watching for a long time, finally exploded and pulled Liang Xiaoxia out from the blue-tailed mermaid again. The way she held the mermaid and the bleeding wounds on her snow-white skin were both an eyesore. Renaud pursed his lips. His lips were thin, and he was not very happy. He was very steady but said nothing. After letting Mudball treat her, he took out a blanket and draped it over Liang Xiaoxia, who was beginning to drip, and wrapped her tightly, with one arm around her side. Lollapalooza, Why are you so obsessed with that elf? Am I not good enough? I just ask you to turn back and look at me. I'm behind you." A male mermaid swam slowly to the shore, his voice as mournful as a humming swan, looking sadly at the blue-tailed mermaid who was crying miserably on the beach. "Don't pay attention to me. Let me go. I, Lola Papalosa, don't need your pity." Being held in the arms of the male mermaid, the blue-tailed mermaid struggled and beat his chest. "Now that she's married, what are you still waiting for her to do? Can't I do the same?" The male mermaid held the blue-tailed mermaid tightly in his arms and lowered his head to kiss her hard. Hate. Two mermaids were immersed in the sea, their lips and tongues entangled. Why does this dialogue sound so familiar? Did I catch up with the filming of a third-rate romance drama? Looking at the mermaid kissing in public, Liang Xiaoxia felt a chill and shrank into Renault's arms, seeking warmth. She now completely understood that the thinking of these mermaids could not be understood in a conventional way, and that she had to apply all kinds of cheesy novel plots to communicate smoothly. She spent a lot of time talking, and even ruined a piece of clothing, but it was not as effective as a kiss from the mermaid. The hearts of these mermaids were blanker than elves, and everything was shown on their faces. Love was vigorous, hate was vigorous, and there were storms and winds. Irrational impulses turned into noble moral principles. Love makes people addicted, crazy, depraved, and self-destructive. Jinghua commented pertinently in Liang Xiaoxia's mind. Indeed, this is love, without logic, even without IQ, like honey and poison. Liang Xiaoxia doesn't know what love is, even though she is reborn. In her previous life, she had been in love, but she couldn't stand the feeling of being too fast. Many times, she thought that what she loved was not the other person, but maybe just a feeling of being loved and hugged, so she broke up cleanly. If you don't love, you must never cheat or hurt. She probably will never understand mermaids, such a magical creature. See the world with your heart, not your eyes. Lollapalooza was kissed by the male mermaid and dragged into the sea. The mermaids who were watching watched the show and swam away in all directions. At the beginning, the most abnormal black-tailed mermaid Fladlow has become the most normal one. She bowed and said, "I am sorry to have embarrassed you. I wonder what the distinguished guest is here to visit the Deep Blue Tribe for?" Renault released the soft little body in his arms, took out the green leaf token and showed it to Fladro. "I am Renault Afina Ioka Zyankali Flaxcos of the Western Crystal Elf Tribe, and would like to see Chief Osiris of the Deep Blue Tribe." Although he used the term asking for an audience in the common language of the continent, Renault stood straight in the sea breeze. The pride and dignity of his elf race could not be compromised by anyone or anything. Introducing by full name is a courtesy, a sign of respect for the elves. Long names imply history, family honor, and the mark the elves have left on the wheel of time, even if the other party can't remember them at all. "Okay, please follow me." Fladero's attitude improved a lot, and she was not dissatisfied with what Reno said. She grew sharp nails, and with a swish, she cut off a small section of her hair, divided it into 4 parts, kneaded it into orb, and handed it to Reno, motioning them to eat it. No wonder her hair is so short. Liang Xiaoxier looked carefully at the small ball of hair in her hand, which was wriggling like living marine algae. Did she really want to eat this moving hair? Renault was the first to eat the hair, and his expression twisted. Even though it was not his first time eating it, he still felt that it was really uncomfortable to eat the hair. Liang Xiaoxia stared at Renault for a while. There were 4 jerks on his strong neck near his head. Webbed feet also grew between his fingers and toes, sticking them together, which looked indescribably weird. Eating hair, or something like that, is definitely my first time. It's my first time, captive. After entering Liang Xiaoxia's mouth, the group of seaweed hair quickly stretched and stuck to her oral lining, piercing into the tender flesh of her mouth like a worm, feeling fishy and bitter. Almost at the same moment when her cheeks appeared, her nose stopped working. A large amount of air poured in from Liang Xiaoxia's snow-white chin. She breathed in and out hard, but still felt a little short of breath. Liang Xiaoxia raised her hands and looked at the webbed fingers, and really wanted to find a camera to take a picture of it. Seeing Liang Xiaoxia eating, Mudball also pinched her nose and swallowed the hair. Liang Xiaoxia was her guide, and she would do whatever she did. Chizuru had already eaten it and was looking at him with disdain, as if saying these ugly webbed feet and gills really don't fit my aesthetic taste. Before we go to the Deep Blue Tribe, I have to remind you, my guests, the ocean is beautiful, but also dangerous. Please restrain your behavior. Now, my guests, please follow me. After giving the instructions very seriously, the black-tailed mermaid Fladello turned over and jumped into the sea. Mudball can't swim. He choked several times when he first entered the water, but gradually he got used to it. With gill lines, it's not difficult to breathe in seawater, but it's more difficult to swim. Liang Xiaoxia opened her eyes wide and looked around curiously, the anemones swaying in the water, the colorful fish swimming around them, and the colorful fish that suddenly scattered when they tried to catch them. Everything in the sea was fresh, just like what she had seen on TV before. The further you go downstream, the greater the resistance and pressure. Liang Xiaoxia was fine, but the mudball was already a little tired. Fladro held her considerately and led her forward, his long tail swinging freely in the water, like a blooming water lily, slowly and gracefully. The visibility was getting lower and lower. As they swam further, it was pitch black, and the number of large fish around them was also increasing. Liang Xiaoxia began to lose sight of Fladero's black tail, so she had no choice but to perform the dancing light technique to light up a small circle. When Vladro saw the light in Liang Xiaoxia's hand, he was horrified and hurriedly held her shining hand. He didn't care about etiquette or politeness and changed his expression in an instant. "Oh my sea, you brainless fool, put out the light." "Why?" Before Liang Xiaoxia could react, Fladero dragged her behind a coral reef. After the dancing light spell was destroyed, the elves had just hidden themselves when a strange fish, more than 10 times their size, swam past them 10 meters above their heads. The fish had a flat body, 2 tails, and 4 sharp protruding fangs, indicating that it was an undisputed carnivore. Liang Xiaoxia looked at the strange fish's mouth, which was as big as her body, and its strong and powerful jaws. She took a deep breath and held it tightly. She didn't want to be treated as a delicious elf snack. The few tens of seconds that the strange fish swam through seemed to be stretched out like several years. Qianhe, who was standing next to her, held Liang Xiaoxia's hand tightly. Although they were clearly in the water, Liang Xiaoxia could clearly feel that both she and Qianhe had a layer of cold sweat on their palms. Okay, finally left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after watching the strange fish go away. Fladero took off his mask completely and cursed Liang Xiaoxia. "That darn light. Didn't your mother teach you that double-tailed fish like bright light the most? We mermaids don't dare to make light in the deep sea. You don't even have basic common sense. Did your brain get eaten? My mother certainly didn't teach me such common sense." Fladro scolded Liang Xiaoxia harshly, but she still admitted her fault. She lowered her head and accepted the criticism humbly. After all, it was a fact that she almost killed everyone. When the mud ball reached out again to touch the egg-white hexagonal starfish, Fladro was already standing at the critical point of explosion. She chanted some kind of spell, but she tied everyone's hands together and stuck them together into a string. Fladero dragged a bunch of elves with a dark face, threw Liang Xiaoxia and the others to a large red coral reef, and swam away angrily without even saying goodbye. Is she angry again? A door opened behind the coral reef, and a blonde mermaid poked her head out to look, as if she was used to such scenes. "Come with me, elves." After receiving the green leaf gem token, the blonde mermaid opened the half-open door and led the way in. Liang Xiaoxia and the others' hands were still tied, and they entered the room one after another. It seemed that for the time being, the 4 elves would have to be conjoined. Compared with the inconspicuous, dark coral reef outside, the interior decoration is much more gorgeous. Purple seaweed is woven into a thick, large, soft carpet. Large sea pearls provide scattered light, and huge conches are used as a base, inlaid on the wall. Small shecks and snail shecks of various colors are pieced together on the wall to form pictures, telling the history of the sea people. Surrounded by a group of mermaids, a silver-haired mermaid sat lazily on the coral throne in the middle. He was burly, holding a spear in one hand and resting one hand on the back of the chair. half closed his eyes and enjoyed the small seafood handed over by the young mermaids around him, one by one. His eyes raised, and after seeing Liang Xiaoxia's string, a gleam of brilliance flashed across his eyes. This is Osiris, the patriarch of the deep blue sea tribe. Come and meet our guests. Osiris smiled playfully. The mermaids who were waiting around heard his words and swam around Liang Xiaoxia and the others, covering their mouths and laughing. Liang Xiaoxia's face turned livid. No one would feel comfortable if they were mocked so rudely. Renaud lowered his eyelids, but his free hand was on the bow. Qianhe was so angry that her face turned red. If her hands were not stuck, she would have rushed up to beat the old guy. Even the slowest reacting mud ball bit his lower lip, feeling wronged and uncomfortable. Having enjoyed the elves' expressions enough, Osiris waved his hand casually, and the mermaids dispersed obediently. My wives are not very sensible. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. There was no apology in Osiris' words. He uttered a strange syllable and freed Liang Xiaoxia and the others' hands. Tell me, what's the matter? I really want to beat your face like an old man. I owe you 2.58 million. I didn't expect Osiris to be such a cocky captive. Liang Xiaoxia was also angry. Renaud's face was calm, but the storm brewing in his eyes showed that he was also very dissatisfied with such an attitude. After briefly explaining his purpose, he stood aside in silence. Osiris seemed to think for a while, then clapped his hands and called a mermaid over. This is a matter between us adults, so children should not interfere. Nana, take these 3 children away and treat them well. Giving Renaud a look that said don't worry, Liang Xiaoxia and the others followed the purple-haired mermaid named Nana, left the main hall, and came to the back garden of the coral castle. After Liang Xiaoxia and the others left, Osiris sat up straight on the throne and slowly said, Well, Haiti and I have a good personal relationship. However, this is a matter of the elves and has nothing to do with our personal relationship. Renaud didn't expect that things would encounter obstacles on Osiris' side. What do you want to do? Osiris smiled, but there was no smile in his eyes. What good will Deep Blue gain from helping you? The garden was very beautiful, with many marine plants, which were gorgeous and soft. Mudball and Chizuru were still somewhat childish, and when they saw these strange flowers, they ran around looking at them. Liang Xiaoxia sat obediently on the coral stool, clasped her hands together, and tried her best to act like a good student. This little elf is so cute. Nana looked at the shy Liang Xiaoxia, occasionally looking up and quickly glancing at her with the corner of her eyes. She was in a good mood. Under Nana's expectant eyes, Liang Xiaoxia took a few bites of raw clam meat with seaweed and swallowed it with difficulty. Resisting the urge to vomit, she grinned and said, Sister Nana is beautiful and eats well. As expected, mermaids are creatures that are easy to deal with once you get to know them well. After hearing Liang Xiaoxia's praise, Nana felt that children's words were innocent, and she happily held her face with her hands. Liang Xiaoxia once again shamelessly acted cute and obedient, and with just a few words, she made Nana giggle. Sister Nana, I've never seen a mermaid as gentle and good-tempered as you. You are simply perfect. Whoever marries you will be so happy. Liang Xiaoxia's big eyes twinkled. Her mouth was full of honey, and she praised Nana hard. A trace of sadness flashed across Nana's face. But the king has already sent me away. I can't stay with him anymore. Something's wrong. But, without you by his side, and without you making delicious food for him, can he get used to it? Liang Xiaoxia didn't know who he was, so she could only cooperate and continue speaking. I'm so humble, and the king has so many sisters around him, he won't notice me. Nana sighed softly, tears in her eyes. It turned out to be that darned old captive Osiris. Curse him to be impotent, not sexually active, and become a eunuch, with a will but no power. After the small theater in her mind finished performing Osiris's miserable life, Liang Xiaoxia put on a sympathetic look and asked compassionately, Will I be able to see you again in the future? I like Sister Nana so much. I can't see her anymore. The land is so far away. I won't survive. Nana said when she was sad. She opened her arms, hugged Liang Xiaoxia, and sang desperately. The mermaid's song was sad and graceful. Liang Xiaoxia didn't understand the lyrics, but she also felt Nana's hopeless but selfless love. Flowers are stuck in cow dung, bananas. It's still a pile of smelly and hard-old cow dung. Sister, your singing is like the most beautiful pearls, so touching. Liang Xiaoxia was half pretending, but half really moved. She took out a small piece of gold the size of a fingernail, the spoils of the Golden City, from her arm ring and handed it to Nana. Give her a bribe and build a good relationship for future use. Liang Xiaoxia took a last look at the small gold nugget with a painful look in her heart and quietly put it into Nana's hand. This is my humble gift, a token of friendship. I hope you will accept it. The dark blue gold products were all exchanged with the dwarves. They were expensive, rare and precious. Seeing Liang Xiaoxia's reluctant but resolute expression, Nana would be lying if she said she wasn't moved. She scratched off a long section of her hair with her fingernails and secretly put it in Liang Xiaoxia's hand. Thank you for the gift. I like it very much. A large mace of long, wriggling purple hair is better than nothing, and although it's a bit disgusting, at least it can be used as a scuba gear. Liang Xiaoxia put her hair into the space arm ring and showed an excited look to Nana, as if she had received the largest pearl in the world. After chatting with Nana for a while and teaching her to sing 2 ditties, Liang Xiaoxia took Chinha and Nichio, who were still having fun, and left the back garden. The golden-haired mermaid was still the one leading the way. Please go back. We have nothing to talk about. Osiris closed his eyes and knocked on the armrest of the throne with the back of his hand, which meant to send the guest away. Renault's face was so gloomy that black water could drip out of it. It was obvious that the negotiation had not yielded a good result. The blonde mermaid sent the 4 elves out of the coral castle gate, rolled her eyes, turned around and swam away. Hee, let us go back in the dark by ourselves. This is the sincerity of Deep Blue's. Hee, let us go back in the dark by ourselves. This is the sincerity of Deep Blue's hospitality. What did Nana say to those elves? After Renault left, Osiris returned to his lazy look, holding his chin with one hand, and asked casually. The blonde mermaid bowed respectfully and reported their conversation word for word. She had been hiding behind a large coral to eavesdrop, but she didn't see the gift exchange. She only knew that Nana seemed to have accepted the gift from the elf. Although Nana didn't mention anything about us and the humans, there's no guarantee. It doesn't matter if you guess it. I didn't intend to let them go back alive. Those elves were not worth his energy. Osiris looked at his fingers boredly, twisted them together and rubbed them, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Their deep blue era is coming soon. Happiness is nothing more than the temporary cessation of desire. Arthur Schopenhauer, the capital of the kingdom of Métis. The minister of state bent his waist slightly, standing on a soft wool carpet with long hair that reached his ankles. Any Métis person with a little bit of vision could easily recognize that this was the best carpet in the city, or even in the entire kingdom. It was made of pure blood wool and was hand-woven by petal-like girls. It was an exquisite carpet with white and red. In today's world where textile machines have been around for 5 years and a large number of mechanical products have replaced pure handmade products, such a large piece of exquisite hand-woven wool carpet can easily bankrupt a middle-class family. The Prime Minister lowered his head, revealing his hairy neck, but he didn't pay the slightest attention to this extremely luxurious carpet. He even had a deep fear of the carpet, all because every time he stood on this carpet, he had to face that young man, the most distinguished crown prince of the empire. Finn Métis Finn has soft blonde hair that is a bit naturally curly, and his light gray eyes look deep and devoted because of his high brows. His face is so beautiful that even the gods are jealous of it, and he always has a faint, extremely pious and sacred smile. If there is a guide from the gods, then Finn's image is undoubtedly the most suitable. Even his name, in the local language of Métis, means golden sunshine. The handsome young man stood with his back to the desk, in front of a large carved glacé window, looking out at the view. He was wearing a straight white riding coat, with golden roses embroidered on both sides of his clothes, which made him look tall and straight. Finn held a rose-carved scepter in one hand and placed his other hand on the window, gently and slowly leaving a mark on the window, just like caressing the skin of a lover. His smile, which could make countless young girls in the city burst into tears, was horrifying to the Minister of State. 5 years ago, Prince Finn was not yet the heir to the throne. At that time, he was just an ordinary young man with some melancholy and some ridiculous fantasies, just like most of the powerful families in the city, who always had a few sons who were so useless. They spent time together writing poems, dancing, riding horses, and hunting. Finn was not even the leader of the group. He was mediocre and self-righteous. Except for the bright cloak representing the prince, he still had some value. A serious illness almost took Finn's life. His mother, the king's mistress without even a status, found a charlatan from somewhere and tricked him into performing a costly ceremony. This unfortunate ceremony went wrong, and the ignorant, charming woman was killed in a huge magic circle. Since then, the sick Finn began to recover miraculously and officially entered the door of his political career. He is still the same person, but his temperament has changed drastically. The original Golden Straw Prince has completely transformed into the Golden Rose of Métis. Every dreamy Métis girl has his beautiful portrait hanging or placed on the bedside. His eyes and smile are enough to make all the girls in the city riot. But in the hall of the weekly meeting in the Métis Palace, another rumor was circulating. Finn's smile was a complete invitation to death. Anyone who doubts this statement, please open his eyes and look at the other princes who died suddenly within 5 years. Even the old king of Métis, Sahara Métis, who was once a powerful and heroic figure, is now just an old man sitting on the throne, who needs someone to wipe his saliva and speaks tremblingly and unclearly. What's even more terrifying is that there is not a single shred of evidence to support this sunny and gentle young man. The chancellor took out a handkerchief from his soul and wiped the cold sweat from his head. He didn't want Finn to see what he was thinking, and then stuff him into a sack and sink him into the Black Sea to feed the fish, and finally not even his shoes could be found. How's that matter going? Finn patted the non-existent dust on his clothes, turned his head, stared at the chancellor of the regent, whose waist was bent so much that he was almost kneeling on the ground, and smiled with satisfaction. The chancellor of the regent shuddered at the clear, nightingale-like voice, and pulled out a piece of parchment that was crumpled with nervousness from his soul, and began to read. As of March 1st, the country has collected a total of 42.71 million yuan in taxes. After deducting this year's budget, there is still 35.62 million yuan left, of which. Okay, Finn was in no mood to listen to the Minister of State's nagging. Let's get to the point. You know what I want to ask? Caught a glimpse of the noble crown prince's even brighter smile from the corner of his eye. The Minister of State finally couldn't bear it anymore and knelt down with a plop, his knees hitting the thick wool blanket and cold sweat dripping down his face. Oh, your humble servant begs for forgiveness, my great royal highness the crown prince. Income is still growing year after year, and the treasury is full, but we probably, are not enough to support a full-scale war. Kneeling on the carpet, the Prime Minister wished the wool could be longer to cover him, so that he would not see that icy smile again. Perhaps what he just said was his last words in this life. Finn was pleased with the Chancellor's humble attitude, but he did not like what he had brought. His slender white fingers stroked the rose pattern on the top of the cane for a while, and he said firmly, without questioning, "As I mentioned before, issue 3-year government bonds." But the Prime Minister was about to say something, but when he saw Finn's smile, he swallowed his words back. In front of the bright French window, the shadow of the Crown Prince was stretched out very long, dark and distinct, like the devil's skinning sword in an ancient picture album. The Minister of State was facing the light, and only his dark and blurry body was coated with a layer of golden sunlight. He wiped his sweat with his handkerchief again, and the Minister of State considered his tone and cautiously asked, "Our current military strength, is it insufficient?" After he finished speaking, he really wanted to sit on the ground and slap himself. Was he stupid? He didn't see that the Crown Prince was already unhappy. Wasn't he just slitting his neck because he thought his life was too long? Finn frowned, turned his head and gave the Chancellor a brilliant and dazzling smile. His eyes narrowed like crescent moons, flashing bright light. The corners of his mouth turned up, and his lips as tender as pink roses uttered cold words. Change the age limit of the conscription order to 8 to 80 years old. No distinction between male and female. It's over, The Prime Minister thought. The Crown Prince's orders have never been persuaded or changed. The Prime Minister really wanted to find a whip to beat himself to death. This order could kill everyone in the kingdom. Oh, he could already foresee that in the near future, in the long scroll of history, he would be nailed to the wall of shame as a follower of the devil and be cursed. Your Highness, I have to advise you that the revenge plan needs to be considered in the long term. Isn't this too radical? Maybe in a few years. The Minister of State's sallow face had completely lost its color. He finally suggested in a low and unwilling voice, "You can go down." With his back to the Chancellor, Finn sat in the brown leather chair without looking at him again. The Minister of State stepped back and bowed as he walked out the door, closing the carved wooden door considerately. His legs softened, and he slid to the ground. The guards on duty on both sides were used to such scenes and looked straight ahead, as if the Minister of State was just a mosquito lying on the ground. Facing the large glacé window, Finn could clearly see the huge fountain in the square opposite and the children laughing and playing around the fountain. A cruel and mean smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This guy is still not very obedient. It seems that the Minister of State should be replaced again. What does revenge have to do with him? It happened hundreds of years ago. Those old antiques who were obsessed with the family shame were just pedantic scum in his eyes. However, he had to admit that revenge was a good excuse, giving him a disguise to raise an army. Finn licked his lips. He was interested in something else. As for those civilians, since they have accepted the protection of the kingdom and enjoyed the grace and favor of Métis, why not die more meaningfully? Oh, he swore with his soul that he would certainly give a medal to the soldiers who died heroically on the battlefield. A gold-plated, real medal, so that his people would crawl at his feet and kiss his robes with tears. Maybe by then, he will already be king. People are like rats. After you kill one nest, they will always breed more to fill the gap. He is not worried at all. Finn took a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, poured it into a beautiful crystal glacé, toasted to the air, and drank it all in one gulp. His bright red lips moistened with the wine, like a flaming heck, a bloodthirsty demon, soaking in a bath soaked in the blood of the sacrifice, singing a bathing song. Without a trace of light, Liang Xiaoxia felt a chill as she soaked in the thick black sea water. This chill came not only from her body, but also went deep into her soul. The coral castle behind the elves looked like a huge, sleeping demon, coiled up in the sea, with its mouth open as if ready to bite. Their ears could not hear any sound, only the unique squeezing feeling of the gurgling water. There was no lighting, no guide, and here, their senses were compressed to the limit. Liang Xiaoxia knew without even looking that the mud ball was huddled together. Ryan's mouth was tightly pursed into a line, and Chinha's proud and disdainful face was also filled with fear. Every pore of the elves exudes the smell of despair. Since you did it on the first day, don't blame me for doing it on the 15th. Liang Xiaoxia took a last look at the blurry coral fortress in the deep sea, chanted a syllable in a low voice, and chanted a light spell towards a protruding piece of coral reef on one side. The effect lasts for about an hour. This light spell cast on an object is as dazzling as a lighthouse in a storm at a distant voyage. Liang Xiaoxia believed that those hospitable mermaids would definitely not dare to treat their double-tailed fish guests badly. Although the elves are kind, they are not magnanimous creatures. Liang Xiaoxia adheres to the elves' creed of repaying a favor forever and gives Shenlan a small gift to thank him for his hospitality. Only women and villains are hard to raise. It's a pity that I have both of these characteristics. After imagining the embarrassing scene of the mermaids, Liang Xiaoxia held the hands of the other elves tightly. This time they had to string together and not let go. Hey, Xiaomo, you are so mean. The light of the light magic refracted in the sea and shone on Chinha's gloating face. But I really can't hate you. Renault was in third place and for the first time looked at Liang Xiaoxia with some concern. Do you know where to swim? Liang Xiaoxia winked playfully in the seawater. I've always had a good sense of direction. The ancient elf that turned into a ribbon was wrapped around Liang Xiaoxia's tightly tied hair. After being soaked in the seawater, it completely turned from blue to black. Jingyue, which way are we going now? Having just communicated with Jingyue in his mind, He could roughly sense the direction and act as a radar for Liang Xiaoxia and the others in the deep, dangerous sea full of undercurrents. After finding a direction, Liang Xiaoxia took the lead, and the four elves paddled hard with their feet, swaying forward like mermaids. Every half an hour or so, Liang Xiaoxia would find a place to rest for a while and discuss the next direction with Jingyue. The color of the sea water became lighter and lighter, and the corners of Renault's mouth, which had been pursed silently, also relaxed a little. At least they were getting closer to the sea surface. Hide. Jingyue's serious and nervous ancient elven language suddenly flashed through his mind. Liang Xiaoxia was stunned for a moment, and after she reacted, she quickly suppressed the other elves and hid behind a handful of staghorn seaweed floating in the sea. It was another double-tailed fish, a whole circle larger than the first one she saw. This double-tailed fish swam unnaturally, with a long cut on its abdomen, revealing white flesh and minced meat, and blood slowly flowing out of the wound. Not far away, two mermaids holding sea halberds were staring at the two-tailed fish nervously, as if they were measuring their own strength and considering whether to withdraw or give the two-tailed fish a fatal blow. The two-tailed fish didn't have so many thoughts. It was ferocious and fierce, charging in the sea again and again, wanting to pierce its sharp teeth into the bodies of the two annoying guys opposite, tear them into pieces, taste their flesh, and eat their bones. The skinny and tiny mermaid actually dared to offend its authority as the overlord of the sea, which was absolutely unforgivable. This should be the karma for the mermaids. Liang Xiaoxia buried her head even lower and watched the battle quietly under the cover of the algae. Gradually, the two mermaids were exhausted and narrowly avoided attacks. Their movement speed slowed down significantly. Several times, the two-tailed fish's teeth were about to bite the mermaids' tails, but were forced back by the tridents in their hands pointing at their eyes. The battle was at a stalemate, and Liang Xiaoxia was watching the battle intently when suddenly, she heard a gurgling sound of many large and small air bubbles brushing past her ears, rubbing against her neck and rising straight up. Turning around, she saw that Renault and Chizuru beside her were not feeling well. The gills on their jaws were gradually fading, their skin was healing, and the membranes between their fingers and toes were also falling off. It seemed that the mermaid's hair had a time limit, and the effect of the drug was gradually wearing off. Renault held his breath, frowning, trying his best to suppress the feeling of oppression caused by his lungs' need for oxygen. Chizuru choked on water in big gulps, struggled on the ground with her hands and feet, and her face turned red and purple. Liang Xiaoxia also began to have difficulty breathing, and her hands and feet slowly returned to the white and delicate skin that was unique to elves. Mudball was the last one to eat seaweed hair, so she could probably hold on for a while longer, but not for too long, as she could tell from her rapid breathing. P.S. I was so surprised that Namo voted for me. I didn't expect that as a new writer, I could receive such an award. I was so excited that I danced. I would like to express my sincere gratitude here. Bow. Nothing is permanent in this evil world, not even our troubles. The mermaid's seaweed hair was no longer effective, her body temperature was dropping rapidly, and her neck was stuck. The four elves were facing the suffocation and oppression of the lack of oxygen in the deep sea. Liang Xiaoxia had never thought about how she would die, but she refused to accept the least gorgeous way of being drowned in the deep sea before she reached adulthood. That darn old man must have done it on purpose. Liang Xiaoxia choked on the water and cursed Osiris, the leader of the Deep Blue clan, to die of exhaustion. What was even more disgusting was that because of their violent movements and struggles, they stirred up a lot of bubbles, and the two-tailed fish and the mermaid who were confronting each other noticed them hiding behind the seaweed at the same time. The two sides looked at each other, and the two half-man and one fish actually reached an agreement at this moment. First eliminate the malicious bystanders, and then fight between them. Oh shoot. Seeing the enemies swimming towards them at the same time, Liang Xiaoxia's good temper was completely worn out. Liang Xiaoxia hurriedly took out the piece of purple seaweed hair that Nana had given her, stuffed a handful of it into the mouth of each person in the team, and without even frowning, she pulled out the hair and shot 3 arrows in a row with her backhand. Without even looking at the enemy's situation, she took out a bang rope and turned around to walk away. Fighting a mermaid in the sea, unless one is mentally retarded and has his brain stuck in a door, would not make such a choice. They were like blind people in the sea, and their speed was no match for the mermaid with a long tail. The mermaid's strength and experience in the sea would definitely make Liang Xiaoxia go without return several times. It's better to slip away quickly. In the darkness, Liang Xiaoxia's right ear suddenly felt hot, and her scalp tightened as she paddled hard. Liang Xiaoxia tilted her head slightly, and a trident pierced past her hair, creating a wave. It slowly lost its force and sank slowly in the sea not far from Liang Xiaoxia. The 3 arrows she shot slowed down by half in the water, which was visible to the naked eye. They pierced the seawater, leaving 3 straight white arrow tails, rushing towards 3 targets respectively. The first arrow missed, and the mermaid dodged it and slowly dissipated in the water. Another arrow hit the arm of the mermaid's companion. He covered his arm, and the trident in his hand was empty. It seemed that the attack that he had just avoided was from the hands of the injured mermaid. The third arrow luckily hit the injured abdomen of the double-tailed fish, and the newly flowing blood made the seawater even more turbid. It was such good luck that Liang Xiaoxia was thankful for less than a second, and then swam away decisively. The bang rope in his hand was like a slippery water snake, winding and swimming in the seawater. Liang Xiaoxia took the lead, Qianhe was second, Mudball was sandwiched in the middle, and Renault was at the bottom. Holding a bow and arrow, Renault, who had eaten the seaweed hair again, tied the bang rope tightly around his waist. He kept shooting arrows at the aggressive enemy. Without the 2-tailed fish participating in the battle, the pressure was much less, but his luck was obviously not as good as Liang Xiaoxia's. Every sword he shot was dodged by the mermaid. The mermaid is a natural sea elf. She twists her tail along the water flow and is about to catch up with Liang Xiaoxia and the others. The trident in her hand is also eager to try. This was not a solution. Liang Xiaoxia clasped her hands together, blinked, and made a gesture to the Mudball. Mudball nodded to show that he understood, turned his head, closed his eyes, and threw a dazzling flash of light at the oncoming mermaids. If the healer is a magic singer with a serious bias, then Mudball is the queen of the bias. As long as it is a magic singing technique related to the light element, Mudball can learn it easily, almost to the point of being self-taught. And the magic singing technique of the light element is doubled in her hands. Just like now, the light element in the dark deep sea is almost 0, and Mudball can also gather light elements and perform a flashing magic that blinds people. In the dark sea water, the sudden strong light made the 2 mermaids cry uncontrollably, and they reflexively covered their eyes with their hands. Living in a lightless environment for a long time, such stimulation would definitely cause blinding damage to their eyes. After a quarter of an hour, when the strong light faded, the mermaids slowly lowered their hands that were covering their eyes. But where could they see the elves? The 2-tailed fish had been shot by Liang Xiaoxia before, and had lost too much blood. It could only stare at its prey and struggle to swim away slowly. The inky seaweed fluttered in the air and the water like a mess of funeral flowers, ostentatiously stretching out its vines towards the 2 mermaids with sore eyes, mocking their stupidity and powerlessness. In this world, there is no love or hatred without reason. Even though Liang Xiaoxia is not a seasoned veteran, she also sensed something was wrong. Struggling to slide in the sea, Liang Xiaoxia carefully analyzed the existing information. She didn't know what the relationship between the elves and the deep blue mermaid tribe was like before, but since Her Majesty the Queen had a token of communication, it proved that they should have been able to get along well before. So, what was it that suddenly changed the attitude of the deep blue? Based on a series of events that happened before, Liang Xiaoxia clearly felt that the deep blue leader Osiris not only wanted to humiliate them, but also wanted them to stay forever, soaking in the cold sea water and coral rubble. Eternal interests. Liang Xiaoxia muttered in the seawater. The most likely scenario now is that Deep Blue has reached a consensus with a certain force, and this force is still the enemy of the elves. Nana's words can also indirectly prove this. Humans? Orcs? Dwarves? Goblins? Or those cunning dark elves in the dungeons? After ruling out the dwarves, they really had no reason to harm the elves. Liang Xiaoxia was hesitant when faced with the remaining 4 options. They are humans from the southern continent. A voice came into Liang Xiaoxia's mind. Jingyue seemed to know what Liang Xiaoxia was thinking, and said it with certainty in a tone as if stating a fact. Ever since he came back from picking up Jingyue, he has been acting mysterious, answering each question one by one and never saying more, acting like he is a real headband. How do you know? Liang Xiaoxia asked in her heart, pulling the hairband on her head. I heard it. He didn't seem to want to discuss this issue any further. After answering him concisely, Liang Xiaoxia actually hummed a song in her head. It was the song Mary that she had sung. She had no way to deal with this stubborn person. In the cold sea water, Liang Xiaoxia curled her lips slightly, accompanied by the bass singing in her mind, and enjoyed the sea view along the way. Liang Xiaoxia felt like she was here for a trip instead of escaping. Swim for about 3 more hours straight ahead, and you'll reach the place where you can enter the water. Jingyue paused and said when she hummed the song for the 12th time. She paused for a while and added, however, not far to your right there are some interesting things. If this ribbon had a face, it would definitely be smiling with playful malice. It is better to kill an elf than to humiliate an elf. Folk proverb, what could make the usually taciturn Jingyue speak? Liang Xiaoxia was a little curious about what the interesting thing Jingyue mentioned was, so she made a turning gesture to the back of the team. And the 4 elves shook their webbed feet and changed direction to swim away. Elves are definitely a collection of contradictions. The long years have contributed to their wavering and vacillating attitudes. Many elves may worry for 2 hours and hesitate over a small issue like raspberries or strawberries for breakfast. But once they make up their minds, they will become the best planners and executors. If an elf puts on the cloak of an avenger, he will change from the most charitable good man, the most elegant gentleman, to the most dangerous and shameless rogue. Time is too long, and revenge gives the elves a good reason and excuse to make the most careful and detailed arrangements to slowly disintegrate and retaliate against the enemy. Revenge is a good reason, giving the elves a goal that does not seem so short in their long lives. Therefore, revenge is natural and an irresistible instinct. The elves are definitely a group of petty and vindictive people. When Liang Xiaoxia swam for about 10 minutes and paced a large reef full of sea urchins and starfish, the scene before her eyes made the seeds of revenge in her body soak in the sea water, and quickly took root and sprouted and grew vigorously. Why did she wait so many years when she had the opportunity to retaliate immediately? TSK, a pearl farm, and these mermaids are so poor that they are almost pulling off their own scales and selling them. With an inexplicable excitement flashing in her eyes, Qianhe licked her lips and said with concern but disdain. The flat and vast seabed was plowed with shallow grooves at equal intervals, and the blue-black pearl oysters covered with seaweed were neatly stacked in the grooves where the mud and sand floated, in order of size. The pearl oysters sometimes opened their mouths and sometimes closed them, as if they were swallowing and breathing. Above the seabed, 3 mermaids were cruising with a scoop net and a sea hoe, patrolling back and forth, and bending down from time to check the condition of the pearl oysters. Nodding to each other, the elves agreed that they should leave some unforgettable memories for these mermaids. Liang Xiaoxia sang a short and quick line, and waved her hand. A blurry phantom that looked just like Liang Xiaoxia appeared in the middle of the pearl farm, behind the mermaids. Casting a spell in the sea is really difficult. A second-level mirror spell almost failed. Looking at the half-finished phantom, Liang Xiaoxia decided to write an analysis report on the experience of casting a spell in the sea and submit it to Matakini. His father would definitely be interested in this topic. The mermaids were very alert. When they saw an alien creature standing not far from them, 3 mermaids formed an inverted triangle encirclement, gradually shrinking and moving closer to the phantom. Now, just as the 3 mermaids stretched out their hands and were about to touch the phantom, Mudball threw out another flash spell. Liang Xiaoxia, Qianhe, and Rainer jumped up from their hiding places, and while the mermaids were temporarily blinded and unable to react, they knocked them out from behind one by one. The tacit understanding formed by more than 10 years of cooperation allowed the entire battle to be concluded in less than a minute. Liang Xiaoxia stood proudly on the beach, one hand on her waist, wiping her mouth, and showing a queen's 3-part smile to the pearl oysters on the ground. Behind her lay 3 mermaids who had been knocked unconscious, their faces buried in the seabed, and it was as messy as a murder scene. A drop of non-existent cold sweat dripped from Renault's forehead. His little Charles was always like this, having intermittent convulsions. The elves are not greedy for money, but if they are given money, they will not refuse it. Liang Xiaoxia's round face was grinning, completely destroying the innocence and cuteness of the elf lowly. Like a Japanese invader entering a village, she plundered the mermaid's farm. Oh, she didn't have the time to open them one by one. Adhering to the principle of not letting go of the wrong ones, Liang Xiaoxia bent over, picked up the clams and stuffed them into her arm ring, not leaving a single penny for the enemy. Since she likes it, let's play with her. Behind Liang Xiaoxia, who was squatting and digging the pit, Renault's golden eagle eyes added a touch of warmth, and like an adult treating a naughty child, he showed a doting smile, turned around and picked up the sea sheks seriously. Ugly, will you die if you don't covet money? Chien, he complained loudly and criticized the clams for being hard and smelly, and sticky with slippery seaweed and mud, which stuck to his hands and couldn't be removed. But he still squatted down and reluctantly helped Liang Xiaoxia pick up the clams. However, he only picked up the big ones, and those that were small or too black were thrown aside. Mudball treated this as a game, and her beautiful face was very excited, picking out the colorful and good-looking clams. In a blink of an eye, she was holding a skirt full of sea sheks and rubbing against Liang Xiaoxia like offering treasures. Liang Xiaoxia, this is so fun. Can we come and play next time? Well, of course not. Such a rare opportunity only comes once. Liang Xiaoxia said perfunctorily, moving his hands without moving, without even raising his head. The farm was too big, and they worked for a quarter of an hour before only picking up a small area. The rescued mermaids might appear at any time, and the knocked-out mermaids would probably wake up soon. When Liang Xiaoxia was worrying about whether to give up the rest, Jingyue spoke again. Well, I can teach you a simple shining elf spell. Starlight Summoning, Level 1, which is suitable for summoning a large number of similar objects at the same time. Then, Liang Xiaoxia recited an ancient elf spell in her mind. The spell was not difficult to recite, but it was practical. Liang Xiaoxia squatted on the seashore to ponder the information, looking as if she was in a daze. Jingyue, I really love you. After learning almost everything, Liang Xiaoxia sent a wet kiss to Jingyue in her mind, which made the taciturn ancient elf dead. The beautiful dark blue ribbon stood straight in the sea water, like a hard, dead black snake. After standing up and preparing for a while, Liang Xiaoxia began to sing the starlight summoning spell. As she sang, the clams in the trench slowly rose from the mud and sand, lined up, and slowly floated down in front of Liang Xiaoxia, and soon formed a huge mountain. I got tricked again. After casting the spell, Liang Xiaoxia's face turned pale and blue, and her body was shaky. This magic singing technique did not require much elemental power, but it required too much mental power. She had to use her mind to accurately locate each sea clam in order to cast the spell successfully. The overdrawn mental power in an instant made Liang Xiaoxia feel sick and want to vomit. After barely collecting all the clams, Liang Xiaoxia sat on the beach and gasped for breath. She almost became the first elf to die. With a frown on her face, Liang Xiaoxia assured her that she had just heard Jingyue's low laughter. I curse you to be a ribbon for the rest of your life. Liang Xiaoxia thought indignantly. Liang Xiaoxia, what kind of magic was that? It's so cool. Can you teach me? Mudball watched the clams line up magically and came to Liang Xiaoxia like good children, like soldiers in a line. She held her face with both hands and smiled at Liang Xiaoxia with admiration. I read this from a book of ancient elves. I just tried it casually, but I didn't expect it to be successful. Liang Xiaoxia's face had not recovered yet, and she gave Renault and Qianhe a somewhat awkward smile. She herself didn't even believe such a lame excuse. But this was all she could think of for now, so she just had to deal with it. After packing up the spoils, the elves left quickly. Along the way, she observed that the expressions of the other elves were very calm. Renault never asked Liang Xiaoxia any questions, and Mudball believed everything she said, but what surprised her was that Qianhe's expression was also very calm. She originally thought that Qianhe would be a little angry. Liang Xiaoxiang even thought about how to calm down the expected anger and complaints. But she didn't expect that he was not unhappy at all, and seemed to really accept this reason. Did Qianhe become stupid? What she didn't know was that Chizuru had already figured it out months ago. After returning with a full load, Liang Xiaoxia immersed herself in the deep sea. Even with Jingyue constantly showing her the way, she felt that she was no different from a disabled person. Moreover, this long journey was too tiring. Liang Xiaoxia was so hungry that she was starving. She really missed the sweet and juicy fruit pies and hot vegetable soup made by Duolan. Being invited, being hunted, escaping, and looting. After this rich deep-sea journey, several elves returned to land. Liang Xiaoxia stepped on the beach with her feet. The fine sand mixed with broken shecks was a little irritating, but she happily wanted to lie down and roll around. The feeling of having her feet on the ground was really wonderful. The four elves were all a little tired. Even Mudball, who was the most particular about cleanliness and cherished her beautiful white dress, fell on the beach with half of her body soaked in the water. Her physical strength was really overdrawn. She looked at Liang Xiaoxia gratefully. In the last section of the journey, Mudball's eyes turned black and her whole body was weak. It was Liang Xiaoxia who gritted her teeth and pulled her back. Liang Xiaoxia and her teammates looked at each other and smiled, breathing heavily. Although they were cold and hungry, at least they came back alive. My lovely elf friends, welcome back. I'm so happy to see you. If I keep waiting like this, the knife-like sea breeze will surely blow off a layer of my skin. Suddenly there was a deep and rough male voice, speaking standard mainland common language, which startled Liang Xiaoxia so much that she turned over and sat up. An uninvited guest stood up from behind a huge reef and slowly walked to the elves. If it was an enemy, they would be in trouble. Now the four elves were like lambs to be slaughtered, panting and lying on the beach. Liang Xiaoxia grabbed Shishir and stared at the man's every move, intending to shoot him with an arrow if there was any sign of danger. A severe situation and a brand new country. Order me to build strong fortifications and guard every corner of the world. Virgil, the Aeneid, the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared in front of Liang Xiaoxia, and the others was a fishman. The names of mermen and fishmen sound very similar, and in the Elvish spelling, their names are only 2 letters different. It is said that these 2 only intelligent creatures in the sea have the same ancient ancestors, but their relationship is as bad as the relationship between elves and dark elves, and they are in a dead end. As long as people are not blind, anyone who has actually seen the merman would not confuse him with a mermaid, just as Liang Xiaoxia saw the somewhat embarrassed merman sitting on the reef in front of them. He was a burly man, with skin covered with blue scales like a fish. He didn't have the graceful tail of a mermaid that was invincible underwater and could be slaughtered on land. Instead, he looked a bit like a human or an elf who had eaten a mermaid's hair. His legs were strong and powerful, and his hands and feet were connected to his 5 fingers like flippers. A row of fish-like dorsal fins on his back were curled up on his scaly skin. His head was bald without a single hair, only some reversed scales, sticky with dewdrops, swaying in the sea breeze. If we really want to describe what a fishman looks like, the frog Liang Xiaoxia had seen in her previous life should be the most similar to him. However, he does not have bulging eyes, an arched back, or a fat body. Hey guys, the weather is really bad today. The merman, wearing a tattered seaweed leather skirt around his waist, lay on the beach with Liang Xiaoxia and the others in a very familiar tone. Renaud quickly bent over and jumped up, touching the bow and arrow at his waist. They had never seen this fishman before, and he was obviously waiting for them here, but they didn't know what his plan was. He, relax, don't be so nervous. I mean no harm. The Murloc saw that several elves had picked up their weapons with a wary look on their faces, and couldn't help but push his hands forward to explain. His words had no effect. Liang Xiaoxia even hid the mudball behind her and drew her bow and arrow. Oh well, I lose to you. The fishman swept his finger under his nose and said, Let me introduce myself. I'm Timothy, the chief of the Azure tribe. Also, I don't like elf meat. The fishman Timothy made a joke, but he saw that none of the 4 elves on the opposite side laughed. The tall, adult elf frowned, and his bird-like eyes scanned his whole body, as if looking for his weakness. The air flowing between the few people became colder. Liang Xiaoxian did not give up her due vigilance because of the fishmen's cheerful and harmless behavior. The Shijing elf tribe had never dealt with the fishmen. After all, their previous friendship and reciprocity were all with the fishmen. They could only take one side of the friendship between the two major ocean tribes. But she had to admire the courage of this fishman, who came here alone to wait for them, and it seemed that he was well prepared. But he was in danger now, and if he was discovered, the mermaids would be very happy to bury this fishman chief in seaweed and make seafood salad. A son of a wealthy family should not sit in a hall. I don't know if the man in front of me is really stupid or just a man of great talent and courage. Liang Xiaoxia glanced up and down at the mermaid man. There was only one person on the other side and 4 people on her side. Although most of them were children, the elves happened to be a group of creatures that could not be measured by age. Moreover, after a while of panting, her physical strength had recovered a little, and she was not as weak as at the beginning. Liang Xiaoxia was the first to put down the bow and arrow in her hand. This fishman should not be able to do anything new. She hadn't used the timer in her hand for a long time. A hint of admiration flashed across the eyes of the merman. He originally thought that the leader of the team should be the adult elf who was like a hawk in the front, but he didn't expect that the little elf who looked like a cub at the back could see more clearly. Let me get down to business. The wind on the sea is so cold and sticky that it's really uncomfortable. The merman Timothy casually spoke with his hands behind his back, legs stretched out and soaked in the sea water, as if the bows and arrows pointed at him and the elves' wary glares were nothing but air. You should be back from those mermaid forts that are mixed with the undercurrents on the seabed. What did you get? Timothy successfully saw Renault's dark face and got the answer he wanted. He continued, let me think about it. There is a famous saying in human beings that I like very much. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I came here today mainly to make friends with you, to fight against our common enemies, those bugs in the sea, and those bugs on land, mermaids and humans. Timothy waved his fist and spoke passionately. Just looking at his expression, you would think he was a righteous and kind person. Hearing this, except for Liang Xiaoxia, the other 3 elves were surprised. Before Liang Xiaoxia had time to tell them her speculation, the elves were all surprised. What does this have to do with humans? Why does this uncle look so familiar? Liang Xiaoxia seemed to see the shadows of the American presidents in her previous life on Timothy's face. After a short silence, waiting for the elves to digest the information, Timothy stood up and solemnly handed Renault a smoothly polished, coral-rimmed mirror. This is an aquamarine double-sided mirror. I think your elf queen should know how to use it. Believe me, the mermaids of the Azure tribe came here with full sincerity. We are much more trustworthy than those mermaid captives who should be thrown into the whirlpool of the deep sea. Renault took the mirror with some doubt. This happened so suddenly that even though he was usually resolute and courageous, he was still a little dazed. Well, to show my friendship, I'll give you a piece of news first. 6 months from now, on the 17th day, the crown prince of the kingdom of Métis in the southern continent will take a mermaid as his concubine. Timothy gave a look that said, I think you should understand, and smiled sarcastically. He winked at Liang Xiaoxia, who was half a step away from Renault, waved goodbye, turned around and strode back into the sea. Today was really an unfortunate day, and he really wanted to invite those elves to visit Azure. However, seeing that those elves were exhausted and a little wary, he swallowed the invitation that was about to be delivered to his lips. Timothy was very confident that the sunny and clear blue waters of the Merman Bay would confuse those elves, at least better than the dark coral fortress of the Merman tribe on the seabed, which looked like a pile of soot stuck on the sand. Soaking in the sea water, Timothy stretched himself. He had been waiting at the beach for nearly a day and a night, and his muscles were really tired. Timothy rubbed the scales on his chest. Haha, Osiris is too ambitious and thinks he is smart. Human business is not that easy to do. He had some respect for the old man Osiris and regarded him as a worthy opponent, but Osiris really made a stupid move this time. Timothy thought that perhaps in 50 years, or even faster, the deep blue tribe would disappear from this sea. He will be very lonely then. After watching the fishmen leave, they found a wind-eroded cave on the shore. Liang Xiaoxia and the others made a fire, changed into dry clothes, ate some dry food with fresh water, and then fell into meditation. sleep. They were really tired now and didn't even want to move a little finger. Thinking about it, let's talk about it after waking up. How can the light of day understand the depth of the darkness of the night? How can you, who are pure and kind, feel my repressed and twisted desires? 10 years ago, after she merged with the right eye of killing from Mo Min, she had never stopped meditating. After she got sure, the bloodiness of her meditation increased exponentially. Every night of meditation became a real Shura fighting place. She attached herself to Shur and watched its previous masters fight to death, their heads and bodies separated, and all kinds of killing methods emerged one after another. Tonight, she dreamed of an ancient elf with short black hair and a long scar under one eye. He was besieged by nearly 700 half-human, half-demon monsters in a large snowy field. The snow was thickly covered on the ground, making a crunching sound when stepped on. The brave ancient elf was wearing a silver tight armor and staring at the black torrent of enemies on the opposite side. The leader of the monsters raised his knife in one hand, howled Aowu, and charged the ancient elf with his men like a wolf. The ancient elf bent his knees slightly, narrowed his eyes into a line, and aimed at the enemy while holding the knife. He could shoot 5 arrows with one hand. After one shot, there were always 5 demons who fell to the ground with arrows, all of which were injured in the eyes and were killed by one arrow. So handsome, Liang Xiaoxia exclaimed in meditation. This is the real archery god. Compared with him, the bow hunters in the tribe are just like babies. The demons charged from a distance of several hundred meters, but by the time they reached him, half of them had been shot dead. The black, sticky blood flowed all over the white snow slope, creating a strong contrast and was thrilling. The demon leader was furious when he saw his people die. He swung his steel knife and chopped down at the ancient elf with great force. Even Liang Xiaoxia, who was meditating, was a little anxious. The archer's melee ability was almost the weakest of the weak. Why did the ancient elf stand there instead of running away? The short-haired ancient elf didn't panic at all. He twisted his hands and turned the bow into a 2-handed sword. The ancient elf didn't block the demon leader's steel knife at all. He wiped the leader's neck with his left hand and stabbed the leader's chest with the sword in his right hand. It was a way of fighting with injury for injury. Liang Xiaoxia was shocked by what she saw. This ancient elf was too reckless. Although the demon leader was very angry, he was more afraid of death. He retracted his steel knife and took a step back to avoid the sharp blade of the ancient elf that was close to his neck. As if he thought that this elf was not a good person, the demon leader retreated behind the team and began to command his men to besiege him, hoping to kill the ancient elf with the human wave tactic. The demons resolutely followed the leader's orders, brandishing steel knives and baring their teeth as they stepped forward. As soon as the first demon swung his sword to chop, the ancient elf thrust the left-handed sword into his brain from the temple, twisted it with his backhand, and black blood mixed with brain matter splattered all over the ground. The sword was pulled out neatly, and the demon slowly fell down. The demons behind saw the first demon die miserably and became timid. They did not attack as vigorously as before, but tentatively and carefully surrounded the ancient elf in a small circle. On the snow, a black mace of demons formed a circle. In the middle of the white circle, the ancient elf was like a small dot, which seemed to be swallowed up at any time. The ancient elf was surrounded, without any fear or panic. His silver body quickly rushed into the group of demons, avoiding the encirclement, and turned into a human meat grinder. Every time he swung his 2-handed sword, a demon would fall down. Every demon who died at his hands had their eyes wide open and died with fear. With fewer and fewer subordinates, the demon leader, while lamenting the opponent's powerful strength, became more and more frightened and uneasy. If this continues, it will definitely be his turn. The leader took a bow from his follower and aimed at the ancient elf in the dense crowd of demons. Now he didn't care if he would accidentally hurt his men. As long as he could shoot the elf to death, he was willing to sell his soul to the devil. He prayed to the devil secretly that this arrow would hit the target. The leader pulled the bow to its full strength like a full moon. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the ancient elf's chest fiercely with a stream of air. "O devil, I praise you." Seeing the ancient elf falling to the ground, the demon leader praised sincerely. But before his surprise faded from his face, twisted and horrified wrinkles covered his face. Liang Xiaoxia was also surprised. The ancient elf stood up slowly, with the arrow still stuck in his chest, and shook off the snow mixed with black blood on his body as if nothing had happened. His cold eyes stared at the demon leader, as if he was already a dead man in his eyes. Are all ancient elves immortal? Liang Xiaoxia was also very surprised and puzzled. She had never seen such characteristics of ancient elves in books. If ancient elves were immortal, how did they perish? Questions came one after another. There is nothing more terrifying than an unkillable enemy. The demons screamed and fled in all directions. That beautiful and ferocious ancient elf was now a messenger of Heck, and none of them wanted to die in vain. The ancient elf pulled out the wooden arrow stuck in his chest, and the wound healed rapidly, leaving only a small round hole on the silver leather armor. He did not give the demons any chance to breathe, waving his hands and continuing to chase and strangle them. The corpses of 700 demons covered the hillside, and their black blood with body temperature melted the white snow, forming dirty streams that flowed downwards. The last thing Liang Xiaoxia saw was the neatly severed head of the demon leader, held high on the top of the snow slope by a tree branch. His eyes were wide open, and black blood was coagulated on the cut, dripping down the tree branch and mixing into the white snow. Ugh, ugh, it was so disgusting. Liang Xiaoxia opened her eyes, covered her mouth, rushed out of the cave, and vomited until the sky was dark, holding on to the sand and stones. After she had vomited almost everything, she gradually calmed down in the sea breeze. Tonight's meditation had completely changed her impression of the ancient elves. One ancient elf against 700 demons, a complete victory. She had a deeper understanding of the power of the ancient elves. Brutal, efficient, one-hit kill, simple and fast attack, precise calculation of every bit of physical strength. After filtering out the bloody scenes, Liang Xiaoxia began to carefully experience and reflect on the changes. Unconsciously, she stood on the beach, holding the two-handed sword in her hand, imitating the movements of the ancient elf. Under the moonless dark curtain, Liang Xiaoxia closed her eyes tightly, dancing with the wind. Her golden hair brushing her cheeks, but she didn't care. Her delicate and lovely body was exposed to murderous intent, and she waved her sword with both hands, and the silver light flashed around her, echoing the stars in the sky. It is undeniable that the moves of the ancient elves are cruel, but they make people's hearts beat fast, and the smooth blows are violently beautiful and suffocating. Liang Xiaoxia, who was sweating a little, breathed deeply at the endless black sea. She liked this feeling, experiencing the slight changes in her body and the exquisite control of strength. She also wanted to have such power, for her loved ones, to protect what she deserves to protect. Lily by day, poppy by night. When you stare into the abyss also stares into you. Nietzsche, the wind at night is not as biting as the wind during the day. It brings the heat from the land and gently blows across the beach, rolling up a thin layer of water and soothing the rolling waves. Liang Xiaoxia hugged her legs, rested her head quietly on her knees, and looked at the sea calmly. Force is a kind of tyrannical power and a morbid habit that leads to the abyss of brutality. Those who fight against the devil must be careful not to become the devil themselves in the fight. Slowly savoring the movements like the dance of death, she closed her eyes and seemed to see black cherry blossoms falling and honeysuckle blooming on the white snow, exuding a stale and soporific scent. It was depressing and evil, but it made people want to get closer involuntarily. Liang Xiaoxia suddenly found that after adapting to the initial bloody killing memory, she felt a little excited and happy. She was even eager to try and couldn't wait to try to stab the enemy with the tip of her knife and drink the blood. This realization made her a little uneasy. As a peaceful and kind elf, why would she have such a desire to destroy everything? She was a peace-loving white elf from Xijing, not a treacherous and murderous dark elf from the dungeon. Could it be that she was too deeply influenced by the Eye of Slaughter and had meditated too much with bloody memories, which is why she has become like this? The ink-blue ribbon dotted with starlight moved, and the mist in front of Liang Xiaoxia condensed to form a smooth water mirror. You'll understand once you see it. Jingyue always seemed to know what Liang Xiaoxia was thinking, and even guessed the deepest fears and anxieties buried in her heart. Such an ability is really terrifying. Liang Xiaoxia stuck out her tongue. She didn't know how many secrets Jingyue knew about her, and whether she could guess that she was reborn. Fortunately, the memory of her previous life was buried very deep, and sometimes it was triggered unconsciously, so she could remember it. Liang Xiaoxia looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was still that of a child, inherited from her mother, round and fleshy, with slightly curved eyebrows, exactly like her father's. However, her right eye, which had been fused with the killing power for 10 years, began to change. Her emerald green eyes, like some kind of living creature, had a constant flow of red light in the bottom of her eyes. The two colors mixed together, causing her right eye to gradually change from a deep and beautiful green to a yellow-green color. If you want to learn the war dance two-handed sword technique, I can teach you. Hey, how could you do that? Liang Xiaoxia was not surprised that Jingyue also saw the scene in her meditation. He was definitely a worm in Liang Xiaoxia's stomach now, and Jingyue knew whatever she was thinking. He is my father, Shishi's first master. For the first time, Jingyue's polite and smooth sound, like the sound of dripping water, showed a slight fluctuation. It turns out that the uncle with a scar under his eye and a buzz cut who killed people like crazy is Jingyue's father. I'm sorry to bother you all the time. How about you teach me martial arts, and I'll teach you Elven language? Liang Xiaoxia calmly brought the topic back on track. She and Jingyue were not very familiar with each other, and since Shi was in her hands, Jingyue's father must be dead. Continuing this topic would only expose her wounds. Every time she talked to Jingyue in the ancient Elven language, she felt a headache. After learning it for 10 years, her level of ancient Elven language was only about the same as when she paced the college level 4 test. She could read and write, but her listening and speaking were halting. She had to think for a while before she could organize the language well. Okay. Jingyue's voice became steady again, as if the fluctuation just now was just Liang Xiaoxia's illusion. I can also teach you to sing, although I'm not very good at singing. Since they were long-term partners, Liang Xiaoxia didn't mind taking the initiative to get closer to him. She always felt that Jingyue's polite appearance was wrapped in a lonely heart. He was like a living dead, watching everything in the world with cold eyes, without saying a word. Someone is coming. As soon as the words fell, Liang Xiaoxia's pointed ears moved, and she stood up, took out her timer, and stared at the sea. The unique fishy and salty smell of the sea breeze gradually became stronger, and it was as thick as being in a fish market. Some small black dots appeared on the sea surface. 15. Liang Xiaoxia counted them, licked her lips unconsciously, turned Shi into a two-handed sword, and hid it behind her back. 1 merman, 14 humans. Very good. My companions are still very tired, so let them sleep a little longer. Liang Xiaoxia had been acting like a loli for too long. It was rare for her to be herself. With a faint smile, she stood on the beach like a host welcoming guests, graceful and elegant, and all she needed was to make a pot of tea and sip it slowly. The uninvited guests were stunned for a moment when they saw a little elf as big as a child standing on the beach. He showed no fear and looked at them with great joy as if he were looking at candy. Did the news leak out? The mermaid who led these humans was none other than Floradro, who had led Liang Xiaoxia and the others. When she saw Liang Xiaoxia standing alone on the beach, she came up to the human and explained in a low voice. Iske, the elves have a good foundation. The little ones are so pretty. Brothers, don't hit them too hard later, or they won't sell for a good price if their faces are hurt. A burly man with half of his body soaked in water and his black clothes clinging to his body shouted. An underage elf couldn't even turn a flower in his hands. It was simply a windfall that was delivered to his hands. Although he didn't like it, he had seen several noble lords keeping pets, each of which was worth a fortune. The money he got was enough for him to live a carefree life for a while. Flora was worried. Now only the elf was standing on the beach, and the other 3 were nowhere to be seen. Was there an ambush trap waiting for them? And the elf seemed a little strange. He was too calm and composed to be a child. His temperament seemed to have changed. Flora frowned. She could only feel something unusual, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. She could only watch the battle from the side. After all, she was just a guide. And deep down, she liked this singing elf very much. If Fladro knew that Liang Xiaoxia and her gang had looted the Deep Blue Pearl Farm and taken every cent of their year's harvest, he would definitely nip his good feelings towards Liang Xiaoxia in the bud. The burly man in black had already stepped onto the beach. With the faint starlight by the sea, he could clearly see the fair and smooth face of the elf on the beach, which was as lovable as a delicate petal. The uneasy and somewhat depressed look in the eyes of the elf cub did not escape his eyes. He did not like young children, but if she was this pretty, he would not mind giving it a try. Little sister, come and play with the brothers. The burly man showed a mouthful of disgusting yellow teeth. Don't be afraid, the brothers will love you well. When he got closer, he could even see the elf on the other side trembling. Oh, it was so cute that he wanted to crush it to pieces. Liang Xiaoxia was shaking not because of fear, but because she was pinching her thighs to try hard not to laugh. How come in a different world, even the lines are so similar? The lowly role-playing game is a bit boring.